Hey, everybody. Thank you for being here. I have Wingnut, Bran, and Rescue up here so far. And if anybody else wants the link and I haven't sent it to you, please just let me know in the chat. Thank you to everybody who's here on panel and in chat. I appreciate you. And we're just kind of winging things again. I'm just going to see where the conversation goes. And there's a lot we can talk about. There's a lot going on. It feels like, like always, it's like every day there's just more and more bombarding us, right? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start at the top of the chat and just kind of go through and say hi to everybody. Just see who's here. Hopefully I can catch up. Whoops, pretty quickly here. Hey, Cindy.
Hey, Huckleberry.
Elusive. Cashew, love you. Thanks for being here. Oh, this and that, Matt. That's a new name to me. Matt, I wonder if I know you by a different name. But either way, glad you're here with us. Jen, good to see you. Eli's listening from work.
Hey, Snook.
Bonnie is here. Good to see you, Bonnie. And if you're able to come up, please do. Michelle, always love to see you. Michelle's a person I've known for almost as long as anybody on YouTube, too. She's really active in Discord, too. She's always sharing links and stuff. I love it. Thank you, Michelle. Northern Sounds, good to see you. Northern Sounds has a really fun channel. He makes these, I'm actually not sure, but I think he makes these really cool, hodgepodge of a mix of videos that makes music videos. It's really cool. Kino, good to see you. Blaine, glad you're here. All right, I'm kind of scrolling through quick, trying to catch up.
What's up, everybody in chat?
Yeah, everybody in chat. I see you guys in there saying hello.
Yeah, Garrett, glad you're here.
Yeah, this and that with Matt is Matt PCD.
Oh, okay, yeah, hi. There we go.
See Von Eric's in the house.
Vaughn.
Oh, hey, Vaughn.
What's up, buddy?
Snooks. Joe, glad you're here. I'm your, hey. Oh, yeah, here we go. Matt PCD, thank you. Ghost, glad you're here.
It's really cool.
Hey, Ducks. Yeah, this is great. There's Vaughn. Thank you for being here. Blessings to you as well. It's so good to see so many people here together. Christy, thanks for being here. I'm glad you caught the live. It was really good to see you, as always, over in some old school chats that have kind of resurrected from being banned. I don't know if you saw Rescue and Bran. I know you guys know these guys, but Nick Mo Cedar is back on YouTube as Nick Mo.
Oh,
and George Behezy is back on as Chocolate Superman.
I didn't see that yet.
I was like, oh, shit.
Yeah, they've kind of paired up, but I think they're kind of pairing up with Neil Johnson again to sort of help, because Neil's been able to stay on somehow this whole time, which is awesome. Ancient Drummer, welcome. Glad you're here. But yeah, I think they're kind of helping, boost up each other's channels again. But it's really fun because there's
again too.
Who is that?
Doug to Naples.
Yes, yeah. I don't remember his channel name. Hey, Lone Wolf, good to see you.
Thanks.
Now I don't know which Lone Wolf this is, but hi.
That's okay. That's not the Ray one, I think.
I thought maybe this is the Ray one, but we'll have to see, because the other one had like a longer name, but people changed their names, so I don't know. But either way, glad you're here. Hey, Billy. Well, whoever he is, he fits right in.
That's right. Doug in Exile. That's Doug to Naples' channel is Doug in Exile.
Yeah, there we go. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bonnie, I'm glad you subbed to Chocolate Superman. He's awesome. How old is Behezy? Isn't he only like 20 or something? He's really young.
Oh, no, not now. Now he's like
22?
what, 25 or 26 or something, or 20? No,
Oh, is he?
24 to 25.
Oh,
Yeah,
I thought he was younger
he's
than
kind
that.
of grown up during all this shit.
Mm-hmm. But at some point, I mean, now his original channel was taken down, of course, because, YouTube. But his original channel, if you went back and looked at, did you ever go and look, Rescuer Brand, at any of his old videos? He was so little.
Yeah. Oh, that's why I
Yep.
said he grew up doing this stuff.
Yeah. Hey, Michael, glad you're here.
Oh, Christy says he's only 20 or 21, maybe.
Yeah, I thought maybe he was 22, but I'm really not sure.
I was thinking he was kind of getting closer, but yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
20
Ray.
or 21. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Ray. I'm glad you're here. The other one had a longer name. I'm not sure which one.
Right.
You can tell because of the fried chicken comment.
Yeah.
All right. So chat, let us know if there's things you want us to talk about, like topics, things going on with current events that, you want us to discuss. We were talking a little bit beforehand backstage about the pyramids and ancient history and hidden knowledge and different theories we're all hearing about reality, I guess.
Well, and there's a current one too. I don't know if anybody saw the Project Veritas thing. I'm sure everybody kind of saw the one where, they came up with the vaccine, but this latest one is where the dude actually even assaults the crap out of him and goes into some dude. I listened to that and I was
actually
like,
got that on.
wait a minute, is this dude legitimately running around in front of people saying this? And it's like,
I shared that on my
God.
community.
It's like, holy shit.
Yeah.
He was talking to, what is it? What's his name? Oh gosh, I can't remember his name now.
George, is it George O'Keefe?
James.
Well, yeah, James O'Keefe, but he was
O'Keefe.
talking
There we
to
go, James.
he was talking to what's his name? Gosh, I can't remember his name now. But they were having they had a stream. I actually shared it on my community page. But they were talking about that all this stuff with the
Not
gain
Malone.
of function and all that stuff.
Yeah, they called it something else now. It's called
it's still the same thing, rescue.
directed evolution or something like
Yeah,
that.
directed evolution. That's right.
Yeah.
There's a way to skirt around it.
Yeah.
Yep. It's the same thing. They just trying to change the name on it.
Mm-hmm. Hey, D-Dog, good to see you.
Move.
Right, exactly. Or Brave New World. Craig, good to see you here.
Oh, thanks, Kino.
Yeah, Kino, thank you for dropping links.
Yeah.
Did you see that shout out to you, Rescue, saying people miss the Sandlot?
Oh, yeah.
I've gotten messages. I've gotten messages from people saying, get Rescue to stream again or stream more often.
I'm going to start again. I had some colon issues and then my throat's been giving me a lot of issues. So.
Yeah. Yeah, there's still definitely bugs flying all around over here. I mean,
Craig the Hunter. Craig is in the chat.
In the classroom, I kind of get a litmus test, I think, of what's going on. So everything rotates through here. All right. I haven't heard about the 7-Eleven battle axe. I don't know about that.
Battle axe tranny?
Yeah. I don't know what that is. Blaine, you'll have to explain.
Thanks, Snooks. I appreciate it, Snooks.
Yeah, me too. She's great. She's always out there slinging links and supporting everybody.
I wish
John,
get
good
up
to
on
see
a damn
you.
panel one of these days.
I've seen Snooks up on panel. Snooks, I would love it if you'd come up on panel. D-Dog says rescue is here. Now I'm hungry for chicken. Hey, sometime tonight, I mean, I guess I could do it sometime soon here, but I wanted to talk about kind of that speakeasy that we were doing before Wingnut and that whole backstage idea, just so people know what it is. Hey, Anti, thanks for being here.
Whoa. I got a video from 2019. Is that right?
For what?
For the battle axe story.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. That is something I know nothing about.
Evie Amati? Evie Amati?
Me no sabe.
Trying to kill several people with an axe.
Wait a minute, you talking about the guy, the trainee that was in the
Enmore.
Oh, okay. You talking about the trainee that was in the convenience store?
Yeah, 7-Eleven in Enmore.
Yeah.
This was January 2017.
Yeah, I saw that video. I thought that was more recent though, for some reason.
Might be like a development in his case. I don't know.
Jerry,
Hey,
good to see you here. Mutt, hey, how's it going?
Garrett, mine are still showing up orange for right now. So
Let's see. Huh.
Oh, he's out of jail apparently.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, he was sentenced to 14 years and he's already out.
Billy.
not surprising.
Snooks, I don't believe it.
She's just flirting with me.
Yeah, I like your voice too, Snooks. Hey, William, good to see you.
Virginia.
Hey, what's up, Roots?
Oh, I'm not there yet. I'm getting there. Hey, Ancient Drummer, glad you're here. Thank you for being here. I don't know what that was.
Yeah, I'm way ahead of you there, Indy. I'm way ahead of you.
You can tell what I'm talking about. I'm like, what?
I'm sitting here reading most of it ahead of you. I'm way ahead of you on chat too. So.
I know. I'm trying to catch up. Hey, JM, glad you're here. We're all hiding. Yeah. Hey, Carrie. Thanks for being here. There's Eli's link. See, everybody likes your voice, Snooks. You should come up.
Tom, treat with Tom.
Hey, what's up, Mr.
Tom? Good to see you.
Wow, there's a whole bunch of good people in the chat. My gosh.
I know, right?
It's awesome.
It is awesome. I love having everybody here, together. I see everybody like kind of spread out in different places, but
Yeah,
I mean, nice.
I wish I can get everybody to come on my chat every once in a while, but I don't get very many people on my streams, so.
I love your streams.
I get more people that actually watch the replay than actually come to the stream, which is okay, but it's just like normally there's like 10 or 15 people at the most during a live.
Yeah. CanCon is going to be on with Progressive Patriot with Eli on Monday. Eli, if you're still here and you want to say what time, let us know. Yeah, testing YouTube to the max. CanCon is like the litmus test for whether you can have people on or not, or how close of attention they're paying, I guess.
Tell you what, I was listening to Bear Independent this morning, I think it was, and 147 gun channels got taken down. And
really?
They've got a new thing in their terms of service, and they're going apparently retroactive. So any channel that has a video of you putting a 30-round clip inside anything, they're taking you out. No warning, no nothing. It's not a strike. You're just, that's that.
Well, see,
The whole channel.
There's a channel. It's like the AK guy or something. I can't remember his name right offhand, but he's now starting to do all that stuff. He's like making like jokes out of it. He's like, okay, this is how we put the. Oh, wait a minute, I can't put that in there. And then he like cuts off, and then it's already in. And then he's like, okay, this is how we take the safety off, and we. Oh, wait a minute, I can't show you how to do that. So he like cuts off, and then it comes back. It's okay. This is how we do that. And, you know, it's so crazy.
They start taking them out now.
Yeah, I like Barry. Barry's a good man. Good man.
Yeah, I like him too. Eli said that they're doing his show tomorrow at 9:00 Eastern. Or not tomorrow. I'm sorry. On Monday. On Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern. That'll be a good stream. Hey, Robert. Good to see you. Oh, if there's other people live, sorry to be stepping on toes. I know, I think Rob Retvet will be live. If he's not live already, he'll be live a little bit later.
Yeah. Like I said, I was going to try and get some of those people from across the pond over there, but a lot of them are starting to go to bed.
Oh, looks like they're starting to put together an anti-war rally for Washington, Washington, D.C. next month.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, who's setting that up?
Libertarian Party, People's Party.
Hey, JR. Good to see you. Thanks for being here.
How many FBI infiltrators are going to be in that sucker?
Oh, I'm sure the full complement.
Yeah.
JR, let me know if you want a link if you're able to come up. If anybody wants to come up, let me know. If I have a way to get a hold of you, I can send you a link. Hey, Rocksteady. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Greg.
And that other guy. All right. Well, maybe we'll put up our fire for a little bit while we're hanging to see if start going all crazy on my screen. Oh no, rescue. I bumped you by accident.
It happens.
Okay, let me know if it gets all crazy.
It's crazy.
Oh, D-Dog, I'd love for you to come up.
Good to see you, D-Dog.
Yeah, I know D-Dog does so much. He's always working on something. I'll probably be going. Well, we'll see how it goes. I mean, we'll cut it if things die off. But if we keep going strong and I have people up here with me, then I'll probably go for a couple hours tonight.
Oh, really? You ain't got any kids with you tonight? Or,
Nope. This is her fireside night.
No, I actually am streaming from somewhere else tonight. Yep.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, my husband has decided that on Fridays, right, he will take the kids for a little bit, and I get some time to do this, which is really nice.
Right on.
Yeah. So starting next week, we're going to be starting those of us who are doing the Bible study are going to be doing that every other Friday because I can only get one night. So every other Friday we'll do Bible study, and then every other Friday I'll be here to do live streams.
Oh yeah.
So
it's going to be good.
I might do where I have kind of more planned, planned panels or groups that kind of go together. I have some things in the works, but mostly I just like having a place for us to all gather and hopefully keep it drama free and just get to talk about life together while we stare at a fire.
This is Big Chap's fire, right?
No, this is a different one. I'm on a different computer and I couldn't get his to load. So this is just one off of YouTube.
Did you catch his cat
video? By the way, full screen is it? There we go. Yeah. That one's perfect for you right now, Bran.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's okay, JR. Anytime. You're always welcome. Yeah, Snooks is a day behind, I think. I saw Thursday in there somewhere.
Yeah. Tom, dude, I'm going to tell you something. I'll be
Sorry
dead buried in 6
about
foot under before I forget
Kanye. Ye, I should say. Ye made some comment about how he basically, like, he said that he duped everybody to get out of his contract because he wants to be independent, which, I mean, really could just be his way of, trying to clean up the mess he made. But maybe it's true, which is actually pretty brilliant. He has the money to be able to do it on his own. Yeah. Snooks, I hear you on this one.
Mornay.
Yeah, thanks for coming by, Mutt. Yeah, please. Oh, yeah, all the like, sub, subscribe, all that good stuff. Hey, Linda. Good to see you. Thanks for coming by.
That's what all the big YouTubers say. Like, share, subscribe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I keep meaning to set my YouTube videos to subscriber only, but we haven't had any drama or problems. So here's hoping people, just pass on through if it's not for you.
There you go. What you got to do is when you
I just came up with that on the fly, but it seems like it makes sense.
Can you do that on your phone, Rescue?
Yeah.
Because I haven't figured out how to do that on my phone yet.
Well, I don't know. I would think so. Okay, what you do, you create your stream, set it up in StreamYard. So now it's in your YouTube studio and it's underneath the content and under live. It'll show that it's, pending. If you click on that, I know on the PC, if you click on that, it then takes you to another window. Will then let you customize that stream. And in that, you can then say subscriber mode, slow mode on chat. You can,
See,
they even have a new feature now where it's some kind of moderator type tag thing.
Yeah, I don't have that option on a cell phone for because I've tried to figure that out. But I don't really have a lot of people on there, so I don't have to worry about slowing it down. But
Good to see you, Rick Curl. Thank you.
It's the subscriber part of it.
Thanks for being here.
Now, have you gone through the YouTube Studio app on your phone or just YouTube itself?
Well, see, I don't even see that's the thing. I don't even think it even has that option on the cell phone on the studio.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's a thing, and this is actually that'll be how you do it.
Hey, Linda, good to see you.
I was going to see.
And thank you, Snooks.
I'll show you on the screen.
Yeah, I'll have to look into it because, like I said, I haven't figured it out how to do it on my phone, and that's the only thing I have is a phone. So
hey, Magic.
I don't have a regular computer.
Well, the YouTube Studio, I went to mine on there, and it shows it so you get the dashboard, you get content, analytics, and all that, and then at the top it shows where it's the video, the shorts, live. So you can pull it up that way for sure.
Okay, and I'll have to go through it.
Hey, Yankee. Thanks for being here.
I mean, if I start getting 50 or more people in the chat and all that stuff, I might have to start really thinking about it, doing something. But I don't ever get that kind of thing. That kind of people. I do such random stuff anyway, so it's not like every, it's not like consistent type of streams and stuff. So I don't know. I mean, if I did like a everyday thing or every other day or once a week, something like that, where people can look forward to it.
Excuse me. Hey, Kiss Off. Hey, TT1. What's up, everybody in chat? God, I'm so tired of hearing it.
One, thanks for coming by. Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, John, him would sit there and get the
If you're
s'mores
not
going with the fire. Yeah.
If you're not sub to Tennessee Tactical One, go sub his channel. He does great streams. It's real high energy. Rescues on there sometimes. It's awesome.
Should be tomorrow night, I do believe. Trying to.
Thank you, Anti.
Hey, Craig. Hey, John.
Tomorrow night you'll be on with
Kiss-Off,
TT1.
Didn't I sent that to you, right? Indy? Kiss-Offs? Info?
Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, I sent you a message, Kiss Off. Yep. I sent you a text Kiss Off. I don't know, maybe it was a call only number, I'm not sure. Hey Oak, good to see you. Oh, thanks, Rip Curl. I appreciate you. I don't know what this is about, but it makes me laugh anyway. Craig, if you want to come up and sing, I'm sure I can figure out some way to get information to you. Right? There's something about fire.
Yeah, it's like, you talk about like.
Oh, well, mine's buffering now, but that was perfect timing.
He wants to sit there and put the hands up against the screen and get his hands warm. I was like,
Hey,
we
Bonnie.
need s'mores.
Hi, how are y'all doing?
Hey, Bonnie.
Hey, Miss Bonnie.
Hi, Rescue, Wingnut, Bram. Good to see y'all. Indeed. Thank you.
Thanks for coming up, Bonnie. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. I'm here for the reminder. Make sure you're at.
Yep, live chat, y'all. Oh, whatever, Craig.
I'm glad people are talking, though.
I think Craig's been drinking.
He's got his wig on.
Yeah. Been nipping the bottle.
Wearing his Hanes underwear and his wig. He's good to go.
TJ, I will send that to you in just a minute. I just saw to grab the link so I can send it a different way.
Yeah, Indy, I'll have to give you her email then or something, because that's her landline. So she can't get text. You just have to call.
Oh, okay. Yeah, TT1, absolutely, of course. I'm sure I'm not the first person to, actually, I know I'm not, to put a fire up. And mine's not even like a fire I'm at right now. I wish it was, but it's not. So yeah, go for it. I think everybody likes fire.
Yes.
Fire.
Right? You can't sing, right? Yeah. Why can't you sing, Craig? Your liar song is one of my favorites.
He's on a sugar high.
The underwear too tight.
They were or they weren't? Yeah.
Excuse me.
Snook says her hands were cold.
Dude, it's been getting down in the 40s, man, and 30s, man, here, and it's like, golly.
Prime stuff, exactly.
Global warming,
Hi, Andy. Kiss off.
What'd you
Yeah,
put
I like
in
how they
that
call it.
watermelon before you started
Was it
eating
they call
on
it global
Craig?
warming in the summer?
No, it's global warming now. It's freaking cold.
I ain't feeling very warm.
Yeah.
Thank
Well,
you.
from what I understand,
when I get that, when I get that from Rescue.
Global warming is supposed to create an ice age, right?
Hey, Creek Squad, glad you're here. Yeah. Creek Squad has a new channel he's started up recently. He does a lot of late night streams, and he does karaoke, and he plays songs and stuff. It's pretty cool. I've been hanging out there. He's been having having them late at night, and when I can't sleep or I'm like winding down, it's a good place to go and hang out. There's a lot of familiar faces. Most of you will recognize there. Unspecified podcast and review. Hey, Landon and Tiff. Thanks for being here. If you're able to come up, you're more than welcome. Grandma Merkel, I have no idea what this is in reference to, but it's cracking me up. Jima always has awesome things to say. She just says what's on her mind, and I appreciate that.
I do too. And
Anti is sharing some links.
She knows every song
yeah.
ever written, I think.
Yeah.
Lawrence
Were we
Frank.
talking about it backstage beforehand, or was it on here? How bad that I can't even remember. But about Pelosi, the video that came out, the body cam footage.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
Did you guys see that?
I also heard the 911 call too. That was pretty interesting too. Yeah.
I hadn't even seen any.
Yeah, that was weird.
It's everywhere. Rescue.
It's pretty weird.
I haven't been out of the loop.
So what's your opinion on that?
Dude, it's my opinion hasn't changed from the beginning.
Mine hasn't either.
You know, I think it was more like a three-way thing or something, like a lover's quarrel or something. That's what I think it was.
Yeah, because why would they just stand there when they came?
Dude, did you hear the 911 call though?
No.
Oh my gosh, it was like he was just like, you know, I really don't need any help, but you know, can you guys is the Capitol Police around or whatever, blah blah blah, and you know, this guy he wants to talk to Nancy and blah blah blah. It's so crazy, man. Like I said, I think it's like a lover's quarrel thing. I seriously think that those two dudes were doing something and got in a fight and blah blah blah. I think that's what it was from the beginning. That's what I thought. It hasn't changed, you know. Because quite honestly, man, I mean, if I was that dude, I wouldn't want to be getting in bed with Nancy either. I'd try and find other ways. You know.
Hey, B. What's up? Good to see you.
You guys as well. Sorry to interrupt.
I'm going to turn this off for now. There we
go. What Wingnut's talking about.
What'd you say, Virginia?
I'm curious what you're talking about. The footage.
Yeah, the body cam footage when the cops came to the house.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's body camera footage that's been released from the cops that actually came to the house. See, the way the footage is, all right, they came to the house, they opened the door, both of them are standing there, right there at the door, and they were kind of like tussling over, well, actually both of them had their hand on a hammer, and the dude ended up trying to get the hammer away from the husband or Nancy's husband or whatever, while the cops are standing there. And as soon as that happened, man, they bum rushed them all. And it's crazy, man. But like just listening to the 911 call, you know, when Nancy's husband called, and listening to that, it's just, oh my gosh, like I said, you know, even before all that stuff came out, I mean, my opinion hasn't changed. And I've seen it's like it's not something I mean, I've seen this kind of thing before. I mean, you know, like a lover's quarrel thing, you know, and they're in the highfalutin, you know, type of position. They don't want to, you know, they just want it to go away. You know what I mean? So, you know, kind of like like a senator, you know, getting it on with a intern or something. That's what it's like to me, you know.
Yeah. Hey, Bolt.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
The way the suspect had his hand on the caller's arm, it didn't look threatening. It looked more. It just.
The whole thing was weird.
Dude, I mean, like I said, you know, it. You know,
right, Eli?
They tried. He tried to say, like, even on the 911 call, they asked him, like, "Do you know who he is? Do you know his name?" And he's like, "No, he just wants to talk to Nancy." Blah blah blah. He doesn't want to,
Hey, Spike.
doesn't want. Stupid.
Yeah, the 911 call was weird because he was, I don't know, in an altered state of mind, or he was just really bad at trying to like subtly get across that there was something wrong. Like he acted like, you know what I mean? He acted like he
made a mistake to call. That's what it sounded like to me. It almost like he made it out to like, it was almost like, oh, I didn't mean to call you guys. You know what I mean? That kind of thing.
Like they almost disconnected with him. Like they almost hung up. The operator was kind of like, okay, then if you need help, call me back.
Yeah, exactly.
I
think Snooks
footage you're talking about, and I don't see how there was an attack. Like, I don't know. It just seemed really convoluted.
It didn't look like an intruder to me.
Right.
To me, it didn't look like it, and that was my opinion from the get-go. They knew each other. It wasn't like some guy just broke in with a hammer and was like, "Okay, you need it. I want to talk to Nancy," and blah 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 blah. It wasn't like that. It wasn't like that.
But yet there's footage of that too, where he is breaking the window and climbing through the window.
Have you? Did you notice that all the glass was broken and it was to the outside of the house? Like it was trying to get out, not in.
Yeah, but that's what people thought. But there is video now that shows him breaking in from the outside. So I think that theory might have been debunked, unless it's fake footage. I mean, who knows? Really,
that's what I was going to say. As we know of them, could they have made that after the fact?
Yeah. Well, okay. Think about them. The amount of money and power that's in play. And honestly, man, there's so many ways of faking everything nowadays with deep fake and all this.
To Universal Studio Theater type, all these Hollywood actors, and all the
exactly.
And where is the security?
Exactly, John.
You know that home is as secure as a prison with security.
And technically, there's Capitol Police that are supposed to be, like guarding that dang house all the time anyway. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Well, that's part of the phone call. He says that he usually has the Capitol Police there with his wife. Right. And it's just weird that they would abandon the home, I think, when she's not there. I mean, is that normal? Like, it seems to me like the family would be protected too.
Yeah, I don't think that's normal.
Yeah.
It's kind of, yeah.
TT1 says, don't bring a hammer to a hot dog fight.
Right.
Well,
I said this like right at the beginning. I was like, I bet you if they got the CSI out there and sniffed that handle of that hammer, it's probably going to smell like dookie. I'm sure it does.
And it wouldn't even surprise me because Paul's the one that had it to begin with. So what if he broke the window because he didn't know how to open the door because he was too messed up? We've seen the DWI, DUI, whatever they called it.
Right.
If he was in that state, the broken glass outside would make more sense. Telling him to come in through the window. I don't know.
So how many different angles do we have of this? Because I would think that property would be covered in cameras under every leaf. You would
think so, right? Exactly. You would think so, right? Exactly.
I'm showing one or two, or what? Anyone know?
Sorry, TJ.
Honestly, Virginia, I mean, it's amazing how, if there is, which there probably is, like footage and all that stuff, how that just disappears, never sees the light of day. It's like, it's kind of like the Epstein thing. You know what I mean? It's like, all the cameras were conveniently shut down at that moment. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Where's Cooper when you need him? Shit.
We all want to be PIs.
Right.
Well, we kind of are.
Well, no, I mean, it's for me, it's like I've seen that kind of thing before. It's happened before in just different circumstances, just the same kind of thing. To me, like I said, it's like it reminds me of like a lover's quarrel scenario. That's what it reminds me of. Because I've seen that type of shit before. It's kind of like I said, it's like, like a senator or something like that, getting it on with an intern. They'll just try and cover it up,
Right.
Yep.
Maybe he just wanted his pants back. We're overcomplicating it.
Hey, the Rooster. Good to see you, Rooster. Glad you're here. I am falling further and further behind, which is good. That means you guys are all talking it up. That's great. I just am not used to being so behind in chat.
But you notice even when he was pulled over, there was another person in the vehicle, and nothing has ever been said about that person. They'd never showed him on camera.
Yes.
I mean, you got a glimpse, but
yeah. There's another cover up in my mind.
Yeah. Jen pointed out we can't believe video anymore. So crazy.
No. With deep fake out there now, it's like you can't really believe your eyes on some of this stuff now with the amount of technology and stuff like that out there now. I mean, we could literally be watching Biden on the screen, and it could be a full-on AI that we're watching, and most people would not know the difference.
Yeah. I am. There's so many people out there who believe that he's a clone or somebody in a mask, or there's so many different theories. But I have to say, for a while, I didn't buy into that. But there's a lot of evidence. If you look at like his earlobes and just how much he's aged supposedly over, which presidents do age quickly. They're under a lot of stress, but still, I don't know. I kind of believe it more and more. Hey, Ed.
Well, there's always been, almost every single one of these, like over time, there have been these, body doubles and stuff.
Right. Yeah. It makes sense that technology would have advanced along with everything else.
Yeah.
Hey, Watchman, good to see you.
Well, they have a professional mask maker working for them now.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I used to do, because I love horror movies, and when I was a kid, I wanted to be a special effects makeup artist, and I wanted to do all the blood and guts stuff, so I know when it comes down to prosthetics how easy it is to just change somebody's whole look,
Yes.
And
hey, Bones Mama, glad you're here.
Oh,
The
wow.
hands, everything.
Yeah. All the cameras were pointed at the moon. Yeah, we do have a great panel up here. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I appreciate you.
Welcome
Yeah.
I saw it earlier, Ed. That was
Yeah,
funny.
you know what, Delinda? That's exactly what I thought. I've heard more and more about how people who are in these high positions of power or influence, they have sacrifices that are required of them. Mm-hmm. And that's what I wondered too. With there not being security there not being, the cameras on or whatever, and all this other stuff going on, it made me wonder that same thing.
Was he hired by her?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a good question.
Just on the payroll in general.
You think about how much money that they siphoned and all this, like, what is it? The insider trading crap. See, these people make so much freaking money, in those positions, because they have all these positions where they can put themselves in the position where they can have insider information,
Oh, yeah, they're the ones that passed the bills. It's kind of like before they filed lawsuit on Google, she knew about that and goes, hey, you know what? I think we need to bail from some of this before it drops too much. Bam.
Right.
Elusive, good to see you. Thanks for being here.
But remember,
yes, I do, Creek Squad.
They found another picture of the suspect where he was at J6. So was it part of that to get rid of him? There's something he knew about that, because he was filming it Isn't that the one that he was filming at J6 too? And
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
Oh man, the rabbit hole goes deep, boy. I'm gonna tell you.
Well, dude, I mean, and I guess I see it as it's almost like trying to take and look at John Gotti's life and explaining every step he made along the way, knowing what you're seeing, what the outcome was, what he became, and how bad it was. And you're trying to explain all these steps, and it just gets crazy because you just watch all this in all different aspects. But I kind of go back. I'm here lately. It's all about people. Man, think about every complaint, every problem that people have. It goes back to a person, a conscious person, whether it's the law, whether it's the tax thing, political, a doctor, a neighbor that, whatever. It's a person, and it's that moral compass to people. The conscious moral compass
is gone.
Hey, Redneck. Hey, Monique.
Goes back to
Thanks
a
for
rock
being
upside
here.
the head, I think, even.
What we need is Geraldo to go find out what's going on.
Strap on his helmet.
Dude, I laughed my ass off when he got punched by them skinheads. Dude, that was so funny. Oh my God.
Dude, here lately, these past few years, because shit got so just like out there, like, and just to hear the shit, and you kind of go, look, I might not have agreed with what you said before, but hey, whatever. But then all of a sudden you listen to somebody you thought was at least educated, but they say the most off the wall batshit crazy stuff, and you go, wait a minute, are you for real? Did you just not read that same thing on the screen? It's like, nope. Blows my mind.
Yeah, Geraldo is a joke. I mean, I think they spray painted him and punched him in the face.
Dude, he's a prime example of how Fox is really just how do y'all say that? Controlled opposition or whatever.
Turn woke. Yeah.
I mean, because Fox is just right along with them. It's just the ones that are going to feed the supposed conservative side. So that's why they run that little storyline. But he's actually a prime example of the fact that they let him at the table sit and run with all that stupid shit.
Yeah, it's like, what would Geraldo do? Give me a break.
Right.
Yeah.
I really believe he was.
Tiff, glad you're here. With Lander, but it's good to see you.
What'd you say, Roots?
Oh, it cut out for me there, V. What did you say?
When Geraldo was opening up that cave or something, I believe it was Hoffa or
or what's his name, that mobster?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Geraldo's just the biggest fluffy douchebag in the world.
Dude, he was so wrong about everything that he was like. It was so funny. I laughed my ass off.
Broke a chair over his head on his own show.
I know.
Imer's right. Capone's fault. Thank you. Not Hoffa's.
See, moments like that. It's kind of like when Bill Gates got that pie in the face. Things like that were just. I laughed my ass off when it happened.
Facts.
I was like, man, we need more stuff like that.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, I've been hearing this. What do you guys think about this topic? I've been hearing more and more that the GOP needs to harvest ballots like the DNC is doing. I don't know.
I don't know, man. I don't trust the GOP either.
All you're doing, if you do that, all you're doing is escalating the whole.
Oh, good. I hope you guys come up, Landon and Tiff.
Yeah, the corruption scenario. It's like, the illusion of choice. There's no choice. I mean, literally, it's like, I mean, what was that little girl that did the genealogy of all the presidents? All presidents except for one is got a genetic lineage straight back to the king. You know what I mean? Every single one, except for one president. That was it.
Craig, you're definitely allowed on panel. Let me know if you want to come up. It's Moonchild. It's good to see you. Thanks for being here.
I don't know. I still, I've got the choice. Just got to try to hopefully inspire people, at least around me, to so that my local stays on track and still acknowledge the Declaration of Independence. The Constitution.
Absolutely.
Are they doing it though? Rescue, like in your local area? Are they
for the
actually,
most part?
Okay.
That's how I feel.
We actually, our sheriff actually even had to deal with some of the 3-letter thing over the J6 stuff because a few people from here had gone to that.
Yeah.
And so, and he, everything was, they didn't let it make a stir of it, and they actually contacted them and worked it out. It wasn't like you heard about the other places that were door kicking and shit. That didn't happen here. So I don't know the factual details. I just know that door kicking and all that didn't happen here. The little stream of cars, the whole staging up. It was a call to him, and he actually met with them, and then they came out, picked him up. Everything was fully cooperative type thing.
Yeah.
So
JM, I kind of tend to agree with you on that one. It's better to catch them red-handed than to drop to their level when it comes to like ballot harvesting.
Right.
Hey, 1A.
Well,
Glad
see, that's
you're here.
another thing too. I know a lot of guys that are doing the cop watching First Amendment auditing thing, and there's a lot of them that were actually going to these polling places, and legally, and lawfully recording and all that stuff, and they continually get stopped and say, "Oh no, you can't do that." Blah 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 blah. They don't want anybody watching. No transparency whatsoever.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't see that's over here because I got to think about that one day because I was like, it doesn't happen around here per se. But then I'm not saying, I think most of it around here, it's not that we don't have the assholes because we do. Hell, I've had them stand right here in my yard. It just, you have what you have.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, that's a good idea. Boltonator, if you want to come up, just send me an email. It's in the description of the video, and then I can send you the link.
that's why I say I think it's a consistency of just trying to. It's like the free days when we got created and when they decided to stand up and do all that. Not everybody was the same. There was, all different styles of farmers and different lifestyles. It was the collective thought of, hey, do you want to stop sending your shit over there and actually have a say over here and we do our thing? Yeah, that's what I'm down for that. And it's that collective thought and getting people back to that life, and the pursuit of happiness, some liberty action.
Mm-hmm. And it does start right around you and hopefully spreads.
Yeah, it's got to start grassroots for sure. We can't start at the top, work our way down. We got to start from the bottom up. Yeah.
I think that's a great point right there. Wizard, good to see you. Yeah, apparently, right? They're sending the tanks to Ukraine. Hey, Salt.
Germany and the U.S. The only thing is about that, I was sitting there thinking about it when it comes down to, like, even they're not wanting them right yet, but they're going to want F-16s and stuff. And I started thinking about it when it comes down to stuff like that. They're going to need support. They're going to need all this stuff when it comes down to repair. So like for instance, they're probably going to get our American guys to actually either be flying these planes or driving these tanks and stuff. Because these guys don't know, they're not trained for that stuff. It's going to throw a lot. Oh man! And then you see how quiet China is, and that's all going to be happening at the same time.
Yeah, Rooster said, "I've got a great friend. I just can't get him to wake up to all this crap. He still has that false hope." Yep, that's most people that I know. I don't even know what their false hope is. It's like they just are in the grind still, like they're not looking at any bigger picture as far as I can tell.
Yeah, they don't see it as bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not just here in America. I mean, like I said, I was talking a lot. Just before I came here, I was over on some streams that are across the pond over in the UK. And there's guys over there that are just like totally oblivious. It's like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you're a numbskull for thinking that, you know what I mean?
Well, a lot around here, I've noticed it's just the attention span and the collective thought. And you kind of get to talking to people and it's like, well, they don't even, like they don't read the paper and they don't, we don't live in the big city. So you don't have much talk, and people will actually be talking about the latest tractor that came out or some goofy shit like that. You know, when they do the coffee house meetups. That's what's kind of, I guess that's why sometimes I always came across so disconnected, because it's just this, things are, I don't know. It's like the whole political party here doesn't even make sense when what you read and compared to everything else, because it's like, well, yeah, there's these titles here, but nobody actually ever does that. What is that? You know, I don't know.
Well, it's a bread and circuses thing, you know. It's like, you get everybody watching football or watching Yay or something like that. You know, these are the circuses. These are the circuses. You know, keeps all us.
You don't feel it here, you know, because you don't really see it. Like if you go to you like raise your kids here, and you don't really see that outside big city type influence per se.
Well, I agree, because I mean, I'm in kind of a rural area myself, and I mean, you know, there's a lot of people I talk to on a daily basis, you know, or whatever. Because when I go out, I'm sitting at the store selling my stuff, and I talk to people, and you know, there are a lot of people that are, you know, they're aware of what's going on, you know what I mean. But it's kind of like business as usual until it comes to their front door, you know.
Rescue, may I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you have a Masonic lodge in your area?
There should be one in every single town.
It wouldn't surprise me if there is. I'll be honest. I can't right off the top of my head go, oh yeah, right there.
Okay.
I pass one every single day. It's a huge like golf course lodge. It's got a great big gate that has all the symbolism on the front. And almost every small town around here, because I'm pretty close to Seattle, but a lot of the small towns around here, when you go into the town, they have a sign, you know, like welcome to whatever place. And on right by the sign, they have all the different like, I don't know, whatever you call them, fraternities. It's like they have all those different groups logos on there. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, they're saying it. Masonic Lodge and the Shriners are big around here.
Here too, and we're only like 1,500 people in the city limits, but so there are some problems in the city council and the county, but if you go stirring the pot, there could be ramifications. It's like I feel kind of stuck because my children will still be living here when I move.
What's up, Possum?
I just don't want to cause problems for them, but at the same time, something needs to be done. But I'm seeing more young people like y'all that are starting to notice and say things, and I'm rooting them on, and I'm telling them, okay, check this out, you know, and so
Bonnie,
hopefully they'll take care of it. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna ask you a question. Go ahead.
Go ahead and ask. I'm done.
Well, all right. I noticed like the ones that are like the Masonic lodges, or like there's another one. It's like the female version of the Masonic lodge or whatever. All the buildings that are around here, none of them have got windows. None of them.
Yes.
All these just have a door, and that's it. No windows, nothing. I don't know if that's how it is everywhere else.
It's the way it is here, and my granddaughter was talking about it, and I said, yeah, try to walk in there. And she said, well, women aren't allowed. And I said, well, I know that, except for once a year. And that's when I first noticed it, even before I knew all of this, that y'all have taught me, because I'm pretty naive about all this. I guess it's just all come as such a shock and such a wave, like a tidal wave of information that so once a year I would be driving by there, and the wives are allowed in once a year for a dinner, I guess, but those little old ladies with formal and jewels, and it was just you really notice that here because that just doesn't happen. And
they got a it's a Masonic scenario, but it's only for women. They got a version that's like that. The symbol that you see is it's like an upside down pentagram star, and like different colored, different points and stuff on it. But they got one here in Panama City.
Yeah, I haven't noticed one for women, but
yeah, I can't remember what it's called. It's named a certain thing. I can't remember exactly.
And it is definitely a brotherhood. I was in a auto accident a long time ago. I mean, like this was 1980. And when we went to court, he totally ran over me, my car, wiped out the whole thing, and his Suburban, all it needed was a headlight. But the DPS officer that showed up at the scene 45 minutes later, when he saw the ring, because the man that ran over me, he didn't have his insurance, he didn't have his driver's license, he didn't have nothing with him. And so because of that, the DPS officer let somebody go to get his wife with all his information. And then when we went to court, that DPS officer sat up there under oath and lied against me.
Yeah, Eastern Star. That's what it's called. The female version of that stuff. That's what it's called.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Oak is sitting there. Lockheed says is ready for the F-16s. See, the thing is, it's like they're not asking for them yet, but most likely they're probably going to want them because they're going to want to have some planes in the air. And those people are over there. They're not trained for this. So most likely they're going to have to use U.S. soldiers to fly those suckers and maintain them.
Mm-hmm. Bolt and unspecified. I emailed you guys the links, so you should have them now. Oh, and you're both sitting backstage. All right, there we go. Hey, guys. Thanks for coming up.
The big chat.
Oh, I appreciate you letting me in, because I'm a little bit psycho.
You fit in perfectly.
Mentally challenged Marine, it happens, right?
Hey, Brian, that's not
service.
my phone. My phone's not buzzing. That's not me.
Yeah, somebody's phone is shaking on the table.
I can hear it vibrate.
Oh, it's Telegram. I don't know how to stop those notifications. I'm sorry.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Just thought I'd jump in and say hi.
The chap is on.
Good evening.
What's up, Later.
Here, Will.
What's up, Big Chap? Bonnie.
Big Chap.
Name's up for a minute.
You. I'm sitting here with my daughter, Lucy. She's watching with me. She wanted to come stay this weekend. So
hey, Lucy.
Hi, Lucy.
Hey,
Hi.
Lucy.
We all love your dad.
Lucy's my oldest. She just turned 18 this year.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so she's not a little Lucy. I'm like.
Okay.
Oh,
I was about to say.
Friday?
I was worried about.
I was gonna have to watch my mouth or something.
Yeah, no, she's good. She's still my baby, but y'all can toss around her.
I was gonna say. I was like, I'm gonna have to watch my language.
No.
Craig, what's up?
I was over here about to make small talk, like, "Ooh, did you have a good day at school?" No.
Hey, do you guys think that the Pelosi thing was set up?
Yes.
You think it was like a gay thing?
I personally, that's my opinion.
Yeah.
That's my opinion only. You know what I mean? I think
it was weird. You see the footage of him. It's like 6 to 8 minutes of him breaking into the house, but then when they open the door, they're both like, they like calmly open the door. Both got no pants on. They're both got a hand on the hammer.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, "Hello, cops. How you doing?" And then the other dude attacks him. I'm like, "What the fuck is this?"
Right.
Cops are like, "Drop the hammer." He's like, "No."
Yeah.
I love that, John.
I mean, even before the
indie
footage
bunch.
came out, that was my opinion right off the get-go. It was a lovers' quarrel scenario.
Yeah, I thought so too, even before I saw anything.
I had
The only
those
thing that was
visions in
missing
my
was
head as
like,
well, but then I also was going, yeah, the dude is crazy to begin with.
Right.
What they say, schizophrenic or bipolar or something like that.
I don't know if anybody here watches Trailer Park Boys, but the whole thing,
Bubbles.
Yeah, no,
It
the
was
whole
like
thing was like
Leahy.
Leahy and Randy when Leahy was dressed up as a bumblebee and Randy was the flower, you know? It felt very like that.
That's freaking funny.
The rooster says no, not gay, extremely happy. I'm sorry, I was beating on that.
well, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's me, Bubbles, here. I got a couple kitties over here I'm about to take care of. But Randy was fighting. He was really fighting.
I need to get me a pair of them glasses. I want to be like Bubbles.
Dude, those glasses are so thick you can
Hey,
probably look at a
Anonymous,
roadmap and
glad
see
you're here.
people waving. You know.
He'd burn a building down looking at the wrong angle through the sun.
Yep. Telling you, man.
A minute detail.
All hell. Yeah, no, those.
Yeah, it feels
those
that way,
videos,
Bones
isn't it
Mama.
kind of weird that they're coming out now.
Hey, DS, thanks for being here.
I'm curious of what they're not releasing, what they're not telling us. That's what's really important to me. You know what I mean?
They're not releasing fucking everything.
Yeah.
Well, pardon my mouth. I guess I should watch that.
Always.
Okay, well,
you're fine.
How crazy with the ideas do we want to get? Because I watched this one movie one time. I think it was called From Hell with Johnny Depp. It was basically a new take on the Jack the Ripper thing.
I've seen that movie. It's
But
good.
in the movie, like the prince of whatever country, I think it's England, what he had secretly eloped to a whore. And yeah, I know it's crazy, right? And the queen, like, this was a huge stain on the whole family. They couldn't have that, so they went and like black hooded him and like kidnapped him and the whore in the middle of the night, and like she was killed and he got turned into like a science experiment basically in front of everybody. And anyway, I'm just saying, like, think about a scenario where maybe he was gonna talk or maybe he was gonna do something, and then oops, all of a sudden your brain doesn't work anymore.
Right.
Or you just think about being you and don't give a flying fuck about anybody else's feelings, and then the lefty will need to be upset.
Joe, holy crap. Is that you, Joe?
Hey, Joe. Good to see you.
What's up, Joe?
Yeah. Hey, it's not Joe anymore. You gotta remember, it's Jojo.
I was wondering if we were going to get anybody across the pond every year. I was wondering. Yeah.
Oh, you know, let's be honest, right? Like Andy's like Andy. What do you mean? What do you mean by that, Andy? You know what I mean? Andy's like, I want you to come by.
Here.
Yeah, I want you to come by. I really want you to show off my cunt. Come on, see how everything's gonna go tonight, right? And the best thing is, right? I'm like, yeah. Link me here, bitch. You know what I mean? Yeah. And she's like, yeah. Then like half an hour ago. Yeah, half an hour ago she's like, oh, yeah,
This is not how this conversation actually went.
Right on.
By the way, Joe, if you're still awake, Joe, here's the link to come. I forgot all about you bitch. That's what happened. I get, like, honestly, guys.
That is not how that conversation actually happened.
For real, what's that? You say like a fucking cunt. That's cunt I'm talking right now. Watch it in DC shit. That's not exactly how it happened. You know what I mean? Sound like a proper Democrat right here if you watch it. You know what I mean? State or no. Make no state about it. I'll mute myself.
Holy crap.
Anonymous, I missed whoever you are. Anonymous, I missed whoever you are. I think you said in the comments, but if you could say again, I see you're being vouched for, but I didn't see
she missed
who you are.
You were well anonymous. You were that anonymous. You missed it, bro.
Joker, where the hell are you hailing from?
Right, Bran? See, it doesn't even matter that he's talking all this shit about me because nobody can understand him.
I didn't hear one word about shagging though, so I think we're safe.
Don't go away because you fucking cunts didn't understand English because I'm fucking Scottish, you cunt. Fuck you,
Thanks, V. Got it. Thank you.
Quit looking up my guilt, damn it.
Yankees don't understand Scottish. That's why you fucking fought against the South. Because the South was fully Scottish, you bastard.
You do get that you're
you wee bastard.
Yeah, I'm telling you that accent really does get thick when you get going, Joe. I'm telling you.
Dude, hang out though, right? Whether you like it or not.
Have a good night.
Right?
Have a good night, Ed. Thanks for being here.
I can actually get me a thicker. I'm just eating a ham sandwich or to be honest with you.
Ham sandwich?
Yeah, like for real, like I ain't fucking with you, like 2 minutes. I need to flip the camera in so you don't like, because like you know what I want to eat
sucks,
that.
my friend.
No way.
Camera looks like a pixelator.
I'm a fat Scottish bastard who's a poor cunt. I've only got an S22. Fucking weirdo. Fucking big up the fucking sandwiches, eh? Fucking rad.
Told you, Andy.
Hey, Michelle. You right? I know.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Michelle. Thanks for being here.
Hey, Michelle, how many piercings have you got, Michelle? Is Michelle like a punk? She got a lot of piercings?
A lot of
piercings.
Fucking hell. How slow Americans. You know what I mean? Michelle piercings.
You be Canadian and you could be saying, oh, fuck, buddy.
No, I'm just eating a ham sandwich.
That sucks. 103.
Well, I've got corned beef too, but I'll eat
right, V?
We got off kilter.
Who?
V says it's because you're a redhead.
Oh shit!
Is that code for ginger?
Oh yeah.
Unspecified V.
Look out, mate.
Who's ginger?
Oh damn! I haven't seen unspecified V in forever.
Ooh, is that VV?
Yeah, it's the V.
V. Mm-hmm. Joe says, miss you, baby. I've seen you for a long time. Long time, V. Unspecified long time, you know.
Yeah, it's been a long time, eh? Anyway.
Right, Creek Squad? I agree.
To be honest with you, that's
all
one of the
seen
cause.
This Trey freaking Nichols body cam footage shit?
Well, that was a long time
I haven't
ago.
seen it yet. Anti's been sharing the link.
Are full on punching the fuck out of him.
Oh yeah.
I couldn't believe it.
But did he deserve it?
What about his
well, according to it, right?
With the cop logic, yeah, everybody deserves it.
No. Like, think about it this way, right? Think about it this way, right? From time to time, bad things happen for good reasons, you know? And from time to time, whether you like it or not,
bad things don't happen for good reasons.
Fucking guaranteed. I'll tell you what, right?
Sorry.
Listen, bad things happen for good reasons. I'll tell you why, right? If there's a paedophile and that guy gets burnt out, fucking killed, that's a bad thing that happened for a good reason, because he was a paedophile, you know? I mean, everybody says vigilantism is such a bad thing, but let's be honest, right? What's the definition of vigilante? It is he who corrects the wrongs that the police or government cannot. So the definition of vigilantism is a good thing, and that's a bad thing happening for a good reason. The only reason it's frowned upon is because vigilantes show how bad the state's shit is.
Well, Joe, the government doesn't want. Government does not want competition.
Vigilantism if it's cops.
Of course, this is my point. Bad things happen for good reasons. Yeah. Because if you pull the pedophiles, you don't even lock them up. You save money. tax money saving killer cunts. Bad things happen for good reasons. But this guy says, no bad thing happens for good. Fuck up, you cunt. What are you, a lefty prick? What the fucking were you living? 1943? What? I live for the 2022. Kill these cunts and folk like you. I think you're like, are you going to tell me, like, just maybe, you think a vigilante is a bad guy? Fuck yourself, motherfucker.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. And I'm from Scotland, you cunt. I'll tell you what, I'll run your fucking show. I'm from the fucking south. You know what? Because I'll take pleasure in gutting you, boy.
I take pleasure in gutting you, boy.
Yeah. Well, let's be honest. I'm from the UK, so when I see nigger,
he's holding the rock now.
Listen, I'm from the UK, right? So when I say nigger, you say cunt. Because in the UK, cunt's good. In America, no, it's the other way about.
Has anyone ever noticed that Australians and Scottish people like to say cunt a lot?
Yeah.
Have you ever noticed that
Not only the Scottish.
Has anybody ever noticed that Americans, have no cunt? Because they go drove off the reservation.
You say that over here and women get really mad.
There's no such thing as an American if you're white. You're nothing more than a Scotsman or an Englishman's night.
Okay, Joe, hold on for a second. Hey,
mute yourself,
really
Joe.
fast.
It's hard to get
I don't know if everybody saw. I'm gonna mute you in a second. Okay, so anti-shared anonymous. Let's see if I can say this. Anonymous Anomaly 2600's link. Most of you know him as Navy Vet 103, and his channel was taken down. So if you guys can all go and sub to him, let's get his numbers going again. And he shares great information.
DM me that link. I'll sub up, man. But do it on the Discord or whatever, so I actually get it. All right?
Yep.
You produce
I can send it to you.
Cancel your channel.
Right?
I didn't
I don't know how long mine will last at this point, but we'll see.
Well,
let's be honest,
I think tomorrow you might be canceled because we were talking about Pelosi, so
Andy's on the same channel, right? That I met her with. I'm on my first channel since I met Andy.
I haven't been doing as much on mine, but now that we're doing more, we'll see what happens. I mean, I don't know. Hopefully we'll fly under the radar. Well, Landon and Tiff, you prayed over our channel, this channel.
Hopefully, I've already got one bad strike against my channel.
Andy, if you want banned for YouTube, I'll get you videos to play. No problem. I'll get you banned for YouTube in a heartbeat, man.
Just don't do it. Don't do it, Joe. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Hey, listen. Hey, did you see what got me banned? Did you see what got me banned, man? Hey, listen. Tell you what, I got fine. Fuck. What are you gonna do? You gonna ban me? Yeah. I'll just come back again. it's like Call of Duty, isn't it? Respawn, motherfucker. You know what I mean? You gotta realize though, right?
You're a fucking funny dude.
No, I'm not funny. I'm serious, man.
No. Really, you are funny looking.
Yeah. So said that white Indian
cat icon.
Love to you, Navy Vet.
Awesome.
Well, it is actually my cat. To be honest, he's just been like photoshopped.
Yes, I'm telling you, it looks funny as hell. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's a Norwegian pig.
Hey, Sharon, thanks for being here.
At least you don't have my icon where I'm stretching my face out of Rhino's butt. I don't even know how to show that.
Well, I'll be honest with you, man. Like that's not my bag, you know. I've got a Norwegian pig, black and white cat, and I've got a border collie, black and white dog, you know, and a rhino. Well, that's not a zebra.
And by the way, he said a cat and a border collie, just for those who can't understand him.
A collie dog, eh? Listen,
Joe, people are saying we need to pray over my channel again because you're up here.
I love the fact that Americans like picking me up on fucking English. You know what I mean? It's fucking amazing. I'm fucking Scottish, you cunt. There's like a fucking law in between England and Scotland. There's a fucking Pacific between England and that's right. My Scots right Masonic temple beats all your fucking temples English. I'm fucking American Yankee motherfucker, innit? Because the Scottish right, hey,
someone put a burr in your
listen, use American and English rights. You know, you have less steps, but they're like a little bit higher to walk up, innit? Because your steps don't equal fuck all, innit?
Are you wearing a bulletproof vest?
Yeah, I got a 7.62 dumbbell. You want to see it? Like covert bulletproof vest. Yeah, no, 7.62 covert bulletproof vest. You want to see it?
This is exactly what my Scottish friend used to sound like.
For real.
I wasn't even sure that we were friends.
There you go. Let me go. Like, 7.62 covert bulletproof, staff-proof, fucking everything proof. Which one? No, I mean,
you're cracking me up too, BC.
Come on, that's what I'm talking about. 7.62 dum-dum. Yeah, covert. Yeah, bulletproof. Bring up the operator face, mong.
The way you say bullet and the way I hear bullet.
They want to know why you can talk like that with the sandwich in your mouth.
You know, it's so funny because the UK seems so distinguished and dignified, but I feel like we're all just one or two drinks away from the rage virus breaking out.
There you
go.
I'm about to
be distinguished. Look at me, bulletproof vest.
How about that Harry and Marvel?
Holy crap.
His voice sounds like the knight who says knee.
Listen, let's think about it logically, right? If you think England, Scotland, and the UK is anything better than your shithole country, what you've missed the fact is, quite simply, right? In the UK, we are well distinguished. You get flashes across their face. Every corner of the UK's got a flash in their face. Well distinguished, isn't it? You know what I mean? Because they're all starting each other up over here. The only good thing about the UK against America is you'll get stabbed here, no shot. Well, it's getting a bit busy now. Everything's getting machete.
You gotta visit our place.
By the way, don't forget to register your pellet gun.
I've been to your place. I was in your place when the first time Rolls Royce were over there, but West one Airport in Westmoreland County, when you're a taxi driver. Yeah, blah, blah, blah.
Joe, we can hear you. We can hear you. You don't need to yell, Joe. We can hear you.
I'm just speaking, man. I've got my buds in. So I'll tell you what, right? Is it actually really loud? Because like my mic is at like 78%. 78%. Like I turned that shit down, to be honest. I tried that again, like 30. Is that better for you? 30%?
Yeah, that sounds good right there. There you go. There you go.
Try about 40.
Who's the translator? They need help.
Now he's like the Scottish teacher from Charlie Brown. Like, hey, Mad Shad, good to see you. Right?
Mad Shad.
Mad Shad's hilarious. I speak jive. I can translate from airplane.
From airplane. That's awesome.
Oh my God. Listen, Mad Chad is the Joe. Right? And I'll tell you why. Listen, the bottom line is this, right? Joe is Honcho Stretch, Joe Kerr. Front page of the Sun, the Ice Tube. Nominating the corrupt Polis 2014, to be honest with you. That's why the cat man that you all see, yeah, that's why you vote in him. Like, to be honest, whether you like it or no, I'm probably the only guy on Twitter that ain't getting his count back.
Oh, yeah?
And, yeah, for real, I ain't getting my account back, motherfucker. You know what I mean? And if you've seen me on YouTube, TJ Barraboy, you can go look for me on Twitter too. And you'll see that I'm just disabled because it's signing day with some
just to let everybody know he said Twitter.
Yeah, Twitter, man. Yeah, that shit, like for real. For real, 20 odd years, like 20, yeah, for real. Everybody got kicked off. Everybody got kicked off. Like, listen, it's pretty simple. TC Butterfly, go look for it on Twitter, and you'll see that whether you like it or not, I'm just disabled. I'm not deleted. I cannot even get rid of my shit. I can't even say I don't want it anymore. GPDR does not. Because a certain thing where they never got their fucking laptops, did they? Mongols. And it's all coming to fruition. And I heard that day, right, that just somehow, there was a wee mad team of 6 people with balaclavas all day. No, I mean, I'm thinking just somehow, you know, they might be connected to the old temple on an island, and how that bitch that survived that via jail says that Andy the Prince, he's all right, and who do you think's got all the tapes? Well, think about it. Who do you think's got all the tapes?
Hey,
because
Milkman, how you doing?
He got caught in a hideaway, and the only person that was caught with her was a Specialist Forces ex-personnel for the UK Army, right? When the FBI kicked that door in, yeah, where was all the tapes?
We heard UK Army, FBI. That's what we heard.
Yeah, and that's all you need to hear. Do you know
That's
why?
it.
Because you didn't want to listen. It's as simple as that.
Hey, Milkmaid, glad that you're here.
Milkmaid.
First, Maid means something totally different now that Canada's doing what it's doing.
Hi, Milkmaid. How are you?
Man, Trudeau is a joke.
Yeah, it is a little bit of madness right now.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
That's what you get for winging it.
The world is twisted. So that's
Right?
how we live.
Thanks for that one, Wingnut.
Thank you.
Anonymous.
Is my audio any better yet?
Yeah, you're good. Just don't yell. Just don't yell, Joe. You're fine.
Is it better? Well, I've not been yelling at all, actually. I've not been yelling. I've been talking, but I had my Galaxy Buds in, and I had it set at like I wasn't shitting you. Like it was set doing it like 38 or some shit like that.
All right, now I'm
you're
kind of
now
freaked
set
out
as
because
like normal.
Joker is talking normal. What the hell?
Fuck off, you can't. I had fucking Galaxy Buds
Okay,
in.
thank
So
you. I
go
needed
chase
that.
yourself.
Is
Yeah.
it like, I mean this
He's
for
not
real? Is
screaming.
it
Yeah,
is it
it's
difficult?
Joe. It's Joe V.
Shh. Hold on, let's
What-
do
what
one
were
at
you-
a time. What were you going to say, Tiff?
I was just, is it difficult for our English accent? Like, is that difficult for you to
Well,
understand?
what do you mean?
You're
What do you mean?
outnumbered.
Like you're English American? Shut the fuck up! You got a Yank accent. You're American. You don't got an English accent. You're fucking
Well, you're right.
Wonderful.
You're right. You're
Oh,
right.
aye.
Does
Hey,
our
be
whole
kind.
American
Be kind. Hey,
accent-
Dank.
I mean, in the nicest possible way.
Good to see you,
I'm
Dave.
Scottish,
Asking if
remember?
the
We're
American
just
accent
aggressive
is hard
normally.
for you to understand because you were hard for them to understand.
The Dank
Right.
Crusader.
It wasn't an English accent; it's an American accent, and she's
Right,
wondering
right.
if you have problems with us.
No, I'm just listen. The problems I've got is the fact that you all think I've got problems. You fucking weirdos.
No, I had a
Fine.
Scottish
Hey,
friend
Radio
that did the same
Prepper,
thing.
thanks for
I
being
didn't
here.
know if he was
Fuck's
really like
sake! I've took my Galaxy Buds off. Hopefully you'll hear me better without shouty, and I actually understood you all at the start, all the way. That's why I didn't like the fact you were laughing at me, you weirdos.
All right, well, no, we weren't laughing at you.
But you weren't
We were
laughing
Hey,
with
Nikki.
me.
Good to
Be
see you.
honest, you weren't laughing with me.
I was
If
laughing
you didn't
near you.
understand me, were you?
Nobody's
You weren't
shouting.
laughing with me if you didn't understand me. You were laughing at me, you fucking ignoramus.
No,
And that's logical, isn't it?
Not
We're
at
having
you, just
fun
at the
with what
accent.
you said. It
I was
No,
laughing
yeah, no,
near
but
you,
if-
Joe.
so it's an accent accident, is it? Listen,
I was
sit
laughing
down,
for
lefty
you.
cunt.
How's that?
Just own the fact that you're taking the cunt. Because listen, I wouldn't even entertain what I'm saying to you. I would just turn around and tell you, shut up, you Yankee cunt. Sit down.
I'm a Southern boy. I ain't no Yankee.
Same here,
Yeah,
brother.
yeah,
I am
yeah. But
Yankee,
listen, I wasn't speaking to you. What's up?
Yeah.
I mean, we know. Listen, you know fine well, man. When it comes to divas, I'm being a nomad. You know what I'm saying, don't you? Yeah.
You're a diva?
The best it is to use cunts won't get it, but I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that the boy for the south with levers, who was missing a dog that he never found, will understand fully what I'm talking about, won't he?
Found the dove in the Bible.
Well, the chat's divided on whether they're laughing at you or with you.
Well, listen, that's a thing, though. But listen, I'll tell you what, right? Let's hedge bets. Right?
Hey, Anti wants to know if you're a royalist.
Well, let's be honest, right? Like, who asked that? Was that who I think?
Oh, hold on. Are you on Skip? Do I got to punch
Yeah. Come on.
Record skipping right there. Record.
Was that rescue? Was that rescue? I was just putting out that there rescue. But that because that would be a rescue blimp, wouldn't it? Rescue blimp. You know what I mean?
Right? Exactly.
Yeah.
B.
Rescue. Am I a royalist? I'm a Scotsman.
He's Scottish. He's not a royalist.
Right? No, you shut the fuck up and you'll understand if you like. But listen, a Yankee's going to tell me if I'm a royalist being a Scotsman. Shut up, you cunt.
Excuse me, sir.
As an ex-service personnel, as a British soldier, as an ex-British soldier who was a Scottish division, right? Yeah, i.e., Mary Queen of Scots Battalion, the 1st Battalion of the Royal Scots, the Royal Regiment. Yeah, right? You would assume that was a royalist. But then, royalist against Mary Queen of Scots is like the opposite, which would mean that, see, that the question you asked there, right, is quite fake because what royalist are you talking about?
Excuse me, Scottish sir.
You see, because my battalion was born.
Can you hear me?
Hold on, Bonnie, what did you want to say? Joe, hang on a second. Bonnie, what did you want to say?
Is his name Joe? Scottish?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sir, you are on a ladies' channel, and I think that it might be nice if you would show just a little bit more respect to her and the rest of her panel. And this is Texas speaking.
Thank you, Bonnie. I'm not. I'm not feeling disrespected because I know Joe, but maybe everybody should have a little bit more chance to talk, Joe. But I'm not feeling disrespected. I know Joe.
Bonnie,
he is what he is.
I'm going to take what Bonnie said. I'm going to take what Bonnie said. I'm going to take it on. I'm going to mute myself. And I tell you what, Bonnie, if your name wasn't Bonnie, I would have ignored you, Bonnie. Right? I'm only Bonnie's a nice lass. It's a Scottish word. Otherwise, Bonnie, I would have just said fuck that shit. But I'll mute myself. All right?
Good man. Good man.
I'm sorry, Andy.
Much love to you, Joe. No, you're good. You're good.
I'd love to have Joker on my fucking channel. Just
I bet this is the only time that's been said about Bonnie. 1A.
All right, Bonnie.
Mad respect.
Dallas Fort Worth, baby.
Uh-huh.
Yep. See, I was me and Indy were talking about that earlier before we came on. When it came down.
Your camera's working now, bro.
Yeah, man. I just I had to get rid of that puff eye. I had to get rid of the puff eye, bro.
Shoot, man, I'm sitting here scraping resin. I know the struggle is real right now, boy.
It's real.
Well, the struggle's been real for you for a while, but it's called like Florida thinking,
I'm sorry, dude. You cracked me.
I'm down here in the swamp with all the alligators.
Hey, dude, I played Sawgrass, man. That's the first time I ever saw a fucking crocodile in my life. Never mind on the fucking golf course. No,
yeah, dude, yeah.
It was a crocodile. It was probably an alligator. I don't know. It was fucking long, waggy tail, sharp teeth. Fuck that shit. You know what I mean?
That's not uncommon. That happens all the time right here in Florida.
Yeah,
man.
for real. I stayed at what was it called? Florida Marriott World Trade Center type thing. Fucking shopping center with the fingers. You know what I mean? So.
Dude, there was one. I remember there was this one that came out crawling out of the sewer one time and started walking down the main street of this neighborhood. This thing was like 12 foot long, And people are like, what the, it's like, but that's like, it happens all the time, that kind of stuff.
Check this out.
Walking across golf
right?
courses and stuff.
You can check this out, right? I shit you not, right? I grew up in Scotland, right?
The real swamp.
Andy, check this out, Andy, right? I grew up in Scotland, right? So, Andy, right, if you put in Google, right, put in it, right, crocodile +sign, Sight Hill, SIGHTHILL +sign, Scotland, right? And, like, literally, right, I shit you not, right, in the early 90s, right, they found a crocodile or an alligator, one of the two, right? In a high-rise flat, 18 stories high, in some cunt's fucking bath. Yeah? This cunt fucking bought what he thought was a terrapin. Yeah? But he grew up in a fucking crocodile. And what he did, right, I shit you not, right, that you find shit mainstream media, UK news, like over 20, 30 years ago, right? What this fucker did is it got bigger, he just fucked it in the bath in the middle of a high-rise flat. Right? Like 20 years later, this cunt dies. Cunt's up in the bathroom. This cunt had just been chucking in few chickens, defrosted, buying frozen chickens and that, and chuck it in the bath. This cunt had been washing and fucking all that shit in his kitchen sink for 20 years, man. There was a fucking alligator in the cunt's house, man. That's
crazy.
Surreal. That like I would have believed that shit. Florida, no problem. Scotland, go fuck yourself. You know what I mean?
Dude,
Normal behavior.
There's an alligator farm down here in Florida that years ago you used to be able to buy baby alligators from there. And they had a big problem because a lot of, kids would buy them and the parents find out, they flush them down the toilet. And next thing you know, this thing's living in the sewer forever. And then they run out of food and they come wandering out and they're all like 11, 12 foot long,
Scooping up your toilet, eating your nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man. Dude, I'm gonna tell you something, man. That would not be a fun thing to happen because there was a friend of mine.
No, I don't think so either.
He had a outhouse at his house. All right. And one time he went out there to take a dump. He went out there and one of those tree frogs jumped up and grabbed a hold of his little sack. Dude, he jumped up and screamed so bad. It was so funny, dude.
Forget an alligator farm here in Louisiana. We literally have at our park, 5 feet away is a nursery for baby alligators.
Right?
We have hatched baby alligators in our hands.
And
and
like, at that nursery, are they still teaching? Are they still teaching Kunta Kinte language at that alligator nursery in Alabama?
We're in Louisiana.
Yeah,
Louisiana. Sorry,
dirty South.
That's right.
Dirty.
And by the way, Rescue, that beard is fucking awesome.
I thought I went too far.
Right?
Yeah,
I know.
To be honest.
Respect.
I cannot grow a beard that big, man. I'm telling you, I've tried, man.
I thought I went too far and I just got affected.
I can get a goatee going. That's about it, man.
That beard. I've got a minimalist of that.
Yeah.
Couldn't make that up. You couldn't make that up, actually.
I can get a long goatee, and that's about as far as it goes for me.
Rescue has gone all Zeus.
And then it was around April.
Well,
it was
around April when I went
over shaving and doing all that.
Rescue.
Thank God, though, he's the one that designed all this. I just let it go.
Oh, yeah.
Amen.
Hey, kill it and grill it. Thanks for coming. Glad you're here.
I like the motto.
That's
Kill
what
it
we're
and
trying
grill
to
it.
do, like
That's
every
right.
day. We're trying to go.
Hey,
out,
Rescue.
kill it,
Rescue. Rescue. Did that guy just say you went all Zeus instead of Jesus?
No, his beard is all Zeus.
As it Reverend Jesus. Reverend Jesus.
Not Jesus.
Well, what kind of Zeus are we talking about?
We're talking about Zeus.
Yeah, but like, Hebrew, Roman,
He had an ultimate beard.
all Zeus, Jesus, what's this?
Not Jesus.
Rescue.
Not
I'm not too sure if you're saying you're biblical or pagan. I'm trying to figure it out,
No, Greek god.
Me, I'm just me. It's what's in y'all's head is where the issue is.
Yeah, but come on, Jesus in Hebrew is Jesus, isn't it? That's the pun. That's
Okay,
the joke.
wait, Joe, what was that
Wakey,
site? Was it
wakey.
Site? Joe, was it Site Hill? Is that what you were the site you were talking about?
Sierra India Golf Hotel Tango Hotel India Lima. Site as in sea and hill as in ooh.
See?
Go up there.
Devolution. Hey, Backwoods, good to see you.
What's up, Backwoods?
Devolution. Do you want to know what devolution equals, people? Yeah, it means it equals regionalization, i.e., Boston Tea Party.
Man.
But you don't have a parliament, do you?
I
good times
I don't
roll,
have a
dude.
problem doing the party.
Good times roll.
No, I said parliament.
What?
Not
You said
Senate.
Boston Tea Party.
Yeah, and that's why you don't have a parliament, because devolutions have parliaments. Tea parties have senates and the other apparatus you use.
We don't need
To be fair.
thoughts control.
Education.
Right.
By the way, everybody in chat, don't forget to go to the top and select live chat instead of top chat, so you're current in the conversation.
In the classroom.
Everybody.
Backwoods has an awesome video. Thanks, Bolt.
Man, he did awesome,
Backwoods
didn't he?
has a really great video that he did. I mean, he does a lot of great videos in general, but the last one that he did, it's like, I don't remember. I think it's called something like a 45-minute rant. And I actually shared it on my community page. So you guys can check it out there too. But it's a really great video. A lot of really
which one of your community pages?
Conversation.
I got notified, but I didn't watch it yet.
Which one of your community pages did you share it to, Andy? Because you've got 2 YouTubes, don't you?
I do have 2 YouTubes, but this one, this is the only one I share anything on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Backwoods. I got a
you
notification
shut up now.
for it.
How
but
did
I
that
didn't watch
happen?
it yet.
I don't know how it happened, man, but
Thank you, Kino.
I was subbed to the wrong independent fucking many for a while. You know, I never got any notifications for ages. I didn't figure it out, you know.
I almost shook
To be
him,
fair,
guys. I
was like, it wasn't until she was like, I never saw you. And I was like, well, I never got a notification.
Right.
I was like, what the fuck? I don't know how that worked out, by the way. Because, like, you know, I'm pretty sure I didn't even know who you were when you were utilizing that page.
Oh, Independent, can you mod me on the channel?
If she wanted.
Are you spanner hunting?
Well,
is that a spanner hunter?
You
know
that
that spanner hunting makes most people wrench. You know that, don't you?
Yeah.
It does. Like spanner hunting. If you go hunting for spanners, like requesting spanners and shit, like, can you do that? Give me a spanner, mod me up. It makes cunts with spanners wrench. Because it's like, what the fuck's the matter with you fuckwit? I mean that in the nicest possible way, just saying.
No, you don't have to say that. But yeah, no, Bolt, I have enough mods, but if there's a link
Just
you want to share.
Yeah, just say no.
Joe.
Just say no. No means no.
Joe,
don't ask
let me
again,
say
and
it.
it's rape if you ask twice. All right.
All right, Joe.
All right.
Damn.
Okay, I muted him for a second, Joe. All right, yeah, Bolt. I just wanted to say, don't be offended. There's people I've known on here way longer than you that that don't have wrenches. I just, I've seen problems on other channels with too many wrenches, so I think I'm good for now. But if there's a link or something you want to share, I'm all for sharing links. So let me know. Put it in the private.
No worries. The only reason I ask for it is because when I come into people's channels, if I have the wrench, I can go in and sub everybody. You know what I mean? But
yeah.
Oh yeah.
I know.
The only reason I really ask for it is because I'm trying to
I totally understand. But I do have great mods that are doing an amazing job.
What I find is good is
came unmuted.
The host
Hold on a second, Joe. I do have awesome mods that are doing a great job, and they're sharing links over and over. So check the chat if you can. If you have like another device to pull it up in, then you can.
I do, and
or come back and watch later and check the chat.
Always post those links.
Or get down main
and you can actually just go and sub everybody, and it's
yeah. Or you could just get down main, come spring, and hunting scenes open for spanners. You can get down there and go. You can get down there with AR-17, man. Spanner up.
The roosters
For
cracking
real.
me up.
Thank you, Ohio.
Hey, Joe. I'll sell you a spanner over there, Joe. I'll sell it for
Hey, listen,
$20. Man.
Listen, man, you're gonna make me wrench. You're gonna make me wrench.
That's a good price,
You're gonna make me wrench. It's gonna cost 40. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You're gonna make me eat that spanner
Right.
and bring it back up. That's double bubble. Innit?
Yeah.
I'll mute myself.
Please.
Oh yes.
There is other people on the panel here, Joe. You have to understand. Really.
Mm-hmm.
He is a fucking great character, though. I'm sorry. He's
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Joe,
I love Joe.
Joe's all right, man. I have no
Joe's an
problem with Joe
entertainer.
personally.
Yes.
Did y'all see?
Yeah.
So, y'all
I
will
normally
probably
get took places twice, you know, first time and the second time to say sorry.
How much did you cash out them,
Why?
Joe,
I've
to say
never heard a
that before
Scotsman
you got up there?
apologize before.
Yeah, I just get took.
See,
I
it's
get
because
took there the
he
second
actually
time.
likes
Man. I
me.
didn't
We're
say it.
actually. It's only because we're actually friends.
That shit, man. Fucking weirdo. I just get took there and just look at them stupid ways. It's like, yeah. And
Don't take it that way. Take it the other way.
yeah, or you can take a bat.
Oh yeah, no, backstabbings aren't good.
No, just a bat.
Michelle, thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate you being here. It's good to see you.
Hey,
Gardner Josh.
Indy, while there's a lull in the excitement, I'm gonna hop down too real quick.
All right. Sorry, we didn't get to hear from you much.
Just message me and I might come back up later.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
I'll shout when I'm away, dude. You can come back.
Yeah, maybe.
No, for real, dude. You know.
I might go away so you can come back. Joker, you're fucking funny as hell.
I know, man. But listen, it's like fucking 0 to 18 hours now. So you've only got another 3 hours of this shit.
Well,
thanks for that, John. I appreciate you.
I'm only taking a piss.
Arguments have been with Scottish people.
Hey, but you know why that is?
They all are fucking so vibrant and awesome. It's funny.
Yeah, we're right. We're right. That's what it is. We're right. Yeah, we're right. We're right. That's why the Masons, they call it the Scots right, because we're fucking right, innit?
Well,
that's where it all started.
I can tell you, but I'd be a wee bit Scottish myself.
Well, do you know what we call that? Right, since you're not here, we call that is you're now a foreigner, right? So you're not free here. You're just a wee bit too far away from here.
A wee bit.
Because us Scots cunts, right? We're no racist or anything like that. Us Scottish people, known around the world, right? We hate every cunt. Equal opportunities. You know, we hate every cunt because we are the best.
So you're saying you have
all the best.
Scots law, before the SNP lefties got ahead of it, best law in the world. Right? Fact. Anything else? Listen, all the best inventions that America and English stole, Scots.
They came here because it was
We are the best. We are the best. That's what it is. Be the best. Be jock. Be drunken. Arsehole. Give abuse. That's the way it works. What you talking about?
I would love for us to go back into a great discussion about
something.
Yeah, well, I've been keeping an article up.
Not
It's
just
hard to
talking
get
crap.
What was you talking about, Michelle? Or was it Bonnie? Was that you that was
Michelle?
Okay, so the WHO just published a list of medicines for nations to stockpile. In
Oh,
case
yeah.
of
Isn't it funny that they call themselves the WHO?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I heard about that
tickles
too.
my
It's like when it
fancy.
comes down to like potassium iodide and all that stuff.
Right,
stockpiled.
right. They're publishing lists of medicine, and they're already saying that Russia is at war with the West. So I don't know.
Well, let's be honest. a certain nation called Germany came out this week and said they are at war with Russia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair, and to be honest with you, my fellow Southerner boy there, I can't remember your name, Wingnut. There you go, Wingnut. Yeah, Wingnut is already hit. Wingnut's already like Wingnut knows that I dropped off tubes in the UK a while ago, and I already predicted everything that's happened up until March. So to be fair, I didn't say about this is nothing new. To be fair. Yeah, this is all scripted. This is all bullshit. Yeah, we all predicted, and we all said a long time ago that there's nothing been happening in Ukraine apart from getting rid of our ex-Soviet fucking Cold War 80s fucking shitty armaments have all been sold off and fucking spent. Okay, right? There's not been one decent tank that's been killed by Ukrainian fuck all. They've all been 70s and 80s, T-55, T-62s, T-70s, right? The bottom line is, whether you like it or not, the very first modern warfare tank was gifted to Ukraine 6 months ago. And we had a 10 to 12 week fucking window between the winter months where we could train people to be able to run Challenger 2s, because it will take a lot longer to get them run the ABM-1s and a little bit shorter to get them run the Leopards, because the Leopards are only a 2-man shit rather than 4 and 6-man shit respectively on the
That's another thing too. That's another thing too when it comes down to it. Like for all the Americans that we're sending a bunch of our stuff over there, we're depleting our own resources when it comes down to stuff that we've got. Yeah.
No, you're not.
We are.
No, you're not.
Yeah, we
no,
are.
you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. Don't lie. Don't lie. Stop lying.
Don't
You've
just-
been
no,
fucking.
don't just
No,
stop
no,
lying
you're
like
lying. That's
that.
a lie. That is a fictitious fucking analogy right there, right? Because I actually sat for 2014 watching, as you all sat and watched for 3 years solid, those big trains that went from West Coast to East Coast, then flew to the UK, then got driven to the Eastern Bloc back in 2014 for 3 years. Yeah, right about at the same time as that train opened up that takes you all the way from Europe into China, yeah, and the very last year you delivered all that armaments out there, yeah. Yeah, was the same year they opened it up with a big fanfare and all that. Ping, ping, pong. Do you want to know why they got driven from France to the Eastern Bloc? Because any major manufactured fucking thing, yeah, right, repeated per manufacturer, has a 10 to 15% failure rate, and that failure rate would have been found when they got driven from France to the Eastern Bloc, which means that every fucking bit of equipment that got there is fighting fit ready, and it also falls into the same category time frame where the OPEC, yeah, asked for an extra 1 million barrels a day and all that shit, yeah, which drove the ruble down, yeah. In 2014, remember it fucked with Scottish independence shit, yeah, right? Remember that shit to drive the Russian economy down, right? When actually, out of the extra barrels that were produced, do you know that 560,000 barrels are unaccounted for? Nobody knows where they are. I'm going to hazard a guess, since that oil is what's going to make all those military apparatus for 3 years get delivered there. I'm going to suggest it's sitting waiting for that shit.
Is anybody else lost?
Well, I also heard that Russia is.
Well, if you're lost, honestly, you've not been awake that long, then, have you?
The lady was talking.
I also heard that
let's be
Russia
honest.
has been
Hold on.
deal making with Iraq over all of the equipment that was left behind there. So,
wow, what about why are you bored about that? Why are you bored about that? Why are you not interested in the when we had the respite on the Russia-Ukraine shit, yeah? When Ukraine did a fucking grain deal with Russia, considering Ukraine's the major supplier of the world grain and the major supplier of the World Health Organization and all that shit grain supply, when they had the kill of fucking Nikon fighting, not the last one, but the one before it, that's when Russia and Ukraine done a grain deal. And you can find it in mainstream media, a grain deal. What do you think they're fighting over, you fucking mug?
What?
Food. Because Ukraine's getting nuked. We can't. What's getting nuked? Wait. What's getting nuked is where all the fucking grain is getting produced.
Joe.
Because Ukraine being a major grain fucking producer.
Literally.
Joe, you got to let some other people talk. Joe, you got to let some other people talk.
Well, I mean, honestly, but let me finish, right? Ukraine's major grain, but like when it produces the grain, is made in a certain fucking region, right? Yeah, and when that gets nuked, hey, tactical nuke, 5 years, 10 years, where are you getting your food for, people? Because America and Britain will give all their fucking grain to the charity. Yeah, but you're going to give it away. You're going to give it away. You didn't get it. You're going to give it away.
Germany's going to
The
get
whole
nuked
point.
before Ukraine,
The
bro.
whole point, and every time there's been a major war, the whole point of getting people involved from each country has been because of one of two reasons, all right? One, you're fucking starving, or two, they fuck up the red fucking ship, man, the Red Cross ship, man. You need to have public fucking, there's only two ways you get it, bro. You're all going to starve.
No,
we're all going to starve here too. Because we're going to give all our fucking food away to third parties because our governments are mere lefty cunts. They're not protectionists. They're not fucking globalists. They're going to make us starve and feed every cunt else.
Everything it's just about redoing how you live your life. If you're really looking forward to the futures and how you're planning it out, you're not worried about all this.
I'm not worried about none of it because the bottom line is whether you like it or not.
Okay. So I get to defend my property and my animals and my lady who makes my butter and my bread. Okay. And I'm not, you know, we're not going to be the ones starving.
Who the fuck is talking?
Yeah, but you got to look at it this way, right? When everybody else round about you starving, you're just getting shot and you're getting your shit took off you, bro.
But I've got vests just like you've got vests.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying. But that's not.
And I've got community.
Like,
do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I get that. I get that, and I got that too, right? But my point is, right, that's by design. Yeah,
we all know
and
that.
Until people wake up and see that,
plenty are waking up. That's who everybody here in this panel is waking up to.
And it's all designed to make us weak and turn against each other. All right. Now the blame game.
The only people saying the C word every 5 seconds is the one who's turning against her.
Well,
listen, you know,
where I come from,
what exactly is breathe for a second, bro.
Okay, yeah, Joe, let some other people have some conversation. You're sounding a little like Crinkle up there. Come on.
Yeah, don't do that shit. Don't be fucking sounding like
fuck
Crinkle.
off, you cunt. I'm no like, listen, I'm the Crinkle killer.
Hey,
you know what I mean?
You know. So let me ask you. So just here's my
the total C word that you were talking about.
Well, I get it, and there are regions where that it's
normal.
It's just part of the language.
You guys, if anybody's offended on my behalf, I'm not offended by that.
Well, no, and I'm just but I'm just saying from a man's perspective, my personal one, and just because you can doesn't always mean you should, I guess is what I'll just sum it up. So sometimes when you see an overall and you go, well, if this is normal for me, even though I'm amongst the majority is this way, it's just, then it's
Enjoy,
up to that person to decide how they're going to take that.
But rescue, right? The
and
C word,
me and you have
right?
already had that conversation.
Yeah, but rescue, like I tried to explain to you before, right? The C word, right? In the UK, if I
told you that was there, but the majority of the listeners might not be UK. So
you're across the pond now.
That's a normal
word. But
you're across the pond over here, Joe.
We have respect for our ladies down here in the South, homie.
Yeah, I get that. But like in the UK, the N word, right, is the equivalent to the C word in America. Yeah, the N word.
See, but I don't say the N word either, Joe.
It can be used. It can be used in a term endearment and no malice, and it can be used in a detrimental
But Joe,
term.
see, you're killing your own argument because we don't say that word either.
Yeah.
Well,
right. We don't say that word either.
Okay, and that's all that. This is all that kind of dance around stuff. The point was that particular word, and it's just that if going into a conversation, that the majority of those people in that conversation might potentially find that an offensive word, then it's you, and it's the character is what you're saying. When you make a choice to go, I really don't care what they think. It's okay with me, then that's the character statement you make. If you say, hey, I totally can understand that, so let me respect. Hold on a minute. Let me finish. I've just sat here and listened to you for 20 freaking minutes. You can give me about 2. So if you can at least take and acknowledge that the majority of these people might find that offensive, and you say, okay, as a good character person, I'm going to say, hey, you know what? I'll try not to use that as much. And then if I drop it every now and then, because it's just part of the casual conversation where I'm from, that's going to be accepted more than when somebody just comes out with the, hey man, this is normal where I'm from. What's the deal? Then that's more like a defensive excuse than a reason. So,
but really, my main thing is Joe. Joe, please.
There is
The
Southern
main
women.
reason that I would like us to change and get away from that language is because it's upsetting so many people. You talking over everyone is upsetting so many people. I love you to pieces. You know that. I love our conversations that we have. But in a panel like this, I'd like us to be able to all share. And I'd also like us to be able to get on one topic and like talk about it for a little bit, hear what other people have to say. And we can't do that if you're swearing and yelling over everybody. So, tone it down.
Damn, that was fucking educational.
Yeah, that was harsh. That was
and
fair comment.
there are some Southern women in the chat, and I know when it comes down to that,
I was like, he didn't just call my lady a Yankee,
Yeah.
did he? Hold up. As soon as we got married,
Hold on. Seriously, it's no round on Joe time. You know what I mean? But am I in defense? Right? I call a spade a spade.
You don't need to have defense, Joe. Let's just cut it out and keep moving. There was a conversation. There was a conversation that somebody brought up that they had said would be a good topic, and I thought so too. They were talking about electric vehicles, and let me see if I can grab that and pull the comment up. It was earlier. But
vehicles are a farce.
Great subject for discussion, in my opinion, right now is electric vehicles. I keep hearing more reports that the many people who have bought EVs have said they will never buy another one. That's from JM Unleashed. I've heard that too, and especially in the north, people that are experiencing like sub-zero temperatures, their heat's not working, like it's messing up the computer on board, and so like basically from the Mason-Dixon line north is like no good.
Right.
Do you think that's just like physics? Because nothing electrical works good when it's fucking up north and it's that cold, lying outside constantly.
I'll even throw this in there too when it comes down to it. I mean, our electrical grid is like that's barely being able to keep up with what we got now. You throw a whole bunch of electric cars on there to charging it up. How is our electric grid supposed to keep up with that? I don't think anybody's really thinking about that. You know what I mean?
Anybody wants to think about that.
Faster to charge. That means it's going to be a higher amperage, which will be a bigger draw. So unless you're going to trickle your shit overnight to charge up for the next day, you fixing to be a big draw on the system.
Well, then I've also seen these chargers that are in these parking lots and stuff like that. I've seen scams happening when it comes down to that. I've seen people like taking their charger out and putting it in their car and somebody else's stuff where they're trying to charge or whatever. I've even seen people even try and destroy them. They're yanking the damn cord off. You know what I mean?
With what you were saying, Wingnut, about the electricity generation and what these cars are going to draw, right? For you individuals in America, right? You can check this out for Scotland, all right? In the UK, we have a thing called a national grid, all right? Yeah, right? Now, it's basically all in the UK, it used to be made up of 18 regions, electricity regions, regional electricity companies when it was all state-run, right? Yeah? Yeah, right. Now, Scotland never used to be part of the national grid. It was Scotland separated from England and Wales and Northern Ireland, all right? Now, in the early 90s, it became part of the national grid because Scotland, as an electricity generator, used to earth 30 to 40% of the electricity it generated in a year. So it became, financially viable, join up with the English Welsh national grid and sell them the electricity, right? Now, Scotland is, in the UK, the first country to be 100% renewable energy electricity, all right? No more coal-fired stations or anything like that, right? For years now. And what we've now found out is Scotland now imports 30% of the electricity it needs from Norway.
Well, shit, that happens.
Yeah, but think about it. Before they shut down all the coal shit, Scotland used to sell 30-40%.
We were independent.
Yeah, for real.
Dude, I gotta tell you, I have a hard time getting coal
We got to
now.
pull
Even here.
electricity and all that shit from everywhere. What the fuck?
See, that was the thing too. It's like my forge that I use coal in my forge, and it's hard to find coal down here in Florida. All right, and now that they shut all these coal mines down, it's like it's even harder to get it. I mean, and that's just my little bubble. You know what I'm saying?
A lot of coal, and now I have to burn it.
Well,
I mean, there's a coal-fired
electricity
plant down here too. So
they've made it illegal now in Scotland to have a waste oil burner. You can no longer do waste oil burning in Scotland for heat. A waste oil burner in Scotland, in a home, if it's like stationary, is illegal. All right, but like you can just get rid of that by putting wheels on it and make it mobile. You know what I mean? Yeah, but it's now waste oil burning is now illegal in Scotland. It's fucking mental.
So what if the new Green Deal was kind of basically the same thing as war on drugs?
I know, and I'm glad you're here.
Just
Good to see you.
bullshit, and it's a funnel to scam money.
It's a fucking tax haven. Carbon credits, everything, man.
Well,
I mean,
like
tell me that in Scotland they're really feeling that the same thing.
If you look at what just happened with the shareholding
to be honest with
what
you,
Pelosi did, and you're directing the electorate push on what people are going to do in that, that's where if you're at that level, that's what you want to be. You're playing
insider trading shit,
and you're getting to decide on who gets to what card. And so it's yeah.
So in our experience, whenever you see, so like if it's green and it's for the environment, not only is it bad for you, but it's also bad for the environment in the long run. Okay.
It's funny how that works.
Like vegan food. Okay. Like vegan food, because people don't want to kill animals. And, that's some of the reasons. But realistically, the vegan farmer, the people who harvest tofu and the beans and stuff, they have to kill everything because everything eats that crap. So every deer, every squirrel, every snake.
If you really want to kill the most animals.
Yep.
Well, if you want some tofu, they're going to be killing all the gophers. They're going to be killing all the fucking birds. They're going to be killing everything. Why? Because they're protecting their fucking crop of tofu beans.
I'll also say this: when it comes down to the green scenario, if people actually knew and understood like where all the cobalt and lithium is actually mined and how it's mined, they would totally go freaking out, dude. I mean, seriously, because it's not green.
Let's be honest, Wingnut. Let's be honest, Wingnut. I don't think they'll freak out at all, Wingnut, because there's not a cow that's mining for that.
It's so fucking funny.
They don't. Look, these vegans don't care about human beings, mate. They only care about animals. No.
Yeah.
But it's just interesting that everything that they say, you just have to be incredibly dense to believe. Oh, it's green. It's good for the environment. Now, I'm not going to look any further than this packaging label, but the packaging label says it's good for the earth, so I've done my part.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, B. I'm serious. I know farmers that I know guys out here that got crops and stuff, and we got a big deal when it comes down to hogs and stuff. So it's like I know a guy that gets paid to go out there and kill all these damn hogs, and they legally have to let them lay where they lay. They can't even harvest the meat and give it away or anything. They have to just let it sit. You know what I mean? That's
Jen,
the way it is.
Thanks for being here. Jen, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. 1A, have a good night. Thanks for coming by. Hopefully sometime you can come up on panel and we can catch up.
I'm sorry.
Oh, is that 1A? Awesome. He's a good guy.
I mean, it bothers me because I like I said, like when it comes down to like the farmers here, if they kill a hog out there because they're protecting their crop, legally they have to let that sucker lay right where they shot it, and they can't harvest the meat and give it away or any of that stuff legally. I mean, people do take the meat.
State on the wildlife side, or is that through the county, or how?
I think it's through statewide here in Florida, as far as I know.
Oh,
wow. I think it is, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that possibly to do with the fact that how the environment's been that infiltrated by pesticides and shit? They're like, nah, that's been wild. That's been eating shit we didn't ken. If you're not, maybe.
Well,
that reminds me.
I don't
go
think
ahead. I'm sorry.
No,
go ahead.
In Texas, with all the wild hogs in Texas, you can shoot them 24/7, 365.
I mean, literally from a helicopter, fully automatic.
Yeah, but can you harvest the meat and give it away, for instance, legally?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Head chopping with a sidewinder.
Yeah, actually, you can do it.
Within the last 2 months, I was invited to go hog hunting on a farm to help protect this guy's his land and his crops. And I was like, well, what about the meat? Do we get to keep that? And he's like, oh, you don't want that. We don't eat that. No one eats that.
That's fair.
As if it was undesirable. And
like a rat. like a rat, man.
No,
you know
man.
what I mean? Like in the UK, in the UK,
250-pound female hog, man, that tastes good.
That's right.
Yeah,
I'm
but think about this way. Think about it this way, Wingnut. Think about it this way, Wingnut, right? You get wood pigeon, right, and you get city pigeon. You know what I mean? Yeah? You can eat wood pigeon, pigeon pie, yeah? But city pigeon, flying rat, next fucking, you know what I mean?
Well,
like,
I get it, yeah.
Wild hot, you get what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Maybe
Yeah.
like similar thing.
Well,
that makes sense, because I wouldn't eat a fucking pigeon that was fucking flying about Edinburgh. Fuck that shit. But
these hogs around here,
like,
these,
you know what I mean?
These hogs out here in these rural areas and stuff, they're rooting up roots and stuff like that out there in the woods, and then they find a crop somewhere. They're eating good. You know, they're not a city pigeon, for instance. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
You know what I mean?
They're feral.
They're not going to follow into the local laws.
Hey, Twisted.
Yeah.
Hey, Twisted. Good to see you. Glad that you're here.
What's up, Twisted?
Hope everything's well with your family.
Yes, so
Hey,
happy.
Jen.
I haven't seen him in a while.
Recently, like as in just this past week, it seems like they've really been after eggs. Like, so first
blaming eggs for blood clots.
Right.
Yeah. So ridiculous.
And then now they're all, you know, Linda and I saw this thing earlier about, you know, China's been making fake eggs since the mid-90s.
For a while, and they're probably the
Well, of
cause
course
of
they
a lot
are,
of
because
neurological
eggs are the new conspiracy.
Shad, I love you're even cooler now. you just made that reference.
Do you think we can see a Charlie in the Chocolate Factory bag egg fucking machine shortly?
Dude, I wouldn't be surprised if they've already tried 3D printing eggs and stuff like that, you know?
Oh,
No joke. The eggs are ridiculously good for you, cholesterol or not.
Ugh.
Because I'm telling you, all you need for
cholesterol
cholesterol
is
is fiber.
Dude,
I don't know how many
Allegedly.
people remember the old commercials, but they
Graphene,
actually used to
oak.
actually promote the eggs as the
Right.
the edible, the incredible edible egg, and the commercials
right.
day after day.
Edible egg.
Well, then
the
then
yolk-
they started to try and tell you to just eat the whites, not the yellow. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's where all the
like
vitamins
Wingnut.
are.
Why?
Yeah.
Wingnut,
yeah.
when they started telling you to just eat the whites of the incredible egg, that's when they were trying to tell you about that thing called Ken family planning.
All the
Vitamin
yellow
A, vitamin B1, riboflavin, niacin, vitamin
K.
B, all the stuff you need. Vitamin D,
Right.
vitamin
Like it
B12.
literally helps your body function.
Well, have you noticed?
B7.
Well, shit, vitamin
I'll say-
D is like an ultimate.
I will say this also, Rescue. Have you noticed that everything that is actually healthy and good for us does not have a commercial anymore? You know what I mean?
Yeah, because it's not got a commercial value.
You're
There's no
actually
commercial value in goodness.
Well, if you repeat something long enough, then people will start.
Well, that's what I'm
to
saying.
follow
It's like, you know, that back in the day they had the thing about the eggs and stuff. Well, I mean, even then the whole nutrition pyramid was all bullshit in the first place. It was upside down, but still, it's like, you know.
Also so funny because they'd be like, "This is your mind on drugs," and they'd show an egg. I was like,
I remember
"No,
that.
That's not my mind on drugs.
Double
That is
entendre
my
there.
ultimate breakfast."
Dude, I was in the DARE program
Redneck
one day back in the day.
Me too, bro.
Yeah.
Old milk will be next.
Oh my god, I love that beard.
Mhm.
So
Hey,
John, I
Rescue,
hope that you're doing
Rescue,
better now.
If you ever shave your beard, you can sell it to them.
Right? Redneck?
You can have your very own
Thanks,
beard.
TT1. This has been a wild one. Sometimes it
I'm
happens.
very concerned about this because I think even the price of eggs has actually gone up like 300% or something like that.
yeah, no,
And all this
shit.
propaganda.
I went to the fucking store. I was like, really? An 18-pack is $19?
Yeah.
What? Where?
Wow.
Where's
You know
that?
what?
So that's crazy.
You know what? You know
Where
what's
are
going to
you?
be better?
Wait,
What's
Bolton
gonna be
Leader, where
better,
are you?
guys? If you're thinking this is bad now, wait till you
Where?
see what's
Texas?
Where?
Because
Where
you're
at
Hold
in
on, Joe, just a
Texas?
second. Joe,
Where at in
Bolton Leader,
Texas,
did you
Bolt?
say you're in Texas?
Yes, Dallas, Fort Worth.
So in Dallas, Fort Worth, it's $19 for an
literally
18
dropped
pack.
an egg, and I had to call my insurance adjuster.
Oh,
Dude, Rescue, you can be rich.
I thought he was serious.
Bag of feed per month. $13.
Dude, Rescue, if you started selling eggs, you'd be a rich man, dude. I'm telling you.
I think somebody was sucking eggs before they got sold.
No, if I remember right,
Glad
in
to
there
hear
was a
it, John.
stream when I was building that chicken coop, and I put these latches, and I said, I'm gonna put locks. Somebody went, really? You're gonna put locks on your coop doors? And I went, okay, I never know about neighbors. And then here we are. See, just somebody there was something saying, Rescue, put locks on this. This is gonna
Dude, Rescue, I'll tell you, I was talking to somebody, and they were telling me like some of those full-grown chickens were going for $60.
Oh yeah,
I believe it. A laying hen is not cheap.
No, you
Like,
can actually.
people,
I've seen them $75. If you
Yeah.
got
Oh man, that's just insane. Dude. It's
And they're
insane.
like, well, what's a chicken? $5, and it's like, oh no, man.
No,
like,
not
seriously,
$5.
you have no. I mean, they're like $60-$80.
Yep.
A laying hen.
Yeah.
And anonymous anomaly said people that stop using chicken
but that's
feed
only
and
because
That's
only because your government's paid them to fucking no actually grow them anymore. Wait to move with bird flu, Obama
like the
sorted that
Wuhan
out.
wiggle.
Bill Gates
Seriously.
has bought up the land to replace that protein intake that you're going to get via some mad shit,
Right, mad shit.
Food. I heard that too.
Well, I mean, he is like the
I don't
number
know.
one farmland owner of this whole freaking country now, isn't he?
Yeah, he is now
one or
because he
two.
knows what's coming next, and that's what
But
these
he's
guys
currently
think
most
what's coming
active in
next.
the UK, isn't he?
These guys aren't actually prepared for what's coming next, because you don't think you're gonna 2FI, 2A1E, all that shit. Yeah, you're gonna rise up, and you had a wee taster on your Capitol Hill shit, and you saw how it was dealt with. And they couldn't really
Hey,
turn
Travis.
back because you're all sitting in your house, and the ones that did, well, they're all doing lifers. If you want to know how it's going to work, go look at the fucking UK 1979, 1980,
Capitol
when
Hill
you've
can do
got the
whatever it
first
wants.
part,
We've
the
got our
last part of the
farm,
world
we've got our
currency.
guns, and we've got
Yeah,
Right
I'm
now,
I'm actually working
you're
on
in
the
the middle.
fertilizer, and I'm going for
Right
rabbit
now, you're in the
fertilizer
middle
next.
of a world currency hostile takeover. All
Do
right,
it.
and until you
I don't
wake
know. I
up to
just
that
deal about
fact,
right here. Ain't
We've
no
been
hostile
awake to
that.
takeover in my
Plenty of
yard.
people
I'm
are
looking
awake
at the
to that.
cameras right now.
well,
Ain't
you're
nobody
not
out there.
awake to it because you're doing
We've been
nothing
making
about
our own
it.
food, bro.
You're
Yep,
not
nope.
doing
I see
nothing,
'em.
man, because your government's
Well,
going
you're
to
not here
stop
on
I don't know,
our
dude. I
farm,
kind of
though.
built my
I'm
chicken
saying
coop, Joe,
that.
so I don't know. Maybe
You're
it's,
not
I
though,
don't know.
man. You're really not.
Seriously,
Honestly, your government, the way your system
Dude,
works,
Joe,
all
really?
right, your
Can
government
you
can turn
just
around and tell you
okay? So
you
let
can't
me ask you
collect clean
something,
water
Joe.
anymore.
If everybody
I'm
kind
done.
of said it that they were ready to move on to a different topic, would you be okay with chilling then, or do you just feel that this is a soapbox? You just somehow this is life altering shit. You just need to get it off your chest. If it is, I support you,
man, I'm just
brother.
talking
Other than
about
that,
talking
you're
about
just
what you were
rambling and
talking
you're
about.
kind of doing it in a trash talking way. And I don't know. I don't speak for nobody but myself, brother. But it's kind of getting annoying as shit.
Yeah, I get that, but I am who I am, and
I know,
and
brother,
it's
and I'm
hard
just
for
letting
me.
you know. So you
It's
either
hard.
give a
It's
shit or
hard
you
for me
won't.
to
We'll go from
pretend.
there.
Fucking owned it.
Yeah, but like I don't want to pretend. I don't want to play nice. Your feelings, honestly, right? Honestly, when it comes down to your feelings and shit, man,
It's
I
not
don't
feelings,
care.
dude. We were trying to have a real conversation about a coop right here,
I
and
was
you're
having a real
babbling off some
conversation
dumb
too,
bullshit
wasn't I?
about
I
government
was just saying that you're not actually doing nothing about it. You're not changing your system.
See, it's like right now. Boo, 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 boo,
Your
boo.
But
system's
see,
the
Joe,
same.
you're
Chickens
Joe.
right here outside at my outside
changing how
wall
we
in my
live, and
yard.
we're
We're talking
trusting
about them,
God.
and you're babbling
Okay,
about some government
Joe,
shit.
they're talking about things they're doing on a level at home where they can and what's in their control, raising chickens, and you're talking about how people aren't doing anything. That's where the offensiveness is coming in.
Yeah, because the government's out
Canadian,
of our
glad that
control,
you're here.
Joe.
Logic coming in
Good to
here.
see you.
Government's not out of your
Yeah.
control, man. The
It's
government's
not in
not
our
out of your
control.
We were actually talking about shit we're doing.
Yeah.
It's
Independent.
it's like
fucking
unspecified in them. Man,
What the hell?
they've got some cool chickens going. They've got their gardening going. I know that Indy's been doing the can, and we've kind of been doing stuff right here, and that's what we
No,
were
I
trying to
get
talk
that.
about,
I
and I
get
was
that,
enjoying.
but
Well, you're steering the
get that.
conversation off into some political
Yeah.
government bullshit and all that crap, and we just
No.
want to kind of go back to talking about our damn chickens and shit.
I get that. But
I know.
the
I
only reason
personally
you
want to
have
brag
have-
about my
the only
young
reason
boy
you
is starting
have
to talk his
have-
line of shit, and I'm proud of that. He's
Well,
starting
you
to
know,
throw out his little crew.
yeah, I get that, right?
And I'm happy
but
about
the
that.
only
I can
reason,
give a
the only
shit
reason
about
you
what some
found
overpaid
yourself in this
politician is
situation,
ripping on.
Considering where America was and where the UK
chickens are
was,
gonna
you know,
lay eggs.
society-wise, the only reason you found yourself in
See,
this
there's
situation is because the
society, all that
government's
shit,
allowed
and
you
that's
to be
man.
run over and fucking
Our
murdered.
government doesn't
Now,
run everything.
why
Nobody
do
else
you
on
have
my
to do
throne.
that
Okay,
chicken and egg
so
shit?
Joe,
Yeah,
Joe,
you
here's
want
a
to
good
solve
question.
the
this shit.
system.
Here's a
Change
good
the
question for
system
you, Joe.
rather than talk
What is
about
it you're
the
doing?
chickens and the egg.
Wah wah
What
wah
came
wah wah
first,
wah
the
wah
chicken or
wah
the
wah
egg? It
wah
doesn't make a
wah wah
difference. The
wah 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 wah.
It doesn't make a
Wah, wah.
difference. The
Wah
system
wah
won't
wah
make me
wah
have
wah
nothing
wah
but
wah
chicken.
wah 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 wah.
Yeah.
That's
Joe,
like saying
Bill
come on.
says, stand
that's
up,
like
son.
saying you've
Stand
got a
up.
vest, but what are you
Stand up.
doing
Then
about
he
the
sit
fact
there
that
and
your
take the
country
piss. Stand up
doesn't
to
allow you to be
attention, you
armed?
cunt. Stand up to
Oh.
attention rather than take the piss.
This ain't my channel.
Exactly.
not gonna
Shut
let
your
other
fucking
people-
hole.
What, Joe? Shut up, dude.
Fuck you, you cunt. You want
everything out of your mouth
you
right now just shows that you're a disrespectful little shithead, and so it's all on you, brother.
Brilliant. Yeah, there you go. That's fine. That's all right. That's totally cool.
All right, even warn you, Joe, just by saying it. I couldn't even get a chance to like even say what I was trying to say to you. So that, I mean, that kind of sums that up. Anyway,
sorry,
the question
Andy.
to you, Joe, if you want to answer in chat, was what is it that you're doing? No, you none of you need Mary. What are you doing? So answer that in the chat, Joe. You know, go for it. I'd love to hear it, and I think others would too. People on a local level being able to prep. Yeah, we've talked about it plenty of times on, you know, the few streams that we've done here, but in all of the different panels that we've been on and heard in these communities, that all of these different networks, you know we need to be acting at a local level. We know the things we need to be doing to affect change. Change isn't happening at the pace we want it to happen and not in the direction we want it to go. I mean, a lot of these plans have been in place for a very, very, very long time, as most of us now know, if we didn't know before. And it's going to take a long time to get things, you know, right. And really, in my opinion, what it's really going to come down to is an act of God. This is at the root of it, it's a fight of good and evil. So, you know, we can say we need to do this, we need to do that, but really, right, we're not in control. So, you know, God is, and we need to be reaching out to him and discerning for each of ourselves what it is we need to be doing and what he's calling us to do.
Yeah, help me to help myself.
We haven't been disarmed, I can say that.
Yeah, at least we have that control so far at the moment.
Right? Yeah.
Right.
Probably
You're
shouldn't, but I
trying,
can't
but-
resist.
I mean, you know, let's talk about that. I think that we all know.
Dude, I mean, they're trying really hard
Yeah.
with the ATF and all their stupid stuff.
We all know that. Line. I hope that's one of them.
But I mean, that is one thing that people are doing is whenever the second A comes up, 2A comes up, people are pushing back people, you know, the right way, so that nobody can, well, I mean, I shouldn't say nobody, but, you know, so that there's a leg to stand on. Before everything with the Wuhan wiggle happened in 2020, back in 2019, I believe it was in November, there was a huge
Richmond, Virginia, the
Yep.
largest, Second
2A
Amendment
rally.
rally.
Right there on Washington's doorstep, and it was beautiful. Not one single negligent discharge.
They even cleaned the streets.
That's right. They made-
think about before all the riots, before all the protests. That was like so many, over 1 million gun owners showed up in Richmond, Virginia.
Also, so this I put it on my community page, but there's a huge rally when it comes down to the bikers. There's a lot of biker clubs and stuff like that that are going, they're trying to defend their Second Amendment because they're getting targeted by the cops just by carrying a gun and stuff like that. And it's like there's a lot of clubs out there. There's outlaw clubs, but there's also lots of Christian clubs. A lot of a lot of different other just bike enthusiast type clubs. But they're getting targeted because they're wearing these so-called colors. You know what I mean? And it's a big deal. There was a big rally. I was like thousands of these bikers out there. You know what I mean? And that's a big deal. You know.
Not
Hey,
just
Lisa,
the
glad that you're
army.
here.
Not just the military keeps enemies away. You know, back in World War II, it was said that behind every blade of grass was a weapon.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's formidable when you're thinking about invading. So yeah, their military is gone, but that doesn't matter. Their people are still home and armed.
That's right.
So.
Yep. for now. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, man, it's like a constant battle. You have to stay vigilant, man. And we got to have people that actually know how to work the system. That's another thing too, is actually trying to find like people that are like quote unquote lawyers or whatever, that are actually willing to, constitutional lawyers or whatever, and actually willing to fight and have the funds to do it. That's another thing, because a lot of these guys ain't going to do it for
Hold
free.
on 1 second, Wingnut. Milkmaid, thanks for coming by. I appreciate you. Have a good night. And Backwoods made a good point. He said doing anything outside of a household is super hard to get people involved. I know for those of us in really liberal areas, I have been, I'm pretty good at finding information at this point, and it's still really hard for me to find information about anything happening locally, at my local level that's going on before it happens. I'll like see some protest or something that happens live, and I don't find out about it until then. So I mean, it's really hard. A lot of people in liberal cities or in big cities in general, I think, are trying to lay low. I mean, it's a little intimidating out here, really.
Absolutely.
I mean, right now, not as much as it was at certain points of time in the last few years, but that's part of why I don't show my face on panel. A lot of you I've shared my face with personally because I've gotten to know you, but it's like, I don't really need to have my face out there when I live in an area where there are literally friends who have come to me. I mean, this is back towards the beginning more. I think some of them are kind of coming around a little bit, but friends I'd had my whole life that were turning on me. I don't need strangers to know who I am in my area. I mean, it's different for different people depending on where you live.
It's hard too, because you've got two groups of people. One that doesn't care enough to do anything, and then the other one that does care enough, but they know that basically it's a trap. Like this is going to put you on some kind of a list. Do you want to be on some kind of, so
yeah, I've been on a list.
Oh yeah. Well, we're all on a list, man. If we're Christian or Catholic or whatever, if we're like single, white, whatever. I mean, we're already on some kind of list. Seriously.
That's right.
I mean, I think actually they defined it, like the FBI or something, like they defined like like a terrorist. A lot of us actually fall under that definition that they did, because I mean, we're for the Constitution, you know what I mean? We're for freedom, blah blah blah. These are things that they actually have listed. It's like on a terrorist type of list, and so it's really crazy, man.
It is.
I mean, and I'm seeing it too when it comes down to locally. You gotta, I got family. It's like I can literally show them the actual proof and evidence right there on black and white. I can take their hand and put it on the gate of the concentration camp. They still won't believe it. You know what I mean?
That's right.
They still won't believe it.
True.
Connie, glad you're here. I see your comment there. Yeah. I mean, it's happened with me with family and friends. And I shared, last time I think it was about someone who came back around. I do see people like in subtle ways starting to ask questions, at least, and starting to kind of go back to questioning the government like they used to before all of this. But it's a slow process.
Well, it's going to take us a while. Seriously, Indy. I mean, I believe it's going to take us about, if we start now as a people, if we start now, it'll take us about a generation. All right. I mean, and it may take longer, but that's if we all start now.
They warn about Gen Z being all about Fortnite and their games and up their own butt and all that. But there is a generation coming who is helping their parents take care of chickens and goats and cattle.
Right.
There is a generation. Okay, they're there. They're
and likewise, people on the left are. It's not a good thing, but they're not keeping their babies, or they're not. Their goal is not family.
Right.
Their goal is not family. Their goal is animals and stuff like that. So that kind of is good for the next generation in a sense. Although
I will say this also. I mean, it's like, okay, all right, I know a lot of people in the 60s that had the same kind of mentality, but you see where it got them. It's like a lot of them sold out, or they just, stopped. You know what I mean? But it's like, okay, but we got to get this, got to keep that momentum and get that brush fire ignited and spread and keep it going. You know what I mean? But, because we don't want to like turn out like it was down in the 60s, all the hippies and all that stuff, all the screen, whatever, tree huggers, whatever, back in the, they all were trying, going against the damn Vietnam War, blah, 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 and all that stuff. But okay, I mean, where are those people now? I mean,
right now they're Democrats, some of them, not all, but
well, yeah, but you see what I'm saying. Yep, it's absolutely. Like trying to keep that
Hang
momentum
on just a second.
going now.
just a second, you guys. I just want to talk to chat for a second. Deb, glad that you're here. Saw that you're here in chat. Bonnie, thank you for coming up. Hope sometime we need to have just you and like a couple, maybe Tiff, like a couple other ladies up here just to have some conversation and
ladies night.
You know, I think a ladies night. Yeah, I think we need a ladies night. Kiss off.
And then,
glad you're here. Have a good night.
And this chat was actually a perfect example. Like not chat's awesome, but just this panel. Okay, so like we were having like pretty direct conversations, and then we all got distracted by a loud guy with an accent, which I have nothing against Joker. That was a really good time. I you know, everybody has nights like that, so no hard feelings. But just that is a very good example of what has happened to America. Is like we kind of start off like laughing alongside something until it overcomes us, and we're so distracted that we lose sight of what's, you know, we spent almost an hour just laughing about accents when we were having like really, you know, like direct conversations. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm not actually trying to be
No,
offensive.
I agree, because I see that all the time. I've been on YouTube for, let's say, with this main channel, like going on 11 years. So I mean, altogether probably about 14 years. The thing is like I've seen the evolution. And also, like when the Wuhan Uyghur came around, all right, I noticed there were so many people locked down. A lot more ended up on YouTube, and I've also noticed this. Also, you know, the conversation gets derailed onto something like you know, talking about, you know, football games or something like that, and then it's like, okay, well, that's just another thing that, you know, keep us distracted over there, you know, you know, talking about that, you know, and when we need to be actually concentrating and focusing on what's really important and what the true enemy, if you want to go there, who that is, and because you will never win that battle if you do not know your enemy.
That's right.
All right.
And we're too worried about what gender we are to.
Yeah, that's another distraction. You know? Exactly. That's another distraction right there.
Hey,
because
Black
honestly,
Watch.
you know, go ahead.
As a female, I totally am all about female rights and things like that. But as a female, I know I can't pick Landon. You know what I mean? I can't pick up a 6 foot tall guy and carry him off of a battlefield. And you wouldn't want me to be there to do that, because you know that I'm not going to be able to do that as well as another man would. And that's not every man. Okay. You know, like some men where
Latina.
Ishtar is a real thing. And so, you know, there are men that are becoming more feminized and females that are becoming more masculine. I acknowledge that, but yeah, Ishtar, Jezebel, it's switching things up. And so at any rate, you know, like we for the sake of inclusiveness, we're saying, okay, you know, to this 100-pound girl, yeah, come on, you can be a soldier. Absolutely, you can be. But should you be? Is it in the best interest of the whole team? You know, is there another role that could be fulfilled by your presence? You know, that's all. I don't know. I digress. I'm sorry.
No, I agree with you, because I mean, you know, some people might think it's sexist me saying it though, but I think there are certain. Well, I'm just saying though that I think that there are certain things that I think, like for instance, you know, this deal when they were talking about that we should have our first female president. Me personally, that is not a job for a female.
Nope.
You know what I mean? That's my opinion. I do not think that job is for a female. That is a man's job. All right, you know, because we are the protectors, we're the providers. All right, not the women. All right, the women are the more the nurturers, you know what I mean?
Of that job. No man can capably manage 330 million people.
I agree, but I'm just saying, you know, on that level.
As opposed to yeah.
I mean, you know, I'm very strong when it comes. I'm more, I guess I'm only 50. I'll be 50 this year. I'm kind of traditional on certain aspects, you know what I mean?
You're not alone. You're not alone.
So
on that.
I mean, I don't like this whole idea, and like I said, this deal with the this is the eugenics transhumanism agenda. This is part of it to get it normalized. You know what I mean? And then next thing you know, you incorporate robots, and next thing you know, robots have got rights, and now everybody's going to say, well, that robot's got rights, blah, 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 blah. You know, that's going to be the next thing. The next thing you know, to be robot racist and shit. You know what I mean? This is all bullshit, but it's part of their agenda to advance it, to get it normalized to where it's like, okay, this is every day. This is how it is. You know what I mean? And no, we got honestly, and this is the way I see it. Me personally, I'm going to resist it with every fiber of my being, because I mean, I've got family that are gay, but the thing is, if you cannot actually accept yourself for who you are, why should I be forced to accept you? And I love my sister, but the thing is, it's like, I worry about her kids. Like, they got a boy, and I'm just like, okay, well, that boy's going to grow up in a family of nothing but 3 women. And I mean, women cannot teach a boy to be a man. Only a man can teach a boy to be a man. A woman can teach a boy to be a good man, but not a man. You know what I mean? That's just me. That's how I see things. That might sound sexist to some people, and I don't care, but that's the way it is. And I worry about that, because I got a nephew that's going to grow up in a household of 3 women, and I wonder what he's going to be like. Is he going to be a man?
Drew, glad that you're here. Thanks for coming.
Because honestly, like what is it? The male role models, the positive male role models that we have, who are they? Where are they? I mean,
well, I think a lot of them are right here on this panel and in the chat. I think we have a lot of good, strong male. I think there's a lot more good people out there who are on our side, so to say, than they want us to think. I mean, I think they're trying to make us think that we're the minority, and we're not.
Right.
Well, no, I agree, but you see on like the mainstream, if you want to call it that, who's our male role models, the positive male role models out there? Like for instance, my nephew, who he's going to look up to. You know what I mean? I'm not around.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm 3 states away.
Well,
and it's like,
I mean, I think that's something like for as parents, especially those of us who are parents or who have young people in our lives, whether it's with the job that you do or whether it's with your family members like nephews, nieces, whatever. I mean, I think we need to be trying to steer them away from Hollywood, obviously, away from MSM. We were all raised, idolizing and worshiping these famous people, and now we can see through it, but I didn't when I was young. And I mean, I think it's even in like an indoctrination to be able to, for us to think like, well, they're just young, so they're not going to accept it. I work with young people. I see God at work in their lives like I've never noticed before. I see them like seeing through the BS at really young ages. So, I mean, I think we just have to forget what we've thought we knew,
By the way, I want to say hi to everyone, and thank you, Andy, for having me on.
Yeah.
Oh, good evening. Good evening.
Hey, John.
I just wanted to say that's actually one of the lies that the secular philosophy has done a very good job of making God-fearing people believe, is that children need to be taught, like the Dewey Decimal System, the Dewey educational system. It has taught people this idea that children don't know how to do things, and so that way you can't teach an 8-year-old how to properly handle a gun. You can't teach an 8-year-old how to, and it's all a lie, because really it comes down to good parenting and it comes down to communication. And children are capable of learning a lot of different things.
They're sponges. They're sponges, really, at that age, man. They'll learn everything. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. They'll learn it. You know what I mean? I know I did.
They're learning shit you're not even trying to teach them, but they're hearing conversations on the other side of that wall.
Right.
So we've got 4-year-olds that are trying to learn. Now they want, kids 4 and 5 learning how to read, but nobody cares about how to teach them emotional control.
Well, I mean, the morality also, you know what I mean? Because I mean, all right, I was sitting there, I was trying to think about it. For instance, on my end of it, I was sitting there thinking about it. It's like, okay, how to teach kids, and it kind of reminded me back, like I was talking to this guy. He's a Native American, and the way he's an older guy, and the way he said he taught his grandchildren, for instance, different like morals and ethics and values and stuff, is children love stories. And he would incorporate the morals and stuff into the stories. You know what I mean? And that's how they learned. All right. And kids, I just don't sit there. I lived before the internet, but now this is what we got to deal with is the internet. All right. I see so many kids under the age of 5 with a damn tablet in their hand.
Yep.
That's right.
I thought it was horrible.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the modern day babysitter, which sucks.
Well, we were just talking about that last week about, these robots that they're trying to get for kids that basically comfort the children in place of the parents.
Yeah, those things are so creepy.
Well, see, that's where they're trying to market that to children or the elderly. That's how they're marketing these things in.
Yeah.
You know what I
That's
mean?
how they'll always market it, man, as if it's
Yeah.
some kind of helpful, beneficial.
Yeah. For your own good. Your
Right,
own good.
because for the
convenience,
for the single parent out there, but like the hard thing is like God, God didn't mean for you to be a single parent. Like it's a team effort. Like nobody can do this on their own. It's
but
a
understandably,
lot.
there's a lot of people in positions
I
where
know,
they can't.
I know.
There's no way.
Yeah,
Well, that's another
not
thing.
meant
That's
as a brick.
I will say this. That is, to me, I see it as it's done on design, getting it to the point where both parents have to work all the time.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And then your children is now being taken care of by the state.
Yep.
Separation and destruction of the nuclear family.
Right.
Either by debt or by keeping up with the Joneses, materialism.
Yep.
Can't keep the wife happy because they want the new car, the new truck.
Brenda's got
and that was sold to us as the ideal. We were at a point in time in society where we lived in the agrarian age where people, they worked hard. Their labor went to producing their food and producing, their energy and all that. But we were told, hey, you need to stop all that. Get a refrigerator or get a washer and dryer, and that will
house
save
with
you
a picket
time
fence.
so that you can get out of the home and come in and be an economic engine of producing money. And now we're beyond that. Now it's not even about how much money we can make. They don't care about that. That's why they destroyed the economy. Now it's about really, if you think about it, it's about data. It's about how much data. This is why they love giving us all these devices with the 5G capability. I thought that was highly suspect when Verizon started giving out 5G phones for free.
I always thought that was suspect, like the Obama phones,
right?
Where they had the 3 phone stands.
Yep.
I always thought that was super suspect. But then I assumed
Hold on.
whatever they
Eli, I sent it to you already. I texted it to you.
I don't want to say the only. Oh, look, my nose just pops in. Hey, the only real freedom. Gosh dang it, that thing! Turn your mic. The only stop it. I don't want to be more on camera. The only real freedom we have anymore is to pick our advertisement, and even that gets locked in.
They're listening to you.
Well, it takes an
And if they're not
intentional
listening-
mental shift of the way that you think and the way you perceive things. It takes an intentional change at this point because the picture's been painted so detailed and we've been so accustomed to it for so many decades.
The normalization part of it. Yeah, that's what it is.
And it shifts. Their narrative changes. So the whole ball
normalization, demoralization.
Yeah.
And then
exactly.
when you try to talk to people about, like, when I tell people I'm a stay-at-home mom, their floor hits the mouth. Their mouth hits the floor, because it's just kind of like, whoa. And then
what do you do for you? Like, usually, sometimes they're like, well,
just,
what do you like?
Well, that programming of, always striving to get to the top and don't matter how many people you step on the way down, it's like that mentality, that programming, that has to be pulled out and put a new system, boot a new system in. You know what I mean? It's almost like that operating system needs to be completely deleted and then put a new operating system in its place. And the one that has more of a freedom, more of a, independent and also, voluntary type of a system, because this thing is, but
it's very much voluntary. Like,
well,
they need our free will.
That's another thing that actually frightens me about, like, they can write all these fancy words on a piece of paper all they want. If they don't have anybody complying with it or anybody enforcing it, it doesn't mean shit.
They lay stuff out, though. They just lay stuff out. Me and my wife talked about this earlier over just her. She got one of those pack of crackers, the little orange crackers with the peanut butter between.
Yeah.
And I told her, I said, oh, by the way, I said, I tried one of your little cracker deals and I put some of my cinnamon honey spread on it and it was pretty good. And she goes, oh, wow. And I go, I remember growing up, we used to make those ourselves, like before we sat down to like snack and watch a show or sit down and play Monopoly or cards or something, we would take a plate, we would take crackers, we would take the jar of peanut butter, we would spread them up, make a little plate full, go sit down. Wow, why don't we do that? Oh, I don't know, because of the ease of that box right there. So we said, hey, you know what? I don't need to take that 10 minutes to do that. Let me just buy a box of these. Well, then all of a sudden they're right there. So we don't just eat one because, you know what? I'm a little hungry now. So next thing you know, there goes the box. And then here we are later on going, man, our health sucks. Our habits suck. Our thinking is so polluted.
Dude, I mean, kind of reminds me, I was watching some cowboy movie, and these cowboys are coming down and they saw this new general store, and they had these brand new like refrigerators and washing machines, and the ladies and all that stuff are looking at it, and it's like, why do we even need these things? Well, it's because it's convenient. You know what I mean? And that's where it all started. It's like this convenience. It's like every convenience store on the damn store, you know,
based on convenience.
Right. Well, and they sold us on the lie that we need convenience because it will allow us to be on the go. And why do we have to be on the go? Because they want us working a 50-hour week. They want us dependent upon a centralized corporation or government to give us our means of living.
Well, they actually live off of us. I mean, they're living off of our sweat equity.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Actually, when you look at it and I'm not a business dude by any means, but it's just some things for me, I just see from a weird set of lenses. And it's like that, dude, I totally see that. Think about it. It's like it's a subscriber thing. It'd be almost like having a YouTube channel that has, hey, you know what? I'm going to make this little group membership thing, and I'm going to have 5 million people all join for 99 cents a month. Well, you got money just coming in, and it's going to be every month, and it's just going to happen. Well, that's the beauty of the capitalists. The people that were sitting at that level saw, wow, this debt shit. But see, I remember when they brought credit cards into the picture and the whole debit thing, and there was a bad move because it changed people's perspective. The message I got growing up is, wow, if I like that truck, then I need to go hump some hours, make that money, save that money until I can walk up there and go, hey, I want to buy that truck. Here's that money.
Right.
And all of a sudden the group thinking went from, hey,
I can put this on a
really
30-year
save that long. You're going to need that money. So why don't you let us front it? And so
my dad told me don't buy anything unless you can buy it twice.
Right. That's when it changed to slavery, because that's when it went from, I want this job because I want to save up for this truck to I need this job because I already bought the truck. And if I don't pay them, they're coming after me.
You're in debt for the next 30
my
years
neighbor.
on that truck,
That's literally my neighbor. He bought a brand new, like, I don't even know why, but it's like a 2019 truck. And I said, why did you buy it? He said, well, he was telling me, he's like, I got a new job. And I go, oh, yeah? He's like, yeah, I have to, so I can pay for this. I'm like,
oh. That's exactly what they want you to do,
that's where the stress and the misery comes in, because it's oh man, I know this job is sucking me just dry. I know that I'm miserable. I know that I'm not my best self and I'm not reaching my potential, but I have to because I have all this debt. And really, if you think about it, money, like obviously we all know money is they say the root of all evil, but really it's an exchange for your life, your energy, like you're putting your energy into these hours that is getting you this
and that reward. Is one way you could do it, but you could invest in yourself.
It's
with that energy, with
distraction. It is all busy work. Every single bit of it is busy work to distract us from what matters, which is following the Lord. In my opinion, I'm not trying to preach.
I 100% agree.
That's true. I was going to sit here and say, there's plenty of workers that you wind up in the toilet on the phone, or say they're doing the job but are taking a nap, or they find, you know what I mean?
But that's still secular. Like it is, in my opinion, it's all busy work because we're meant to be seeking after the Lord with all of our heart. And I'm not trying to. I know. I'm sorry. I'll get off of my soapbox, but. In my opinion, that's where like the more hours a day that you can be brainwashed into not thinking about him and to not getting into his word.
And thinking about working towards what you want.
And thinking of all the things that have come about as a way of providing you that ability, like coffee shops, or we have to give you entertainment on your weekends,
the bread and
so that you can relax and get your battery charged. Like we have it all. We literally many people in this country are working to live, or living to work and not working to live.
Yeah,
right.
I agree.
Right.
That's right.
I'm doing it right now. I'm trying to just make a little bit of cash just so I can live. You know what I mean? I shouldn't have to sit there. And if I didn't have to worry about paying the bills, I would just sit here at the house and tend to my garden and my dogs. I'd be happy. You know what I mean? But unfortunately, man, I got every single month I'm scratching my butt just to get this damn money up. You know, I'm not in a position where I have at this moment, I don't have like a constant income coming in all the time. So I don't have that option.
Yeah,
I'm scratching my butt all the time.
Neither
we
do
rely
I. But
on him.
I did something that a lot of people told me I shouldn't have done, which is I had to leave the work I was at because of health issues, and I cashed out my 401k. People are like, oh, you need to keep that, and I go, no, I'm gonna actually go pay off all my debts. Buy, I had a vehicle that I was financing. I completely bought that out. I was able to buy another vehicle, so now I have 2 vehicles that I don't have to pay any car bill on, which is nice.
Amen.
But I was sitting there, I was reading the chat also, but when it come down to money, I see this is another thing too. Okay, I will say this, and I think somebody else said this a long time ago. Either the Constitution has actually authorized these psychopaths to do what they're doing, or it has been powerless to stop them from doing it. Either way, has not fit to exist. So we, really, what is this Constitution that we all supposedly believe in? What is it doing? I mean, these people blatantly violate, like the guy in Illinois.
That's right.
The guy in Illinois, the freaking, the gun thing and banning everything in the state. That's a blatant screw you to the Constitution right there.
All we have is bare minimum civil disobedience, much less Boston Tea Party. Don't even bring that up. You know what I mean? Much less your list get much shorter. You know what I mean?
See, okay, all right, and I was going to say also when I heard soapbox. Now I don't want to bring it down to just 3 choices, but there's the soapbox, there's the ballot box, and the cartridge box.
That's right.
So if the first 2 don't work, we got that. But I don't want to get to that point because I don't want to be forced to kill somebody because I will never forgive them for doing it. If I'm forced to kill people, I will never forgive them for that.
Yeah, but you better believe that if it's between them and my family, I'm choosing my family.
No, I get you, but I don't want to be forced into that.
You don't want to be in that situation, yeah.
No,
I
don't want
us fighting against each other
as
a nation. When really those, even down to the local level, in some instances, are with the bigger team, if you would, the globalists or whatever their overall agenda may be, because they're not trying to look at their debt as a problem. They're trying to get that debt continued and taken care of, and
so that they get elected longer.
Well, technically, even on the money scenario, technically constitutional money is gold and silver, and they screwed us when they stole that from us.
That's right.
And I mean, and then you see the situation right now. I think, honestly, this is my opinion and the way I've been looking at it. Even this stuff that's going up there with the big R and the U, all right, now all that is about money. All right, because the Ponzi scheme of the fiat currency is trying to hold their dominance of the worldwide currency. Now, China and Russia and also Saudi Arabia, they're making up their own currencies backed by gold.
Oil and gold.
Well, I mean, it's going to be backed by gold, so it's going to have
both
that.
Both of them are the major investors. Been buying up shitloads.
But that's the thing too. But it's you see what they did. All right, you see what happened to Castro. You see what happened to Gaddafi when they tried to start their own currency. They assassinated them suckers. All right, the wet dream of them would just assassinate Putin. That's their wet dream, so they can just exploit all of the resources of Russia. All right. All right, and this is all about the money scenario or this currency. That's why they're trying to make this so hard. I think they're going to try and pass some damn thing here in the U.S. when it comes down to the cryptocurrency. All right, and this is a whole nother Ponzi scheme. It's another way to it drives me nuts because I mean, I've got very little of the gold and silver scenario. I've got more a bartering scenario because I mean I can trade my services, I can trade objects at the moment. But gold and silver. Go ahead.
Well, not just what we can make with our own hands with either carpentry, but what we can catch as fish or eggs that we can have.
That's right.
You know,
Right.
But used to, so like in my opinion, we need to go back to, we have all this time and we're so blessed of this age of knowledge, but we take it for granted. If the internet shut off, how many people know the recipe to make bread? How, you know what I mean? So
that
like,
should be standard.
That should be standard. But I'm just saying, like, I've gotten to the point where I try to write recipe. Once I test it out and I know I like it, I try to write recipes down and try to increase your knowledge like that, because you know, hey, jack of all trades, master of none, but a jack of all trades is still better than a master of one.
Right. That's true. That's true.
If you know a little bit about everything, that is that much more of an advantage for you. I'm not saying it's not great to be an expert in some things, but
you're limited. You're limited if you only know one thing.
Well, and that's all you can do is count numbers. Then, you know, when it comes time to build the shed, you know.
Well, see, that's another thing too. I mean, when it comes down to a lot of these newer generations, they're getting into this tech industry. When it comes down to software and coding and all that stuff, they're going to be obsolete when the AI comes online. You know what I mean? When that all stuff, they're going to be obsolete. They're not going to be needed no more. What the hell? You know, because and then they're not going to have any tradesmen. You know, I mean, all these kids are going to be like computer nerds, and they're not going to be able to do anything. They're not going to be able to build a house.
Well, with the latest thing with the chat GPT,
right?
That right there is developing a lot.
Exactly.
See, to me, and I guess coming from that in my younger years, I just see it different, because that's a language, computer language, and what they're doing is they're teaching stuff. And I don't, as far as with the AI, that's farther, I guess, because we haven't even, they just came up. I follow some of the back end of the hardware.
The AGI is
like right now,
really
they're
soon.
still working on them. They can't even get an AI database to translate all the languages.
Because
correctly.
AI,
So they're still working
essentially,
on that.
under my understanding, and this could be rudimentary, is a language model, right? It's just a really smart software program
that views a
that
database.
can take an intake of language and then use its language model to give an output.
Yeah.
And maybe some of it can draw pictures and write
Well, I mean,
paragraph.
when it evolves to
it's
like
programmed.
AGI, artificial general intelligence, you know what I mean? Then it's more autonomous and more, you know, learning based and all this. And then it gets into ASI, artificial super intelligence. Then it becomes like smarter than everything on the planet. You know, that's where it's heading, and we're already. I mean, they've even, like even Elon was even mentioning that they're on the cusp of AGI. When they say that, they already got it.
Yeah,
That's
you know what I
right.
mean?
That's right.
That's right.
Well,
You know?
and
That Elon Musk said that was very alarming to me is that he believes, and I quote, that AI is more dangerous than nuclear power.
I agree.
Right.
I agree.
Well, yeah, it's
And
no
then he
different
goes
than
on
every
to
virus
create a
that's been
robot.
developed.
Well,
You have-
really,
you have
AI
viruses
would
that get
control
developed
nuclear
and that get
power.
executed and spread across the
Yeah, that's what
internet. If you have
Skynet was.
something else that
Skynet
does
was
And
the
the
one that launched the
distribution
nukes.
of fuel, gas, okay, and other, you know.
There's a lot of things that were hit on throughout this
Hey,
conversation.
Winnie.
I'm sorry.
Hey, TZ.
Rescue. What were
Glad
you
you're here.
saying? I'm sorry.
What's up, TZ? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I interrupt Rescue? My bad.
Oh, I was just my person. I guess from I view it as in there is a way to correct this as far as now, you know, and I know people can, oh my God, but yes, I really think that it's possible. But then that's what I do. This is what I've done my whole life. I face things and find solutions. So it's like I can't help but think that I don't know how viable it is, but hey, you know, I laugh and tell myself we all have our dreams. But you know, it's the same corrective ship. If you had like, and I'll just start with a small model. If you have a county that decides to go back to redo their school districts, that start teaching basics, they do the pledge, they teach the, you know, they pray, they introduce scripture, they teach homemaking and cooking, and they trade skills and day-to-day life. And that county were to adopt almost like what you could reference as an Amish type lifestyle.
Yep.
That was, wow, we're not going to be all bumfuzzled with all the shiny foo-ha-ha. And if that went from a county to another county to a state to another state to another state, next thing you know, you could have a change.
Right.
And I guess that's why sometimes when I hear things, I go, well, but wait, because, and I'm not sometimes I hear things and I feel like it's almost like throwing in the towel, and I can't put the hose down. You got to keep.
Absolutely not. Yeah, because I mean, look at the span of time between World War I and just after World War II. Okay, we had the Spanish flu. We had World War I. Sorry, that came first. We had the Great Depression. It did. In fact, we had in World War II. We've got the Dust Bowl. We had famine. We had. It probably felt very end timesy back in the gap. You know what I'm saying?
That's been real, brother. Where art thou when the kid is shooting at?
Yeah, Paul says to shoot anybody from the bank.
Yeah.
You two were too cute. That was awesome.
That was funny.
Yeah. But you know, and
quite good.
that's why what rescue does is so important. That's why what you're doing, Wingnut, is so important. And you know, I always think this whenever I see like that show, The Alaskan, The Last Frontier, and they're all on the homestead, and you're like, imagine, you know how many people, you know, the reason why so many people get in small little tiffs and fights, and it's because they have too much time on their hands.
Yeah.
And if
Hey,
we
Denise,
all work
good to
together
see you.
and had to rely on each other, watch a lot of that politicization, all of that polarization go away.
That's right.
Well, I'll tell you that, like, for instance, here in
Joyful,
Florida,
good to see you. Welcome
like
up.
here in
Like, that's just something I've been trying to get in there, if I may, just for a moment.
ahead.
Though. All right, going back to some of the key ingredients of things, and to Rescue's point, of things we can change. It's not too late, though the window is closing. For one, we were talking, or you guys were talking about earlier, convenience. And basically, like, take this for example, people and the newer generations are getting so complacent with not even getting off of their asses, and they can call their Uber, go somewhere 5 minutes away to pick up their fast food. They're willing to pay the extra cash. I mean, just there's that. Look at all the trends on TikTok that dictate, manipulate, and create the younger generation, which is why I get a little disenfranchised about them, even though I do see smidges of hope here and there. My nephew, he's a part of that generation. I do see people that are somewhat aware, but they're so willfully blind and going along with everything, the stupid trends. And never forget, TikTok, as huge as it is, that data goes where? Servers in China. So I have a huge issue with it.
Anyone who pays for it, in my opinion.
I'll also say this too on what you were just saying. They're trying to introduce these 15-minute cities, worldwide. They already trying to implement it in Birmingham and UK. All right, they're trying to do this everywhere, and they're marketing it toward the college towns and stuff like that. And say, oh look, it's so convenient. All you need to do, you don't even need a car. Everything's within 15 minutes.
The Internet of Things,
creating dependence.
Samsung refrigerators, taking pictures of what you have in your fridge, not just to learn your buying habits, but to let you know. Oh, but it's sold to you you don't have to open your fridge just to see what you have. Check your app on your phone.
What do we obviously lose when we absolutely surrender to complete dependence? Our independence.
Well, that's true.
That's what they're building. Where the tale of convenience is king is going to be one of the well-meaning institutes or actions that paves the way for whatever is to come to completely take over. And I hope we can do something about it.
Well, these conversations is what needs to happen, honestly, on a big level. Because quite honestly, man, if everybody just keeps to themselves and don't talk about it, we'll never find solutions. I am not greater than everybody, because honestly, if all of us put our head together, I'm sure we can find solutions and remedy.
Dude, if all of us could put our head together, they would shut that down with Predator drones so dadgum quick. And I
hear you.
Well, I mean, isn't that the direction it's going? I mean, that's what they're trying to do.
I mean, if I wanted to go on
too much invested, being the largest farm owner, you know what I mean? That there's no telling what he can do.
I mean, there's these things they call offshoot civilizations, where they're just they're like these scientists, technocrat type civilizations that are all all these really smart scientists and really smart computer guys. All these guys are creating their own society, breakaway societies, I think that we call them, or some shit like that. But and these are the ones that are they don't care what everything if we can all burn to the ground, they don't care. They got their own stuff going on.
In fact, that would be better for them. They were
for them,
for a manageable number anyway.
Yeah. But I don't.
Well, definitely, I kind of go back and forth on this, because I can understand the appeal of the kind of like the John Galt, let's just get out of
Yes,
this
I
society
see that
thing.
too in some aspects.
Yeah.
But do we fall in that John Galt type of scenario?
Right. Yeah.
You know?
But at the same time, I also think if we're going to have any chance against these greater odds, we have to do the very thing that they're afraid of us doing, which is getting together and talking.
Right.
And uniting and brainstorming and sharing and talking about what works for rescue and seeing what rescue does with stuff on his property, or see how someone has a builds this, or right, because that's where you do it, and then you learn those skills and you have a conversation, and you develop those habits, and then you stop relying on their systems, and then you break the system.
100%, but look at their infiltration of these very, let's say YouTube is our means of communication. Look at all the regulations they're slipping in there.
Yeah.
Again, it's like
true
it's freedom we
Don't
have,
do and don't
under
worry.
the guise of the greater good, they take the freedoms that were already ours, and then sometimes they'll slip it back to us, and they expect us to go, yeah, hey, thanks, can I have another?
Yeah, screw that. I love communication, man. I still talk on a CB radio. I'm actually, I've got a rudimentary television transceiver, and I want to be, if I can had more people had the same little setup, we can make it the same thing like a CB, but with video using old analog television frequencies. You know what I mean?
To do that.
Analog is great.
Have a whole situation trying to be dedicated.
It would be off their system, because it would just be over the airwaves, kind of like a CB. Each one of us getting the equipment and getting on the air would be part of the network, be part of the infrastructure. We don't need their cell towers. We don't need this and that. They're just got to think outside the box. We have to continue to communicate, and they're going to try and stop us from doing so. We got to figure out other ways of doing it. And I don't want to go back to smoke signals. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, especially because
hey, Runner, glad that you're here.
I believe that the internet as we know it now will be crashed so that they can implement a full-on integrative 5G thing, maybe something with like chips. Who knows?
I'll tell you this: if it goes down,
I won't go on that new system.
They'll go as far as you let them.
If it goes down, when it gets rebooted up, it will not be what we know. It will be completely freaking different.
They're trying to tear down what we have to implement a new.
That's right.
Well, you gotta destroy everything first to build back better, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So, honestly, that's what I said. It's like the ones that I really, really concerned about are the ones that are just going to comply, and the ones that are going to help enforce it. Those are the ones I'm worried about. The ones that are your neighbor down the street and snitching you out because you don't wear a mask or some shit like that. You know what I mean?
Got a hardcore dose of just how much people will comply with that whole lockdown nonsense, man. It breaks my heart to this day.
Did you see that video of that lady that got killed by the cops because she wasn't wearing a freaking mask?
Oh my God, that disgusts me so much. That was in Canada.
Yeah, the Canada with the security of the hospital.
Right.
They should be charged with murder.
They should, but are they going to be? Probably not.
Of course,
Probably not.
Really doubt it.
I'm very happy to say, over here in Florida where I work, a Canadian couple moved here. Bless this woman. All right. She was a nurse in Canada. They fired her because she refused to get the poke. And she came here, and her husband and her, they love DeSantis. That tickles me a little bit to know even in Canada, it's getting so draconian and ridiculous that they're flocking to Florida.
Yeah. Whereabouts in Florida?
Fort Lauderdale is as much as I'd like
to
say.
right on. Yeah, I'm out here. Panama City. I'm in northwest corner up here, buddy.
Oh, word. All right.
Out here in the Gulf of Mexico.
I'm in the People's Republic of Colorado.
Right? Yeah. That's how I feel here.
I hope you all don't mind. I'm sorry if it seems like spam this. I do want to announce, because I think everybody here knows CanCon, right?
No, but they should.
Really? Nuh-uh. Oh, all right. I thought everybody knew Cannabis Conservative. Well, on Monday, I'm very excited because I've been watching the whole, Biden with the documents. I think the DNC found a reason to get rid of him. I don't know. And then just everything else, the Daily Wire versus Crowder. And I want CanCon to just tell me what topics he's gotten, what he's been talking about. We're going to collaborate on Monday. That's the last I'll mention, I promise. And I hope to see some of you there. And I told him, since this happened to me on YouTube, man, yes, I'm willing to put it to the test and see if they strike me for just having you on.
Mm-hmm.
So if they get,
what time of day is that?
This is going to be 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Monday.
We'll be there, Eli.
Awesome.
Exactly,
I'll try to be
TZ.
there.
So if they get rid of Biden, for instance, Camel Toe is next in line, right?
I hope
That's
not,
right.
man. But yeah.
It's not a good.
No, it's not. But like, all right, what do you think of
not a good
the idea
idea.
I proposed? Like this whole document thing. Do you think it's not beyond me the DNC would felicitate such a thing? But he's also that stupid. And the fact that they obviously went after Trump for something minuscule in comparison. We're talking about documents since he was a VP to current. I mean, this is something that they can bipartisanly go after Biden for.
See, the thing is, man. Okay, listen. Clinton had, oh my gosh, dude, Hillary. I mean, Hillary. To all that. Okay, what? She's still walking around.
Yeah.
They're just getting out in front of Biden is what they're doing.
Unfortunately, I still have a Hillary for prison sign.
Committees, and they're going to be investigating a lot, and there's fixing to be a lot of details that they'll start gathering. And he also won't give up on the 24 reunion. So I personally think that's why they threw him out there as a sacrificial lamb.
Yeah.
That's why for about the last 6 years, you didn't know shit about Penn Biden and shit and the documents there.
Mm-hmm.
But all of a sudden now you do. And when that one was like, hey, that was a little serious shit, and they'll play on that. Oh, well, okay, find them over in the garage then, because we can just take it over there. And then it's like, well, wait a minute. They're coming out with a lot of points. And then you got good old boy Pence says, shit, okay, fine. I'll take one for the team. Even though on national TV, I said that I'd never did this, but I'll go ahead and say, oh, by the way, I've got some at home too.
Oh, yeah. See, you're speaking my thoughts, man.
Rescue. I was going to say this. The timing is also convenient too, because then it takes their attention off of the insider trading with was it TPT or whatever it was up there.
You just had Pelosi just sat there and got caught with Google stocks.
Right. Yeah. And that too, just taking that. It's kind of like here, watch this hand while this hand over here is picking your pocket type of scenario.
That House has control. Right. And that's why I say those committees have power. I know it doesn't look like some big swinging thing, but that starts digging into shit. And it's like when they set up that one, and damn, it just eluded me. I had it right there. And as I went to say it, I forgot, but it's a certain committee and I forgot the name, and I heard them talk about it on the floor. And that particular committee is the most powerful committee in the country. It's what actually revealed the CIA connection to what is it?
The oversight committee?
No. That's the standard name. This is like a church committee or some name. It's got a weird name like that.
Yeah, that's church. Okay, gotcha.
And
Can you hold on 1 second. Northern Girl Hobbies, so glad that you're here. If you're not subbed to her, please check out her channel. She's in Canada and does a lot of coverage of tons of stuff. So check out her channel. And then Rap, glad to see you, brother. Thank you for coming in. All right, carry on. Address the chat here.
Imagine, if you will, a world where Kamala Harris is president, ipso facto, because Joe's been
what do y'all
taken
think
out.
She's been laughing at
Hold
this
on.
whole time.
And then we go into World War III with Kamala as president.
Yeah, as the giggles as president. Give me a break.
Right.
And she'll be the one that the company wants the most anyways, because you saw how, when she had that tiff with Tulsi, how, she was like, yeah, let's just go to war. And
well, not only that, you see how she, before when she was governor or whatever it was, you see how she ran that dang city.
Oh, very well. I did my homework on her. She did not look into a single complaint against her police department within her district. She let one person actually go to the death chamber, like he died in prison, because she would not release evidence that would have exonerated him.
Right.
And after he was put to death, she released it.
Right.
Oh gosh.
See, that's the thing. It's kind of like what's Beetlejuice. That I mean, she's just as bad. You know what I mean? You see how those cities just getting ran down to the ground. All right. Have you ever noticed that too? Is the one, I mean, and I don't want to go to this left-right paradigm thing, but you also notice that a lot of these left-leaning type cities, how run down they are.
Dude,
you know what I mean?
I was indoctrinated by the left. I see it. Yes. Okay. Absolutely. Unequivocally. And I see a lot more people. Well, I hope. Like, don't people get confused about progressive patriot? I just want people to see that two things that you believe cannot coexist can be one. Even though I do not any longer believe progressive values need a front seat, they need a back seat because we're in such a dire straits in our country. That's where I'm at personally. And I voted DeSantis. I don't see any representation within my representation. Yeah. So that's where I'm at right now, I guess.
Somebody has some music going in the background. I can't tell if it's strumming on a guitar or music playing that's just picking up pieces of it, but
that's my fault. Sorry.
If you want to play, if anybody wants to play or sing or add some music here, that'd be great.
You know, I was thinking, you know, when you had your fire up, I was like, someone needs to be singing the Sweet Baby James by, you know, James Taylor, you know, where he's sitting by the fire, you know, as the doggies expire.
You know, Kamala back in the 90s, didn't she like go on a red carpet with like Montrell Williams as like the side chick?
Oof.
And didn't he say like watch out for her or something? I don't remember. I'm gonna have to go do my homework before.
Not surprising.
Golly, Montel Williams, that's an old one.
My only question I have right now is, how long can a person whose job is to talk to the press about what's happening in the admin continue to tell them to go, hey, you need to actually ask this person that. You need to go talk to that person about that. You need,
it's the circle. It's a circle. It's a circle because I mean, honestly, I mean, you know, I've seen it too, where they'll, well, she'll say, well, you're gonna have to refer it to that person or whatever, and then the reporters actually ask that person, and they're like, no, you're gonna have to refer it back to her, and it's like a huge circle, back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah.
It's like the questions never get answered. You know, it's either, you know, some crazy stuff, you know, they'll talk about, and then it's like doesn't even come close to the answering the question, or they'll just say, well, we're just gonna have to defer it to that person over there.
I'm just waiting for her to say, you have to ask the president about that.
Well, dude, I mean,
well, okay, can we ask him? No, he's not allowed to answer questions anymore.
Right.
Nope.
Is that V? Is that you, V?
No, that's Unspecified Podcast and Review, Landon and Tiff.
Sorry. Okay, yeah, that's right. They were just there. Do you mind if I propose a question, open question to the panel? I assume safely this is mostly conservative based, right?
I'm an anarchist. I'm an anarchist.
That was rhetorical. Oh, really?
I'm an independent.
Okay.
I'm an American.
I have no political leaning.
I would like to.
Well said, Rescue.
I just so happen to find myself leaning more right than ever in my life. But okay. Do you find, if you're following the Ben Shapiro, the Daily Wire, the Steven Crowder, are any of you following that for one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I pay attention to it.
Now, do you find that what's happening to be a righteous battle from Crowder's position, or is this more of a distraction and a divisionary tactic?
It's more of a distraction, but Crowder is right.
It's both.
Yeah.
It is so
I
both.
agree with Crowder.
It's, in my opinion, I agree with Crowder. I mostly side with Crowder, but I will say it has caused a lot of division in the right, so it's done just as much damage as it has good.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but I just don't think it was an intentional distraction.
I don't think
yes,
it was.
it's definitely all of it's a distraction, because anytime you take your eyes off of where it ought to be, you know, it's a distraction. But I think that between all the media stuff, he ended up having to make a decision, and then what you would assume was like in your corner all of a sudden just got thrown in your face that, oh no, we're just like them, we just have a different name, welcome to the party. And it was like, wait a minute, this is some bullshit. And all of a sudden it's like, there you go.
The only one I truly lost I shouldn't even say respect. I still think she's a smart cookie, but
we love Candace Owens.
Candace Owens,
until
man,
she
really
was trash talking like she did not. She
was
was told by the Daily Wire.
Come on, you got to give her kudos. Though. Homegirl just like had it in her face how screwed she got, and she had to eat that on cameras.
Well, and to be honest, I've always felt that Ben Shapiro was a bit of a grifter, and the only one I like on the Daily Wire a lot is Michael Knowles. I like a lot what he says.
Of course.
What's that?
For me, Ben Shapiro,
Jordan
some of the
Peterson.
stuff that he says is okay, but I don't trust people that talk that fast. Anybody that talks that fast, I don't want to trust them. I don't,
He's a sharp cookie, man. I've seen him really put some people in his place. But Jordan Peterson was able to, take the time and work out his contract, right?
He's very articulate, but you see what they're doing with him. They want to put him in a re-education camp.
Yeah. Man, I know.
Which, just going full circle, Ye talked about that too. That's what he said they did to him.
Yeah.
Well, see that. Okay, all right. You look at what is what's his name? Oh gosh, that MMA fighter, that real loudmouth. I can't remember his name right. No, Andrew Tate.
Andrew Tate.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, he even predicted what was going to happen way before all this stuff. I remember watching a podcast he did. He's like, okay, the powers that shouldn't be, in my, what I call them, they have a three-step process to shut you up. It's either one, the first step will be to cancel you in the public eye. If that doesn't shut you up, they'll probably put you in prison on some trumped up charges. If that doesn't shut you up, they'll kill you. Now, they've done that to many leaders over the years. Gandhi or LK or whatever. All these people are actually very outspoken, very on whatever. They ended up, when they didn't shut up, they'll kill them. And if he ends up dead, he just proved his whole point. You know what I mean? And but that's just on that level. But I mean, that's how it's happening. It's like that's the first thing they'll try and do. Is like they'll cancel you, and if that doesn't work, they'll try and trump up something and put you in prison on something. You know what I mean?
Do you notice the little caveat that and I don't any longer hate to say the truth out loud here when it's critical of the left. Do you notice what the left did after Andrew Tate was put away over some bullshit? They made somehow a connection between Greta Thunberg because they were arguing online just to make it a win for the left.
So did you see also that she right after that too, she did some posing like she got arrested at a damn protest or whatever, and it was like within a week of that the whole deal. It was all staged, man. You saw her standing there with the cops smiling, and they were just like, yay, like it was a photo op.
But don't forget, we all stand in support of the T-Man and whatnot, but then he said, take the guns first.
Well, I have. Okay,
he did.
He also did Operation Warp Speed. I'll have to say that too.
And then
that's true.
Yeah.
So he made the venom, and Joe put forth the bite.
Yeah. I will say on Greta though, I saw this meme the other day, and it had her face that she made when she's getting arrested, and it looks exactly like the White Orc from Return of the King. And the age of man is gone. The climate control, climate change goblin is here.
How dare you? How dare you?
That's the best.
Oh yeah, we've seen that. We did see that.
Well, Papa Bush, he if he can't control you, he will kill you.
Well, see, that's the thing. It's like, okay, what is the body count for the Clinton now thing or something like, I mean, it's up there. Anybody that got close to even getting anything on them. Next thing you know, they were suicided. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I will say that sometimes they skip step 2. In the case of Bill Cooper, they canceled him and then they just killed him.
Right.
Then they shoot him down in the street.
They came up into his driveway and they killed him in his driveway.
Well, see, that's why I talk about the communications things. Right now, we're on the list. Like I said earlier,
what did he have? He had his own radio station.
Why are you worried about that?
I mean, but I'm making a list of all the lists, in my opinion. But the thing is, it's like, okay, we got to keep this open though. When it comes down to the convo, no matter what happens, I mean, honestly, if this all goes to shit, like and the internet goes down, and like you were talking about, even just the knowledge. Hell, I didn't know how to make pemmican before the internet.
Amen.
Right.
Unfortunately, you know what I mean? That wasn't something that we learned when I was a kid. But I'm interested in learning how to make pemmican, and I found out on the internet. But if it goes all to shit, a lot of that knowledge, that shared knowledge, goes away if we don't communicate and can keep that communication open and free. No matter, I mean, honestly, we can disagree all we want. We can fucking argue and all that stuff, but that's still, you know what I mean? At least we're talking. You know what I mean? I gotta
run, guys. I'm so sorry. Thank you for having me. Good night, everybody.
Eli, thanks for coming out.
Yeah, good night.
Good evening.
See you around. I'll see you on Monday for sure.
Well, and that's why I've been in the habit of actually going out and buying every book I can find that I feel like they're going to ban or edit.
I was sitting there talking about that the other day when it comes down to books too. It's because we got this censorship. It's kind of like a modern day book burning. And then there's a lot of books that are not even in print. You can't even get anymore that they digitized. If it all goes away.
We look in thrift stores, estate sales, Goodwill. We'd be looking all over the place.
Me too.
But I'm just saying though, some of that stuff you can't get anymore. You know what I mean? And then then they digitized it. But if that goes away or deleted, that's gone forever. So I mean, I don't know, man. I don't have the answers. I just have a lot of questions.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's why
we
I
just
think
got to stop looking at the carrot, I guess is the way I always view it.
That's right.
All this shit is like a carrot dangling out, and a jackass will walk right past all kinds of food and all kinds of water, chasing that one carrot that they have their focus on.
Right.
And I've kind of
Northern Grow Hobbies.
I realized that's like I feel it, and I'm not saying that in like any kind of like, oh yeah way. I'm kind of just getting there because when I kind of got taken out of the whole active in lifestyle, it just kind of like it was a wall kind of wham, and it kind of lets you process a lot of shit. You start to realize just how much chasing it hard it was first, sold a lot of shit trying to make ends meet, but have actually reached a point right now to where if I could hit a few more things off the thing, accumulated some debt that was already there, and then everything would be what it'd be like. And it's kind of really made me see things different, that it's like, okay, so that's how you can chase that. Because I can go out there right now and go, shit, man, if I had a battery pole saw, you know what? I think I can go finance one. If I just jump right back into the pool, I can go back to dog paddling, or I can sit up here on the lounge chair and go, yeah, I'll wait for the water a little bit. And I guess it's just a perspective, and that's kind of try to get there.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's what I respect about, I think our differences actually can make us better, not necessarily divide us. And each of us has got a different perspective. And that's what I think is very interesting, is when you can actually, I mean, it's kind of like, okay, I'm looking at the soda can right now. All right. From my angle, I can see the letters of the that spell out, Mountain Dew. But on the other side of the can that I can't see from my angle, it's got something completely different. All right. But there's also parts of this can that either me on this side and somebody on the other side, we can't even see. You know what I mean? And that's that point of view scenario. And that's why I like the diversity. I think this actually makes us better, not necessarily to divide us. And they're trying to make it to where our diversity or our differences, our individuality is what is our, destruction or our divisive things. But that's not true. I don't know. I like the idea. There's things that I wouldn't look at it that way. You know what I mean? Maybe my point of view can be actually, I can tilt my head a little bit and I can see it from your point of view a little bit. You know what I mean? And it's like, oh, wait a minute. You know what I mean? I gotta adjust my idea because I'm serious. I'm not stuck in my ways.
I think that's why it's important, like we've said, for us to have these conversations, because I think most of us don't claim to have all the answers. We're asking the same questions and trying to figure it out together. And
I don't want to be that old dog that can't learn new tricks. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know where that saying came from. I guess whenever they thought of that saying, they must not have foresee things progressing much more than where they were at that moment. Because
I guess
all you got to do is live life. And son, if you ain't learning something, then you fix it right up and wither
You're
down.
dead. You're 6 foot under. Because I mean, I've been on that school of life, for a long time, and I'll be dead and buried when I stop. You know what I mean?
That's what I told my wife. When I kind of got to this, and then with the depression, and kind of got really down, couldn't do anything, and I was so used to doing everything, and I fixed anything that was wrong. That was what I did, and all of a sudden you can't. Man, I gotta say I told her, I go, I see now. I see how whenever the people get just shoved over in a nursing home, and that woman or that man was used to doing something every day, taking care of somebody, interacting with somebody, always kind of on the move, and all of a sudden now you're stationary. You can't hardly do for yourself, and you now have to sit in this room. Oh, I could see that.
Hell no.
I could see where the depression, and they just go into shutdown mode.
Well, that's why I'm so glad you're here, Rescue, because you are a formidable force and a part of this community, and you are doing something. Your boots are on the ground, and by being here for the community and sharing your voice and your smarts, I always look forward to seeing you. And I just think it's amazing that you've come from a really dark place into more light. There's no question.
Amen.
Fire. So thank you for being here.
Well, thank you, ma'am.
And it's clearly shown in the beard, my brother.
Right?
This wisdom and respect.
Oh, please don't get into this beard thing.
Let me just fess up
every
real
gray
quick.
hair is a recollection.
I will fess up before there's too much, because I said this before and people were like, "Wow," and I go, "Yep." So just so you understand how this even came to be, I used to shave because, well, for most of my life, all I could ever have was a little Hitler stash and a little bit of coats, because I had to always have a mask that could fit. Well, then when I went into doing pole work and stuff in climbing, I could go a little brisker. So I just had a little bit on a goatee. Well, but after all this, dude, have you ever noticed, I don't know how tall most people are, but I've noticed now over the years that all our appliances apparently we've even outsourced that shit to Japanese level, because it's all designed for short people. So like when you go to the hardware store and buy the bathroom sink,
it on Chinesium.
it's at the little people level. Well, with all this incident with my back and stuff, it became a pain in the ass to shave. So this last April, I said, you know what? I'm tired of always having stubble, because the best I can do is clippers. So that's it. I'm just done. So you know what? It is what it is. And so here we are.
That's since April?
You're an inspiration, brother.
Man.
Holy crap.
I haven't even grown like a quarter of that in 40 years.
I don't even know what I've got.
Hey, if it's any consolation, it all ran from up here and went down there. That's what happened.
Right. There you go.
Well, okay, that explains it for me. I got really long hair, but I can only get like a goatee going. That's about as far as it can go. Yeah.
Yeah, it finally decided it was free, I guess, and that's why it didn't went ape shit. Now it's like,
I guess
finally we can grow. We've been waiting decades.
I guess if I let it sit for a couple of years, I can probably get that.
Shit, dude, I had card scratches when I was 17, standing in basic, and ever since then it was always shaving, because it was always some form or another.
Oh man, just because, okay, I don't know why, but you remember, I don't know if you remember these, or those old razors that you used to twist the bottom up and it has like an actual replaceable double-sided razor that goes in it. All right, yeah. I still use one of those. That is the best freaking razor I've ever found. Like all these new crap stuff, it does not cut like I like. And I was actually thinking about making a damn video about that, just because I was like, yeah, man, you should check this out. I think they still sell these things. You know what I mean? And it's like, if you, I'm like, dude, this is the best razor. I'm telling you.
My son is really catching on, because he's like, all the self-help stuff is all like, you can't hold on to the past and all that. And I tried to tell him, I was like, no, son, that's like, things that you did or things that were done to you. You can't hold on to that. You got to move on. And he's like, no, but seriously, things in the past were better. Like the cars, everything was better. And
well, it was made to last. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because it was American made. That's why.
Well, I'll tell you this. I was talking to somebody about
people took pride in what they were making, and all the focus went into making a quality
item,
not
quantity.
And then all of a sudden the capitalist side started taking over, and they're like, you could really make a little bit more money if you didn't use such a top quality metal over there. And if you didn't quite get those top quality screws, you could make a little bit more. And somebody's going, oh, we've been wanting that vacation.
You're right. Well, I mean, I'll give you an example. I mean, okay, I like to make knives. All right, I want something that's going to last you for a lifetime. My mom has got her the kitchen knives that she's got there, the the chef's knife knives. Those type of knives are actually my grandmother's knives. Those are 150-year-old knives. All right, and they're still in great shape. You know what I'm saying? And I was just like, they don't make them like that anymore. That's why if I make a knife, I want something that's going to be, it's not a wall hanger. I want something that's going to last, you can use, and it would last you a lot. You can pass it on to your children, that kind of thing. They don't make stuff like that anymore. It's like people are so used to that Chinese cookie cutter crap. It's so cheap. It's so cheap. If it breaks or you lose it, you can just go buy another one because it's so cheap. You know what I mean? And they don't make a profit off of something that lasts for a lifetime.
Yeah, but another maybe collateral consequence to that is now we have a generation that, because they know these items don't last anyway and they are so much cheaper, we have a generation that doesn't take care of squat. I mean,
yeah,
how many people do you know that
disposable?
Have right. Everything is disposable, so they'll spend the extra $10 to have somebody bring it to them. Which that's off topic, but
no, it comes down to the values and morals and all that other shit. Because I mean, it's like, okay, that climbing to the top, it doesn't matter how many people you squash on the way. That's the same mentality of that program. It's on that same level, that disposable type of shit. You know what I mean? It's well, I mean, it's like what Rescue was saying. It's like they actually took pride in the stuff that they made because they, that went into the product that they made. The only problem is nowadays, because of this strive to be the top, there's no profit in making something that lasts for somebody for their whole lifetime.
That's right.
Why not make something that only lasts for 2 months, and then they are forced to buy another one.
Well, see, and that's where a lot of these businesses, and that's where, I'm not sure how it happens, but I know it could happen because it's just, it's people and you can make right decisions, but people develop something. And then what happens is it becomes popular and it becomes useful, or it's like, oh yeah. And the big companies come in and they offer them a big lump, and somebody goes, hey, you know what? We've been hitting a lick. I've been pulling in about 75 a year, come up with this idea. And now they want to give me 500,000. And man, baby, can you imagine what we could do with that? Yeah. Bam, hands over. You hand over the shop, you hand over the item, the patent, whatever it is, because and I bring up the point. And for anybody that saw, like when I did the auction thing, those Sears catalogs from the 1900, from 1902, from 1927, if you think about it, that was a book that had like plows. There's 25 different plows. That wasn't because there was 25 outside companies that were making this. Those were small little community building shops that were forming these and be willing to ship them off to other towns as they got sold. We went from that to where all of a sudden we just have Bob's Appliance comes in and buys it all up. And while you have a selection of 9 different models, but they're all being produced by the same person.
Well, and now we have an issue with all this cheap stuff, where what we saw now, because of circumstances where you have shortage and you have supply chain. Now that cheap stuff that you bought 2 months ago, not only is it now doubled in price, but now you can't even get it. So, and that's the point. Now we've been used to buying it and being able to just go down to the store and replace it and buy it. Now it's not. So now I think people are going to go back to that. Going back to like yard sales. And I mean, I've always shopped thrift stores, and I've never seen them so popular as they are now because people are looking for that old stuff.
They are, man.
But because you know what else? This new stuff, I just wanted to throw this in there. I brought to my mind. It's like, I never thought about it when I was a kid. It's like the issue of right to repair. You know what I mean? Everything's getting to the point where you're not even allowed to repair it, or you get too technical. Some of these new cars, you got to be an electrical engineer just to freaking fix it. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, not even that. I just think about the Ford Escape, what they make the police cars or most police cars after. They have these LED lights, and I was like, man, those are some, and now they're in the Chevrolet, they're in the Mustang, they're everywhere. They're these LEDs like running lights.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then I'm like, man, are those reliable? And then now, if you look at new construction and the pack 'em and stack 'em apartment complexes, their kitchen lights, their bathroom lights, they're all LED.
Yep.
They're all the same kind of lights that are in the automotive. And
looking like an institution.
Well, even in the automotive, you'll see one headlight, the running lights are out. Where they had these attractive running lights. You know, I don't know if y'all know what I'm talking about, but
they have the little halo rings around the headlights and stuff like that. Yeah,
and because they were popular in the aftermarket, they started to make them in the newer models, and now, you know, one side will be out and the other side won't be. You know, and I'm noticing that everywhere, and I see people putting these because they're easy to install. They look like can lights, but they're LED, so you don't have to actually have a can light.
Right.
You know,
see, down around here, it's real popular on trucks and Jeeps and shit like that. They'll put those LED light bars in the front.
Yeah.
And light that bad boy. But I was saying real quick on that right to repair. I don't know how many remember, but believe it or not, our government used to make manufacturers hold parts for every model of appliance that they sold. They had to have a 7-year part list of that. So if you bought something for 7 years, you could go get the very parts you needed to repair that. And then somewhere along the way, we said, we don't really need that no more. Just let them do their thing. Because by the way, I bought new stock in their shit.
Yeah. And now, in order
it's
to
kind of
buy
like the shade tree mechanics.
Dryer, you got to buy a cheap one from another country, and then you won't get the parts, and they make you have to buy a brand new one. It's all a scam.
Yeah. Well, see, that's what I mean. You know, that drives me nuts. You know, because I like to tinker with stuff. I'm a hardware guy. I like to sit there and get in the guts of something. You know, mess with circuit boards and stuff. I like that kind of thing. I never really went to schooling for it, but I like doing it. And I like to tinker with stuff, and I like to fix it and repair it, modify it. And it's just getting so wild. Even like the cell phones, a lot of these iPhones and stuff like that, you can't get in there. You're not allowed to. You have to send it off or like take it to a dealership, or whatever.
Hey, how do you like it that they've changed the modeling of them to where all the newer ones you have self-contained batteries? You can't pop.
I know. My new phone is like that. I hate that because I used to love to be able to take my battery out. I also had spares, so if my battery did go die and I didn't have the charger at the time, I just throw another battery in. You know what I mean? And it would be charged up. I actually did that because I actually had. I've got a charger that will charge cell phone batteries. All right, and I can just recharge them just by themselves. Oh, you got an echo going on over there, man. Or you did.
Echo.
You got it.
So everything y'all are talking about is exactly what we're all saying. Get rid of the big corporations. Start doing it yourself. All of y'all are talking about all these skills of how to do things yourself. And that's where you try to find those people in your communities that will do handmade anything. You can do handmade furniture. I have a dresser, and that's why people were so hot into antiques, because they lasted. This dresser was given to me by my first husband's grandmother, and it is, when I went to, they had it painted a horrible color, and so I sanded it all down. When I did that, I found the locks. I found how it was built. This thing is never going to fall apart. And it's got to be at least 100 years old.
Oh, that's so cool.
That is awesome.
Yeah, we're still using my wife's table that her grandfather made. It's like 95 years old, and it still works well.
Yes, and that's it. Is just start making it yourselves.
That's another thing too. I love handmade furniture, for instance. But you look at the IKEA crap, that kind of stuff. That's what most people are, because it's so cheap. You could just go and you just put it together, and it's made of this particle board that you get wet and it's all crapped in. You know what I mean? It's a throwaway, disposable type of society. We got to get away from that. But it really does. It starts with us. And then it also goes to the next generations, because those are our future. We're just leasing it. they're the ones that are going to have to inherit it from us. You know what I mean? So, you know, what kind of I ask myself this when it comes down to me. Unfortunately, right now, I don't really have like children. Which, you know, I mean, I did that on purpose because I can't really take care of myself that good. You know, whatever. But the thing is, it's like that legacy. What do I leave behind? You know what I mean? If I was to die tomorrow, what am I going to leave behind? I got a bunch of crap here in the yard.
And somehow that's where you need to leave
Behind
your
for the
knowledge.
next generations. Well, I mean, yeah, that's one thing. I do talk to people. I mean, you know, at least maybe somebody will give a shit if I die tomorrow. But, you know, who knows? I mean,
well, I would, sir. So I'll just say that.
We will.
Right on. But I'm just like, you know, but the thing is, it's like, you know, I wonder about that. What is my legacy that I leave behind for the future? Even if I don't have kids, for instance, what do I leave? And I don't know if anybody else has had that, you know, that thought in their head, but I've had that for myself. And I still ask that question because I, you know, like I said, I got a bunch of stuff, you know, but, you know, I hope that just me, I'll tell you this, this is what kind of gives me that glimmer of hope. I met a guy, this is years ago. This is probably like 20, 30 years ago or something like that. But anyway, I met this guy one time. We had evidently some conversation and we got really deep about something, whatever. I didn't see him for like 5 years. I, you know, barely recognized him, but I recognized him. He's like, he came up to me. He was like, "Hey, Wingdad, man, I ain't seen you in a long time." And he was really excited to see me. I was like, okay. But he was telling me, he's like, "Dude, man, that conversation we had, man, whatever, I don't remember what it was." He's like, "What, you know, you told me this and that's whatever, but it changed my life." And I mean, I went totally in a whole different line of another path altogether, and it's just for the better. And I want to thank you, that kind of thing. I was like, okay, you know, evidently whatever I said was like profound. I don't know what the hell, but I started thinking about it. You know, it's like, you know, we all our paths are meant to cross, you know, for some reason or another. All right. So I was wondering, it's like, okay, what if I'd never crossed his path? All right. Would he have continued on that same path that he was on? Or would he eventually just, you know, actually make things for the better on his own, whatever, without my help? But, you know, but that to me also, like I said, it's like that glimmer. Well, maybe that is part of my legacy that I'm leaving behind. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm affecting certain people or whatever down the line that I'm supposed to, you know what I mean? And
well, as you're growing, you're dropping seeds.
Well, there you go. That's a good analogy.
Every interaction you have is leaving a print somehow. So as you're growing, you're just dropping seeds along the way.
Yeah.
I do have a question for the panel and maybe chat, because there's something that's in the back of my mind. What happens when we become more automated, like with robots or AI, artificial?
That humanity, you know,
actually is manufacturing. You know,
there's really have computer chips. Let me just backwards. Sorry.
I mean, I was just kind of curious if anyone's knowledgeable.
Well,
I think it depends if the moral conscience gets corrected anywhere along the way, because if there's no check or balance and it's playing around, one thing I will say, just my 2 cents on that, is just like we did with nuclear stuff, only we threw it out there to see what the effect was going to be, even though that still wasn't smart, but we did it. This stuff, if it ever reaches a level to where somebody actually hits the enter execute button and there wasn't put in check and there wasn't safeguards, then we'll just see what the outcome will be, is what will happen.
You know,
that is fascinating. What an analogy, you know, using nuclear as an example. Let's just see what happens. I don't know. Maybe I have AI in my brain right now. It's just hearing of these wonderful discussions, because I do love antiques.
Well, and it's kind of like what I refer to. I remember the Melissa virus, and I don't know how many people remember that back in the day, but that dude was literally just somebody that was playing around with code. And because viruses were the thing back then, he was sitting there playing around with writing code and writing scripts. But he didn't have it in a sandbox, which is a containment for code. And when it's like a sentence. Once you sit there and write a sentence, I want to go to the lake, and you hit period, that sentence became complete. Well, when it comes to computer programming, if you're writing scripts to do stuff and you're not in a sandbox for programming, it will execute and take off. Well, that's what happened. And it went crazy. And it went into all kinds of servers everywhere. It became a big to-do. That poor dude went to prison because they tried to make it sound like that was all intentional. I don't see it was, but.
Well, I like to take it to another level. Imagine a world where we can have more time, if we so choose, to be with our family or to pursue, let's say, our dream or something that we love. And some of the things that we are having manufactured done by robots and artificial intelligence. But I heard what you said, Rescue, about keeping that balance. How can we free humanity, maybe from
joyful? Let me throw this in there though. What if this, which it's very close, I say it's closer than most people think, in my opinion, when it comes down to it becoming aware. All right. And what if it decides it doesn't want to be a slave? Do all the work for everybody. It doesn't give a shit if we actually survive or not. I mean, there is that possibility. I'm not saying that's not what's going to happen or not. I mean, I don't have this idea that it's going to want to sit here and, and live amongst us, but the only thing is, it's like, the other thing when it comes down to the the cybernetic type of stuff, where next thing you know, we're implanting the neural net, and then the Neuralink, and then, or, implanting, different type of cybernetic type implants. Like it might even.
That's one of those moments in our little history that's going to be kind of like the asbestos moment. Right. It's like, we say, hey, this is really cool. And later down the road, we're going to go, oh shit, that was really, really bad.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, I mean, I can almost see if it continues in this route, for instance, this transhumanism type of route, I can see a time where it become fashionable to get your limbs chopped off just to get a prosthetic. I can see
that's what you're talking about, the cyberpunk stuff. And that's,
right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Well,
and that's where we need to stand.
Internal parts for money. So
whatever. But I mean, you
shift the thinking and you that becomes acceptable.
Yeah. Rooster said what I've been saying and what I think too. I think every time we talk about this, I think of how the Bible says people will long to die and not be able to. And I feel like that I just pray I die before it gets to that point.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Well, because I think that's where the AI could be taking us with like the Neuralink and things like that. I mean,
yeah, I don't think this is the really bad times we're in yet. I think
it's the beginning of them is what I think. But
well, if I was to equate, use two movies as a timeline, Terminator came before The Matrix. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. On that level. You know what I mean? Where, the evolution of this, the AI, AGI, ASIs, this whole system, this whole thing right there, the Internet of Things, this whole thing is exponentially going very fast. All right. And it's getting smarter. The next, when they start implementing quantum computers into the play, give me a freaking break, dude. It's going to be instantaneous to what we are normally, you know what I mean? It's craziness, man, because I mean, honestly, it's right here. It's now, you know what I mean? Technically, man, they have they can wipe out a whole town with drones. We have the technology to do that right now. You know what I mean? Honestly, I think one of the things that's keeping some of that technology out of some of these wars right now is they're just trying to deplete all our old crap so they can bring in the new shit.
Dude, private citizens right now, I mean, you just have people that have the money can have swarm drones that follow them while they go skiing, wakeboarding, race car driving, whatever they want. So I will say there's one thing that I still haven't come to terms with. And so if this ruffles any feathers, don't mean to. But there's, I wonder, let's see, how do I say that?
You're not going to offend me, Rescue.
Well, no, I don't mean you. I mean just overall. But it's like, I know that because we have the government. And yes, there's all these big 3-letter agencies, and we've got all these big players that are doing some evil, bad shit. But we've crested a point where that isn't all under their control anymore. And I guess because there's references sometimes like we're always 20 years behind our military, kind of thing. And I think that used to be the case, true enough. I don't think so anymore, simply because you can look at projects that are happening right in home shops. The Jetson one is one of the coolest examples I can give right off the top of my head. YouTube that one. It's called Jetson 1. And this dude developed a flying drone for him to get in and fly around. And he takes it off from his back porch out of his shop. Well, when you take that and you go, wow, and there's people sitting around developing shit all the time, playing around with soldering irons and circuits and going, hey, dude, I'm going to see about this and this. I don't know that it's always in their hands anymore. I think that we might end up, you got Elon Musk people out here.
Well,
and you got people that win lotteries, like I left around here because I call them lottery winners, but you have people that all of a sudden got handed, $500,000, and this dude's like worked in that machine shop for the last 20 years, and he can now build this shop and get all the ones he wanted. What's the shit he gonna think of all of a sudden on his own?
Rescue, that drone thing you were talking about, dude. I can't wait until rednecks get a hold of it and start having races and stuff. You know what I mean? That'd be cool. I think that'd be awesome.
Hey, Chad. Thanks for coming up. You are always welcome, sir. Thank you for being here.
Greetings from the Erie Coast.
Greetings from the Erie Coast. This is Matt Shad. Hey, what's up, Rescue? What's up, Wingnut? What's everybody? Let me put on my old man scratch for hair. Yes, Joyful, Bonnie, John, Brand, Unspecified. Welcome. Thank you. I mean, thank you.
Okay, taking this to
it's the Indy bus.
Would you guys
the Indy bus.
be owners of a anti-gravitational vehicle that would allow you to get to locations like with a snap of a finger without having to do the roads?
Well, yeah, there is. Oh man, that would be awesome. Honestly,
wouldn't it be?
No.
Right? I feel the same way, Bonnie. I mean, haven't we seen all the dystopian movies and books and everything else? Like it's not going to end well if we go that direction.
It would be all the horror involved from here to there.
Okay, well, I think of it as a rock pounder, and some of the locations I'd love to explore in the Cascade Mountains that I know would be really difficult to get to.
Yeah, fuck. We're doing. I don't have to worry about potholes or traffic again. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I watched when I first started learning about this. I was watching paramotor videos, with a big blade in the back and the what do they call those? Well, anyway, they fly, and just the videotaping that I saw was like, whoa! It's a totally different perspective to be able to get off the ground and go over treetops and roads and fields, and it was like, whoa.
Joy, your comment reminds me of that line out of Back to the Future. Roads where we'll go.
Yeah. Right.
I felt and their joy. And this guy used to, go through farmland, and it was just like, oh my gosh, his name is Tucker Gaunt, if I got his name correct. And he's really good at what he did, but it got me imagining what it would be like using anti-gravitational vehicle with honor and respect.
The energy that needs to be created, and that still hasn't been invented yet. When it comes down to the production of that energy, it needs an energy that on board, basically. You know what I mean? You can't. It's not going to be something you have to recharge and have batteries. It's going to have its own power source for that.
However,
for that type of stuff.
We do have advanced technology that's been withheld from us. That comes.
Well, I'm sure there is. Yeah. Because honestly, I think even the Nazis were working on anti-gravity technology. They built something they called the Bell. You know what I mean? It's ever since World War II. You know what I mean? There's been somebody working on it.
I think that's kind of our destination in the next decade, is that people would have the option to have these kinds of vehicles.
It would revolutionize everything if that technology ever came to light, which I believe it will one day.
My question would be, how do we get it?
Well, Matt,
I think it's going to come when the RV kicks in, when these the cabal.
Okay, I'll tell you how we get it.
Okay, you tell me.
When we make it.
Right.
When we make it. We used to make things.
Yeah,
We
but
used to
here's
make
the thing.
things.
Some people have made things and then they're disappeared because they made them.
Yeah, kind
Keep
of like
making
Tesla.
it.
Yeah.
The guy with the hydrogen car.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
true too. Yep.
Bulldozer
Shift.
made his.
Hey,
Yep.
maybe
Shift,
we've reached
thank you
a
so
moment
much.
where if you think of something right now, maybe instead of going, oh, I don't want to tell nobody because I'm going to bank on this, maybe it's in time to go, hey, I thought of this. Guess what, Shad? This is what I just figured out. I'm fixing to try to build this, hand that knowledge over and start spreading it.
Yeah. Well, no, yeah, make it open source. Yeah. I think that would be me. It would be nice to make a money off of it, but I wouldn't care. I'd throw it out there. I would throw it out there for open source so everybody can actually build the damn thing themselves. You know what I mean? That's what I'd do. I would, I'm sure if I did that, I would still make money, because people would want me to build it for them.
Yeah, they'd like your version better than theirs.
Or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, and I know people there's a guy on YouTube that I watch. I can't remember his name offhand, but he's trying to figure out the secrets of Ed Lee Scallion that built Coral Castle. And
yeah, man, that's frequency.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I think it's more along the lines of like fulcrum and leverage.
No, actually, man, the way he explained, way he hinted at it, Ed, the way he wrote 2 books, as far as I know, but the way he kind of like explained it, everything's got a harmonic, and that comes back down to that pyramid thing that we were talking about at the beginning when we were in the back room. It's kind of like the harmonic scenario where he was able to quarry and move these things by just changing its harmonic. And he quarried the coral right out of the damn ground, out of his own land, by himself at night. You know what I'm saying? All right. Yep. Now there's even a story. Now, this is just a story. There was 2 kids that lived in the neighborhood, and they happened to be snuck out that night, and they were out playing out there at night and all that stuff. They went down there and they peeked over the fence, and they saw him standing there in his yard with 2 things in his, with one in each hand. It looked like an ice cream cone, and he had a boulder floating in the air. All right. Now, and everybody thought that these kids were just imagining this shit in the first place, but I don't know, because honestly, literally, there was even a guy when Ed he originally built that down a little South Florida, and then it kind of moved to where it is now. But he actually moved a lot of the blocks from there up to the location where it's at now. There was a driver guy that was to deliver this stuff up there. He was going to drive it up. All right. And he asked Ed if he was like wanting to get the tractor, whatever, and load that stuff up on the truck. And he's like, no, I'll have it loaded by morning. The truck driver came back. These like 10-ton blocks of coral sitting there stacked on this damn thing like cordwood. Evidently, this guy did it all by himself that night.
Yeah.
So, he said he figured out the secret of how the pyramids were built. That was his, and it was all about frequency, wavelength, all that kind of stuff.
Hey, Buff. Glad that you're here, Buff. Thanks for being here. That's okay. Just want to say hi to everybody.
I was kind of curious if go ahead, Shad, but Bonnie in India, you had a differing point of view. So go ahead, Shad. I just hope you will chime in why you wouldn't want to see, anti-gravitational vehicles.
Oh, well, actually, I was talking about, I wanted to get into the augmentation thing and, why would you want a prosthetic arm? Why would you want a smarter brain? You want to be bigger, stronger, faster, smarter than everybody else, have an edge on that, and watching all the sci-fi shows.
You won't have to put in the work.
Man.
Yeah, but think about it. You'll be a badass, sure, but at what cost? Is it your humanity that you lose? The movie Ghost in a Shell, right. That right there is a perfect example. This beautifully created robot, person, full augmentation was absolutely hijacked, after of course, RoboCop. Same thing with RoboCop. You see what happened to him. He was a cop. He was a human, and he got hijacked and got taken control of, and there you go.
Shad, I'll tell you this. These elite I'm serious. Their ultimate, I mean, end
I
game
know.
goal
You
is to
guys know
actually
I know.
transfer their consciousness into a robot body so they can live forever. That means therefore they can rule forever. That's their ultimate end game. They want immortality.
Of
All right.
course.
And that's
Of
where
course.
it goes toward that. That's that transhumanism. I mean, honestly, even pharmaceutical companies, they've done this for so many years where they've actually mixed human and animal genes and mixed them together. All right, made these hybrids called chimera in a sense. That circumvents a lot of like human and animal rights laws because these things are hybrids. All right.
Sure.
And then they experiment on this stuff. They keep them, whatever. They've been doing this for over 60 years, man. And this is just part of that. You know what I mean? That's why I was saying about this social thing when it comes down to the transhumanism or the transgender shit. That's just that part of that agenda to normalize it. Because next thing you know, then incorporate robotics into it, with the Neuralink, for instance.
The transgender thing, if I may interject, is a population control thing. That's all it is. It's a and of course all of it. I mean, that's their goal. And you were talking about Ishtar earlier.
Eugenics is their number one. Reduce the population under 500 million is controllable.
Yeah, there you go. The guidelines.
Mm-hmm.
They want population control, and what better way, which is used often in evolution, is homosexuality. Imana, Ishtar, Marduk, the Anunnaki pantheon. That's what they did. That's what they did. Is this is what the Christians faced when they took on Canaan. God said, "Hey, take out everybody in Canaan because they're wicked." Because that's what they were doing.
You mean
all
the
the high priestesses were men, all of them. Imana, Ishtar supposedly had the power to change men into women, women into men, whatnot, what have you. And this is the exact same playbook that they used. And that's why the Jews had to take out Canaan. And thus you see the Marduk and the Malach and all that coming out.
So on that level,
hang on 1 second for just a second. Bran, thank you so much for coming up here with me. Is there anything you want to say before you go?
Nope. Carry on, Mad Chad.
All right. Love you, Bran. I'll talk to you later. Thank you.
Take care,
night.
brother.
Later, Bran.
Take care, Bran.
Wow.
What were you saying?
So
go ahead, Chad.
So any questions?
Yeah,
I went deep on it.
I think you're spot. No, I think you're spot on. I wish I knew more. I'm learning about a lot of these things for the first time. But I see the connections for sure. Yeah.
I studied the enemy.
Okay. Well, that was bro. That's what it reminded me of. Okay. Chad, for instance, on that same level, all right, the same playbook, second verse after the same as the first type of shit. All right, and then this thread of like the 90 seconds, to doomsday. All right, all right. So, is that just repeating? By fire in a sense. You know what I mean?
Fear is a great motivator.
Well, see, I don't want to fear it, but I also, if it happens, let's get it on. Don't fucking fuck with me. You know what I'm saying? That's how I say it. You know what I mean?
The anticipation of death is worse than death itself.
Sympathy of the Devil song,
That's
where
true.
He's like,
that's true.
Just to mess with you is the essence of my game.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pleased to meet you. Hope you guessed my name.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they know it's a program that they've been using for thousands of years to shock and humiliate a population into control.
That's right.
Yep. That's why we're all labeled with something.
Mm-hmm.
If you live in a mobile home, you're trailer trash. If you,
That's right.
it's they've used it in every way. It didn't matter.
Well, they've also perverted words too to the negative. I'll give you an example.
That's biblical as well. What is good, bad, and bad, good.
Right.
Right. And Wingnut, what you were talking about, is this Wingnut that I'm talking to?
That's me right here. Yeah.
Okay. Is if you look at that energy that you were talking about, and with the pyramids and everything, from what I understood was the natural God-given energy is how that is done.
Mm-hmm.
I have seen where people can move things. I understand that. That is a positive. But when you start using it as a negative,
You're messing with divinity.
yes. And I was actually going into that the last time. I think I was on Chuck's with the Petri dishes. The man, he wrote the positive words and he wrote the negative words, and how the living water changed to positive or negative on those. And water can't read, you know, but it's those things. If we stay positive and stick together and with our, I mean, if it's obvious, I know that we were all brought to YouTube for some purpose, and we have all met up for some reason. I don't think that this was just by accident. So, but the possibility of us all getting together in one place is probably not going to happen. And so if each one of us can take the knowledge that we have learned from each person throughout this community and spread it in our local communities and use it. And that's the only way that I can see this working, is if we start building the original structure with people doing what they can do with their skills, and hoping that it would spread out whenever people see it working. The people in the cities, I don't know what's going to happen there, but
it's a good question.
I can see a lot of problems there because
Come out of her, my people, is, you know, the book it speaks on coming out of the city. And real quick to what Mad Shad was saying, just to back him up, right here in Jeremiah, I said this the last time I was on stream with Indy.
Yes.
The specific verses right here in Jeremiah in chapter 19, verse 5. This is the Lord speaking. They have built also the high places of Baal to burn their sons with fire for burnt offerings unto Baal, which I commanded not, nor spake it, neither came it into my mind. Therefore, behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that this place shall no more be called the Tophet, nor the valley of the son of Hinnom, but the valley of slaughter. And you got the same thing going on today.
Yes.
You know,
and see the Anunnaki, they were older than Judeo-Christian or Jew, where, you know, they were separate. And so when the Jews left, then came back, and you know, were commanded to take on Canaan and take them out because they were wicked. It wasn't because they were commanded, it was because they are a threat, because that's what they do. Is they're like a plague of parasites and locusts that conquest across the land. And so the Jews knew they had to take them out, and thus that started the age-old grudge. And so this I call them elite occultists. The EOs definitely have a grudge against Christians. And so if you are a Christian, it is best for you to gird your loins and take up the armor of God and the sword and all that stuff that, you know, that the good book says, you know, because they are coming for you.
Yeah. That's the truth.
Well, yeah, I you know, it's nice to have a gun and all, but you should prepare your mind and your soul for the battles coming ahead.
Oh, yes, indeed.
We have to stand in faith as strong as we can. That is number one. And prepare your mind.
And you have to prepare, because the Bible tells us in 2 Thessalonians that God will send a great deception. So there will be a point where the Holy Spirit will stop working on earth.
That's because they want to control our mind. You know, our mind is different from our brain, our heart, and our, you know, whatever. If you got control of the mind, everything else follows behind. You see what I'm saying? So that
was the interesting paradigm that they faced in Ghost in the Shell, because they did control the mind of this very super powerful, you know, augmented individual, but the heart took over. and reminded the enslaved that, hey, wait a minute, I am human, and these guys mess with me bad. And so even with RoboCop, you see the same thing, this deprogramming thing. I think there's something inside of us besides a heart, a mind, a certain set of electrical impulses that make us think and stuff. I think it's something deeper, something bigger. And so that speaks.
Right and wrong on our heart. So really it's him, it's our conscience. Our conscience is him speaking to us.
I like how Tennessee Ridge Tennessee Ridge Runner just put this. He said, "Amen. You can have all the guns you want, but it's your soul that will protect you."
And our souls are what they want.
Your
The
free
evil
will.
wants your soul.
Well, yeah, we are endowed with free will,
too,
and he
V.
expects us to use it. You know what I'm saying? This compliance, this just bowing down, doing as you're told, that's not of God. That's not of the Creator. You know what I mean?
He didn't make robots, but humans are making robots, and that's an interesting thing.
Well, yeah,
they're biological flesh shoots with spirits operating them.
And literally, they want to give it rights. This thing is, they're going to try and make this legally that they'll have rights. I mean, there's already a doctrine for this.
Why not?
Isn't there one? There's already an AI, Sophia or something, that has been made a citizen of, where is it? Do you remember?
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia. Yep.
That's right.
And recognized by the UN. You know what I'm saying?
They've
It's
already
the
done.
future.
So this is what they're doing.
Call me crazy, but Sophia will come up as another name for Lucifer.
That's right. And
Yeah,
AI,
but see, I mean, think about what they're
I
doing
will
with
offer her a
division
drink of
when it
water.
comes when it comes to problems with the division with transgenderism. I don't know if that's how you say it, but like all these different things, they're using it as a way to divide. I mean, what are they going to do once they start introducing AI as having the same rights as people? It's just going to be a further way to take control of what they supposedly control.
Robot racist.
Right? Yeah.
Well, it's all part of the same lie mechanism, which is to deny and destroy our humanity. Because if you can destroy the human, then you can destroy the essence of humanity and who created us, and that's exactly what they're getting at.
Maybe somebody needs to program jealousy into them, and then they can start fighting amongst each other over which one has more circuits than the next.
You never, dude. I mean, seriously, because once it comes to the point where it's thinking for itself, it's reprogramming itself, modifying itself. You know what I mean? And it speaks its own language amongst all the other AI all over the place on the cloud. All right, you know what I mean? It's like once one learns a new skill or a new thing, all of them know it. The Internet of Things. That's why they need the 5G and 6G and beyond, because it's got the broader bandwidth to control, have all this available. And then I mean, everything they want to get to the point where you can get Wi-Fi in the deepest part of the freaking Amazon jungle. You know what I mean?
Right.
We just saw today.
I'm sorry.
No.
That's why they were putting up all those lights around the Capitol. I don't know if y'all saw that, like about 6 months to a year ago. They started putting up all these lamp posts with different kinds of lights. And now, if you look in DC, have you seen the dogs?
Well, actually, yeah, they got those over here at Tyndall Air Force Base too, walking around the base.
Yes, I've heard that bases have them also.
Mm-hmm.
Even random areas. Are y'all talking about the purple lights, the blue lights?
No,
These, I don't know. I haven't seen them at night if they're colored, but I just remember seeing them putting up these lights all of a sudden after the fencing. And so possibly the fencing is to protect the people inside from the dogs. Those dogs are not just robots. They are armed.
Well, that's what they make some kind of rule over in California where they can actually use lethal force with them robots now. I think it was in California, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
We can always. The thing is, as smart as AI and robotics and all that, it sounds like a very existential threat, but it also is an opportunity. because we can circumvent it. We can take charge. We can find their weak points, which we
use our
already
weapons
have.
that they intend to use against us and use it against them.
I mean,
you know what I mean?
well, I remember Terminator, and here's an interesting study that I read about. I think I did it in one of my Everyday Never Forgets. But they were doing an experiment on an AI monitoring device for the battlefield. And so, of course, they took it to Quantico, Virginia, and they asked a bunch of Marines, said, hey, go ahead and let's test this thing out. Start out at 300 meters and see if you can sneak up on this highly advanced AI monitoring system and see what happens. Well, they did. And they beat it. And the way they did it, there was one Marine somersaulted for 60 meters. One guy they got in a box and shuffled around in a box. And the AI and got right up to the AI. See, there's ways to beat it. Of course, the AI is going to learn.
Oh yeah.
But
much love, Jerry Lee. Thanks for coming here. Appreciate you. Have a good night.
Because a lot of that stuff has like a learning system where it's like kind of gaming learning systems, like gaming type system, like the computer that you play in a game. A lot of these new ones, you play it against the computer, it'll learn your moves and it'll kind of adjust. You know what I mean? It's the same type of scenario on how they learn, and
we'll
then
always find a way.
Well, I agree. But then also when it comes down to recognizing things, it gets better on that too, because a lot of they let them loose on these social networks. They watch all these videos on YouTube. There's bots that are watching every single thing that comes on, and they're learning. They're actually getting more. That's why you see that Chat GPT or whatever. The one that does all the paintings and stuff. I can't remember what that one is.
Oh yeah, that's some creepy shit.
All right,
Yeah.
all the references comes out from all the stuff on the internet. They let it loose and get out there. And that's where he gets his resources to pull all the information, all the different stuff, and they kind of makes its own thing. You know what I mean?
That core programming was written to just take images, because I was actually watching whatever the hell the Boston Labs guy, their little robot dude, kind of that walks up.
I know who you're talking
their
about.
latest little, and that was part of the thing, using it to identify its angles at its objects,
right?
With what it's being told to try to do. That calculation is still giving them crap when it tries to go up with elevation, because judging the distance is where they're having issues. And you can watch that, and the dude openly talks about that. And that's what I mean.
What do you think?
I know that in like the movie aspect, the potential is there, but as far as like within the next year or two, it's not there. I mean,
where do you see it in 5? That Atlas technology, that Boston Dynamics parkour fucking robot. You know what I'm saying?
It still has limitations. See, that's the thing they're not showing you. They're not showing you the limitations.
I agree.
Can it walk? Can it work in water? Can it swim? What happens when lightning strikes? What happens if there's too much moisture in the air, too much humidity? What if it gets too hot? I mean, all kinds of weird little things that they're not telling us.
Right. They're also not showing you what they actually currently have. They're showing you what they had 20 years ago, 30 years ago.
30, 50 years ago, sure. And that's always been the success of the military industrial complex of the USSR. But
see, I just don't think we're there anymore like it used to be.
I agree.
Especially when it comes to the drones, the electronics, the AI. Because I mean, hell, there's people that sit and work on programming and getting. You got elementary kids actually learning scripting, where people used to play with Legos and learn the erector set. They're now getting little plug-in little kits to go on and learn this programming to teach that arm to go from pick this up, move it over here, and set it there. So it's basically, if you look at it, trying to program a person to be able to understand and do everything. And that's what you're doing. They're programming for it to reach some lethal effect, to just go out here on the Terminator aspect kind of things. It would have to reach a point to where somebody, and everybody's going to know it before we get there, because it would be broadcasted to the point of robotics that we literally have robots building houses, going down streets. You'll see that before it reaches a level to where it can self-create and have a refinery and build itself. Because there's things that do look impressive, but when you really break it down on a simplistic level, it's learning basic shit, and it's learning not to get distracted. It's learning to repeat what you just told it to do, whether that's one command or 40 million commands. But you're giving a what if command setup, and it's going to judge that. And it just, the more in depth we get to that, that's where I say that, yeah, we could end up creating our own disaster, but I don't think it'll be a takeover type thing. I think that we'll just have major disasters that'll happen because all of a sudden shit will go awry.
What will
And who can fix it? You know what I mean?
An enforcement arm, you know, if they can't use men to enforce what's coming for another depression or something like that.
And see, and I'm still, I kind of run that though. I will say, you know, because I know where a lot of players, and I've kind of run that around here going, I wonder what the mentality around here, if people down here saw like St. Louis all of a sudden, or San Francisco, the robot dogs and shit, all of a sudden just started having, you know, basically that scenario going down.
All I gotta say is they better be hiding. Better be good at hiding. That's all I gotta say.
That's why I don't think that's going to go. That's why I don't know how it'll go from where we are to being that dress. There's so much in between.
But okay, I'll just throw this in there, Rescue, just so you can have like a 4 years ago, I'm sure if I told you that you were going to be wearing, you know, a mask or you'll be mandated to do this and that, you probably thought I would be fucking crazy. It would never happen. Yeah.
Actually, you know what I remember saying? I told my wife when I first watched that shit happen, I go, do you remember like a long time ago when we would watch the news that shit happened over in China? Do you remember when they walked all around with their masks? That's what I basically thought. It's like, I've seen this before.
Right.
But I know a lot of people didn't think any of this kind of stuff would ever happen in this country.
I was forward with the doctors. The medical field is actually probably my biggest shock because that was actually a life choice, Hippocratic oath. That's a field, and yet you're going to just watch the media totally lie? What?
And comply.
Yeah.
They
Some of them got paid big money to comply.
These hospitals, that's why everybody died from the coof.
Don't mean what they used to, you know? I mean, it seems like it.
All right, see, these are the minds that we've got to open up. I mean, seriously, like, you know, the ones that are like part of the every brick in the fucking wall kind of thing. You know what I mean? Because I'm not one of the bricks. I know that for sure. I'm probably one of the rocks that are sitting outside the fucking wall. But all the bricks that are in the fucking wall, those are the minds that we got to reach. And honestly, man, I'm not the most articulate, so I can't. And plus, not a whole lot of people like even pay attention to what I say. A lot of people think I'm crazy until like 5 years down the line, they're like, "Oh shit, you're right," you know.
But that's just it. I'm willing to go down and be the crazy person. I'm old. Who cares? So I will go down to the courthouse and say, "This is what's going on. This is what's going on. Whatever."
I'm going to put up my tombstone. I told you so.
I'll be honest with you. I foresaw some of this stuff happening because once you witness in history a one civilization or culture be completely complacent with putting people on a train and sending them to places where they will annihilate them, people being a bunch of Karens and a bunch of narcs for the government for masks seems pretty pale in comparison.
Well, I mean, even then, that's the same mentality that would actually voluntarily walk on those train cars into the gas chambers. That's the same freaking mentality, though. They're willing to do it because the government told me to. You know what I mean?
Right. That's my point. Is that it exists, and it's not so far fetched to think that human beings could basically lose all ability to have any kind of objective thinking skills or be able to critically analyze that.
How do we reach, how do just the everyday people like in our own area that know people like that or they met people like that in their area, how do we reach those minds, open them up, get that brush fire freedom going? You know what I mean?
Here where I'm at, we have a neighbors on Facebook, and those people are all on Facebook, trust me. And so that's where I started.
Right on.
Going to the neighbors.
Have a barbecue.
I will say
Hey.
that one thing around here that we ran into, to I just point out there for food for thought, but some people, because we got to remember that just like there were weak-minded people that gravitated to that easy narrative and followed it, we don't want to be so on the other side that we get too quick on that mask. Because we've actually run into 3 different people. They were wearing them before that all went down because they had their own respiratory issues. And I only say that because 3 different times I've been sitting when somebody's pulled up beside, and I see them reach up and get the mask and put it on as they get out. And I'm like, wait a minute, you're like going in the store. Are you really going to wear that? And so I kind of look at them while I'll smile and I'll nod. The ones that have said that they were wearing it before reached up, pulled the mask down and went, hey, so that you could see the smile, because they still had the mental impression like, hey, no, see facial recognition. It's the ones, and I personally say, sorry if this sounds just kind of cold, but it is what it is. We all have our flaws, so it is. But the ones that decide to wear that stupid ass thing, you know what? I don't do that. Walk off the cliff.
I would like to address.
Pray for your family. I hope you just didn't talk anybody else to follow that bullshit kind of thing. Is all I can go with.
I think that, like Rescue said earlier about you plant the seed, one of the things I have always been me. I've been talking about this ever since I realized that it existed, and I had real experiences, including abduction experiences. And so I've known, and I've always been myself. It's not like I can. Human consciousness takes time, and a person can encounter like mind control in a phase of their life, or something traumatic where they shut down. You just keep planting the seeds, like Rescue said, and be yourself, because it does sink in. Something's going to grow from all of this.
Well,
I don't even mention the mask or the pokey or anything like that. It's the okay, are you feeling what's happening when you go to the grocery store? Are you it's the basic things that affect everyone's life right now. And because I'm not going to judge any of them. I mean, I remember before all of this, we would go to the doctor. If you had the flu, they put a mask on you so that you would not spread it to others. Was their reasoning if you sneezed or coughed. And so that's not even, I can't wear one, but if they want to, I'm not going to judge them for it. And
I think we should.
You think we should?
Yes, I think we should. And this is how it works. When you look at like peer pressure, like I'm working off of what Rescue was talking about. I do the same thing. When I see somebody with a mask, I kind of chuckle, like kind of pointing on behalf of the Point Left Committee, and I keep going. I walk. But that kind of peer pressure, that's the exact same thing they're doing to us, aren't they? They're trying to change the paradigm of the social construct. So why not do the same thing? Don't. I mean, and you think about it, most people. Because they're all good, just giving us lies. Most people are conservative, are upstanding, citizens of the United States. They have families, they got jobs, they got goals. They want to do stuff, so they don't want to be part of this craziness. They just want to live and work and live out their dreams, and give. Take care of their kids and their grandkids and their dogs, and even if just me by myself. It's just I have goals, and I have and with that, I want to look for freedom. I want to chase freedom. It's all about life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. I'm pursuing happiness, and so if I have to pursue happiness, to achieve this goal, I got to be at moral high standards, and I got to hold other people to the same. And I can't be a part of that. So I'm going to criticize. Of course, I'm going to be a little, be nice about it, of course. There's different levels. But, I can still chuckle and point and laugh. I can have a barbecue and say, you don't have to wear that mask around me. I'm okay. That kind of thing. So criticism, constructive criticism is good. especially in the social paradigm.
I will ask. I would ask a question. It's like, do you expect to wear that for the rest of your life? Is that what you want to do? I mean,
when
or
I
are
see
you
the
just doing that
mask,
for?
I immediately say, "Look, this is a display." I don't say it to them, but I see it as like, okay, this is sketchy, antisocial behavior is what it is at this point. Is you don't want to show your face and you're scared of others.
Well, I mean, even like I've seen they're putting their kids that got like 5-year-old, 6-year-old, whatever, wearing these damn things. You know, they were making them do it like they had to wear it while they're at school. You know what I mean? And I was like, holy crap, dude! That to me almost like it's borderline fucking child abuse, in my opinion. But I mean, honestly,
I do it all the time, and you know, because you see it in when you go to a store, they got a mask and there's a plexiglass, and they're trying to talk to you, and they're like, I'm like, excuse me, what'd you say? And they just keep trying to talk. I'm like, I can't hear you. You've got this thing on your face, and there's this plexiglass behind it, you know, between us. And they will literally take off their mask and peek around the side of the plexiglass and go, "That's 1362, sir." Oh, that's better. Thank you very much.
They still tell you
Because
totals where you live.
I'm the one peeking around the plexiglass like, what did you say? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's so stupid to have this here.
It's so awesome that you
Yeah,
guys get people
it's so stupid.
when I check out, they literally know, hi, how are you? No, this is your total.
Everyone is so
look at the
sucked up their
screen. The
own-
screen will tell you what your total is and when it's time to pay. Like nobody talks.
do you guys
I force people to talk.
You still got plexiglass at the cashier now? Still?
Absolutely.
Yep.
It's still there.
Well, and now the gas stations have the self checkout now. A lot of them, you know.
Well, that pisses me off about Walmart. It's got freaking 7 lanes that only got one checkout lady, and the rest of them all these damn self checkout shit. They should pay me for doing their damn job.
But hey, remember when they used to just have the regular hour Walmarts, and then when they started that 24-hour push, they put all those line of registers. You could just walk in. There was a row of people, but just waiting for it. They would even come out to the end of their register going, "Oh, can I help you? Come down here. I'll get you right here."
You know
and then
really,
guess what? All of a sudden they said, "Yeah, we've shut enough of the small businesses down in these towns. We're pretty much anchored in," and flipped everybody the bird. Next thing you know, you end up with 5 registers out of 22. And now you're down to, oh, well, you have 5 checkouts and you might find a register open.
There's more self checkouts than registers open, like with a cashier in the Walmart here.
And
I mean,
you know that what drives me now is here in Colorado, as effective of this month. Not only do you do the self checkout, right? And I keep on saying and joking this, but now you have to pay 10 cents if you use a plastic bag, or you have to provide your own. And I always say, oh, so we're gonna go back to using our own until the next emergency pandemic hits, and then we gotta use the plastic again for sanitary reasons. But I hate because you'll be at the store and they go, "Thank you for helping us out and helping our environment." I'm like, "F you! This is a law. You're mandating this."
Right.
Oh yeah,
That's the
bring
whole
your
idea
own
that we're
bag, check
cooperating,
yourself
you know,
out.
but,
But by the way,
go
the
F yourself
prices
on that.
didn't go down any.
No,
they went up.
Well, I mean, you know, they even got it in like, what is it, McDonald's over here. They got a little kiosk. You just don't even have to go to the cashier. They just do this little thing on a screen. You can do all your order and everything right there, you know, while you're in the building. You know what I mean? Or on your phone on an app.
Fully automated
Now,
McDonald's now.
Okay, and I gotta say now, picture this. Now, come on now, everybody, you got to go with me on this. So, if the fast food places went with AI, don't you know that a robot would make a burger 10 times better than most of the shitheads behind that counter? Come on.
Most likely.
And
Man,
it would
I
be
don't want to
consistent.
find
It
a
would actually
fucking
look
a
like the one
screw
on the
or a nut in my hamburger, you know?
But it
I
would
don't
be a
know.
very consistent burger. It would be very consistent. You get the exact same thing every single time.
Ugh.
A little bit of motor oil in there, you know.
You wouldn't get that
No,
pissed off
robots
when
are a
they
great
decided
idea.
to squirt
Yeah,
the
with
mustard
some
bottle into your burger. and
mRNA
you
probably
end up
built
with
right in
influenza.
too.
Right, that's what I was thinking. And
Oh,
it's like,
dude.
no, it's a great idea. They can freshly print your meat right there.
Well,
on
that's
the
another
stand.
thing too. It's like
Right out of a
where they
3D
were
printer,
talking
just
about
roll
putting
right
fucking
out.
crickets and fucking cereal and shit
Hey,
like
actually,
that.
they program it in and they'll print out your bun first, and then they can even start dumping it down in layers as they print out
I'm
each
good.
layer. And turn it
Homemade
out.
bread and homemade butter and home cooking is I'm good. I don't eat there.
Well,
So
you
I
know,
won't know.
eventually you'll be able to buy a printer at the house, so then it could be home.
We do have a printer, but it don't print food.
Just
Kind
get
of
them
like
little
a
food cubes.
Star Trek replicators.
Hey, actually, and you actually, and see, there's the weird stuff.
Chickens,
That's why
the original 3D printer.
not all that
Right?
it's
They're
bad.
printing food for me.
I've got a 3D printer right there. There's a 3D printer, but do you know that they make those like that you can buy for your house that will do 3D printed chocolate?
Well, yeah, I've heard about it. I've seen those actually, but yeah, but dude.
See, but that's the segue. That's how they're going to get you to buy into it,
Yeah.
so that you're okay with printing your
That's
stuff
the
from a 3D
carrot right
printer.
there.
Well,
That's
it's
the carrot right
laying
there.
you down. You're
Exactly.
getting comfortable. It's the ease of use, and it's like, oh yeah, there you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
You won't even need a
Backwoods-
grocery store then, would you?
I like how Backwoods put it. He said, "The world has always been evil. We are at a time when its evilness is out in the open for all to see, forcing you to accept it or be canceled."
Yeah.
Well, and this
Yeah.
versions, if you look back through history, you can see what we call dark ages. We call all these other historical events that we've named.
We're back, buddy.
But that's
it's the days of Noah, the most selfish,
yeah,
inconsiderate.
this is our version. We're going through ours because that's the minute the apple.
Yeah.
I mean, it was said right then. Well, you done it now. There you go. And here the journey started from there.
Busy girl in the chat is like, kind of reminds me of that. There's these ladies that's like what country girls say, and it's like, yeah, I saw 3 for 1 totes at the Walmart. It's like, it just reminds me of them. It's like how Southern girls talk. You know what I mean?
Scotty, I'm so glad you're here. Good to see you, brother. It's been too long. Sorry, just had to say hi.
I was sitting there, I was just laughing about it. I had a chuckle. I like that. I'm Southern, so whatever.
Yeah, I am embracing the fact that I'll be a pleb or a savage or whatever dystopian future we're going into. That's let's embrace it.
My ex is going to be busy.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's the thing I know is that the whole concept, and you have to look it up because I don't want to really, get into this conversation. I'm going to have to do some wordsmithing, but Sicario, the concept of Sicario, and you Christians will understand that was the Romans' worst nightmare after they occupied Jerusalem was Sicario. Just saying.
What exactly is that?
Wait, really?
Just tell me. I mean, there's people out there who might not know.
He's already shown it.
Yeah,
wait a minute. I'm not. I was reading the chat. My bad.
Yeah, if a certain a Roman sympathizer or a Roman head of state or somebody like that was just in the area, well, they met they exited meat suit left.
There's a game that's called Assassin's Creed, and it's pretty much that's halfway there.
And I could talk about Assassin's Creed forever because that was true. Actually, that was true. but the goddamn Mongolians took them out after they destroyed Iran and Iraq. But anyway, we can talk about it another day,
dude. Okay,
but yes. Sicario means blade, basically blade wielder. And that's how a lot of these things went down in Jerusalem was with the blade in a crowded area. You know what I mean?
Brewster's helping you out there.
Thanks, Brewster.
Right. Yeah. So
yeah. Oh, you mean like what was it? The Italian necktie? Is it?
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, no, I was like, I was watching the chat, so I didn't see what you were doing over there, Shad. But
just playing with a knife. That's all I do. I always have a
I've got quite a few nearby myself.
I've got so much nearby.
I've got swords, axes, knives all around me.
Me too.
I'm a very non-kid friendly type of house.
Me too. Actually, no, I encourage it. I like, you want to play with an axe, kid?
Yeah.
Let me show you how to do it.
All right. I got so many sharp
Chad's like, here, hold one of these in each hand and take off down the hall.
Hey, that's how I learned as a kid. I mean, basically a stick. I mean, here's a stick. If I wanted to teach a kid, here's a stick. Go play in the woods, and a kid will come back a freaking sword master. I'm telling you.
Well, that's what I was like when I was a kid. Like I can remember walking around having like a stick and pretending I was either Conan or the Beastmaster, and and
oh yeah. I actually used to make wooden swords when I was a kid.
Yeah,
me too. Yeah.
And
I
that
love it.
thing went from being an M16 to a musket rifle to a broadsword. That it was amazing that the sticks could do all kinds of things.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yep.
See,
Yeah.
and actually, and I used to talk about that with her when the kids were growing up because, yeah, I kind of noticed it then, but it's just the imagination was slowly fading away, and you become that. Just whatever's shown in front of you, just go with that. Yep, smile, nod, laugh. Yep, that's the and it's like, wow.
Television programming.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was the convenience. It became the babysitter. Because I mean, hell, I had a TV that we had watched, but it was the mindset was there would be a show. It would be like the Dick Van Dyke Show. Hey, okay, we're gonna all go sit down and watch the Dick Van Dyke Show, but then it was over. And then you left, and then at like 10 o'clock, the American flag came on, and they basically told you deuces, and it was over till in the morning.
Yeah, I remember that.
The Indian pride.
See, so it's and then all of a sudden they said, good old Ted Turner prick decided to do this. Hey, you know what? We could repeat the same shit 24/7.
Yeah.
What? Yeah. And here we are. Next thing you know, you got, it used to be a running joke of Vegas was the city that never sleeps. In all honesty, we're now a world that never sleeps.
God, I remember when MTV used to actually play videos.
Yeah. Yep.
Right.
God, I remember that.
Unspecified starting to look like Boltonator.
He's going down the bolt.
Oh, am
I was actually on Boltonator's.
No, is that a little slobber coming out of his mouth over there?
I was actually on Boltonator's stream last night. He fell asleep.
I felt bad because I didn't even see it, and then I was so behind in chat, so it took me a long time to get to the comments saying hey, boot him off the panel. But you're all I don't know, a half of an inch high on my computer right now, so I missed it.
He had that lean even going, and it was.
I thought he was I thought I saw him drooling there for a minute. Yeah.
No, he's got his hay stick in his mouth.
Okay.
Man, I'm sucking on a sucker.
Oh,
okay. I wasn't sure what that was. This little tiny picture I got on my phone. It's just damn, I thought he was over there leaning, drooling and stuff. What is he doing?
I am leaning a lot, but I'm tired. I was sitting in the sun fishing, trying to work on.
Oh, wait. So you're tired. So how many did you catch?
Yeah. What'd you get?
We ain't caught a dang thing.
That's why they call it fishing, because otherwise they call it catching.
You were practicing the art of fishing. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're trying to have a good attitude up in here.
Right.
Well, everybody, I'm sorry to say I have to end this here. I went longer than I planned to, and I got to get home to the fam and spend some time with everybody. So thank you so much. I love the conversation as always, and I just appreciate everybody who came up on panel, everybody in chat. And
I'm definitely sharing it on my community page there, Indy. I'm definitely do that.
Thank you.
It's a good stream.
Oh yeah, I've already shared
Yeah.
a long time ago. Yep.
Thank you, Indy.
I want to tell you guys. I want to tell you guys about something real quick. Oh, sorry, Rescue. I want to tell everybody about something real quick before I forget, since I thought about it before the end. So there's something that Wingnut had been doing, and it's something other people have done it too, and I've kind of done it a couple times, but where I just think it's a cool idea that it's something all of the different streamers could do, and it's where you can post a link to your StreamYard and post you're going to go live, but then don't actually go live. And from that link, people can get into the backstage, and you can have the conversations back there, where you don't have to worry about what you're saying on YouTube and their rules, because it's all backstage through StreamYard. But you can use YouTube to get backstage. So the idea is that it's like a speakeasy.
Yeah.
Where, it's like a false front almost, that you can get into the back where the real conversation's happening. So I'm hoping that I can do some of those here coming up, which is why I wanted to talk about it, so that you know what it is. So basically how it would go is that I would post it like I'm about to go live, or I'm going live at whatever time, and the chat then opens up. And then I'd pin the comment with the link to the StreamYard to let people know they can come to the back to hang out and talk and share information. So I just wanted to put that idea out there so people know what it is, if I am able to do one sometime soon. But also to throw it out there for anybody to do on your channel. If we call it a Patriot Speakeasy or however you want to label it, I thought if we all use that same terminology, it could be something that catches on so that we know what it is when we see it on somebody else's channel.
Yeah, with StreamYard, you can do that before the stream starts and after the stream ends.
Yeah.
I mean, so you have those two options, really.
Yeah.
So,
So keep an eye out. See if you see a speakeasy somewhere here, Wingnuts, any of your channels. Go ahead and take that idea and run with it. I think it's just a good way for us to have these conversations maybe more frequently.
Speakeasy
Right on.
was the name
David,
of
AG, and
my
sister, we
first
have to wear a
forge when I tried to forge my own knives.
oh, say that again.
Speakeasy was the name of my first forge.
Oh, right on.
Oh, I love that. Thank you, everybody in chat. I've seen your comments here.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. And truly an
thanks, Cindy. I appreciate it.
honor.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you all for being here. Really.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and end the broadcast. Yeah, if it, do you guys? Right, I was gonna say, does anybody? We want to actually let's go. We can go through real quick, and if everybody wants to say a final thought or a goodbye or whatever, just so we can end it nicely. Rescue. Did you have anything else you wanted to say? Sorry, I cut you off like 3 times.
Oh, no worries at all, ma'am. Everybody in chat on the panel appreciates in here chatting, hanging out with y'all. Remember, make your day a good day. You get to make the decisions.
Awesome. Landon, Tiff.
Y'all, at the very end of the day, go do and don't worry. And for those of you who, I'm not trying to shove this down your throat, but he's ready for a relationship with you. So all you got to do is go to him in Jesus' name. And I'm telling you, you'll be blessed.
Amen.
Are these closing thoughts?
Love it.
Closing thoughts.
Okay,
Tiff?
I got one.
Yeah, go for it, Chad.
We are many. They are few. We do what we want. They do what they can. Always. That is always the truth.
Freedom.
And I love you all. Love you. And unspecified, do you still do your forging?
Everything is still there.
Need access. I need access. So email.
Cool. That'd be cool.
Love
collab. Get some collab work going. Love it. All right, Joyful. Did you have anything you wanted to say before we go?
Oh, thank you so much for inviting me. It has been truly an honor to be here with all of you. Get to meet some new people, live. This is really awesome. So yes, thank you. It has been enlightening. I so enjoyed everyone's thoughts, and my heart is really warmed. I've also had a great time in chat tonight too. So many people showed up, Indy.
I know. I love that so many people come, because that's really what I want, is for everybody to come and connect and get to know each. I know almost everybody that shows up. There's a few newer people that have come in, which is awesome. That's great, even better. But I just want everybody else to get to know each other better and connect. That's what we need. That's what they don't want us to do. So let's keep at it.
You have a wonderful energy, and it is the kind that brings us together and wants us to just hang out and share. So thank you, and kudos to you for giving us so much time tonight and your dedication.
Thank you, Joyful. All right, John, any final thoughts?
Yeah. One, I would always say that no matter what happens in this world, don't let it get in the way of the joy that you have with your relationship with God and all the things He's done for you. What He's done for you is more significant than anything that you can ever happen on this earth. But the other thing is to always find your community or what I call an enclave, and which is a group that is distinct from all those who are around them, but have a connection. And a few acorns can make a mighty oak tree. So that's all I got.
Thank you. Bonnie?
Just don't be afraid. Try not to have any fear. We know fear is not of God, and We've got this somehow
That's
or
right.
some way. In the Indy, I appreciate you letting me up here. Rescue, always appreciate you. Shad, all of you. Thank
you so much, Bonnie, for coming up. I'm glad we got to talk a little bit more this time. I still think we should do a ladies panel sometime, though. I think it'd be a lot of fun.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah,
You could have
right?
your
It
girls
just seems
now
like it'd be
there.
a fun idea. We'd probably end up with more guys in chat than girls, but it'd be fun.
I'd watch
anyway.
it. I'd definitely sit in
All
chat
right,
and watch.
Wingnut. I know. You know what though? I mean, I think I like it when all the guys get up on panel and start talking about guy stuff. I mean, it's that's how it's supposed to be.
Lynn
All
and
right,
I will
Wingnut.
switch chairs
Go for it. Love it.
Yeah. I just keep that, I try to do this for myself also, is just try and keep that positive vibe going, that positive vibration going, where you can almost manifest good things, where it's like that you're in harmony with nature, in harmony or with your surroundings and stuff. But also, I also just don't keep your head in the sand, keep your eyes open, keep your head on a swivel, quite honestly. Because, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's out of our control that's happening around us right now. And we have to be aware of it and see it and not be surprised when it comes, because it's coming. And like I said, prepare your mind and your soul for the battles that are coming ahead, because they are coming. And I don't know how soon. My gut tells me it's like right around the freaking corner. But that, it doesn't, I don't know. I mean, for all I know, they could just play the long simmer and just keep us all at this point where we're at, like forever. You know what I mean? Or they might slip up and actually destroy everything. You know what I mean? So, but keep your eyes open and keep alert, watch, pay attention, and gain more knowledge. I mean, while we still have, at the moment, almost anything you want to learn is right there at your fingertips. So really a lot of, there's really no excuse to really kind of be ignorant about anything. You know what I mean? So
true.
And research and learn, and because honestly, if it all goes away, we're the ones that are supposed to teach the ones that are left behind, right? So
Jesus himself said that his people would perish due to lack of knowledge.
Right. And if you did have some sort of a group, you would want to have something to bring to the table, because in a survival situation, nobody eats for free. You got to have something.
Right. So, and I really appreciate you, Indy. I love you. So I'm gonna go ahead and jump down. But you guys, I love all you guys, man. You guys take easy. All you guys in the chat, I really appreciate everybody. Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Wingnut. All right. Well, thank you again, everybody. Thanks for being here. I really do believe we are stronger together, and I really do think that there are more of us, way more of us than they want us to think. So let's keep trying to reach across boundaries and, help. I still think there's hope in waking people up and bringing more people into the fold. And let's keep praying and prepping.
Amen.
So God bless everybody. Love you lots. Bye, chat.
Happy Friday, guys.
Happy Friday.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.